ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ.
Good morning, namaskara to everyone present here.
How's the Josh?
No,
Not high enough.
They are enjoying the Bangalore weather a little too much.
Right? So we have an activity for you to awaken you a little bit. Are you all ready? Can I hear the slogan again? Vidhruthi!
Yes, we can.
Vidhruthi!
Yes, we can.
The left side of my room, Vidhruthi! The right side of my room, Vidhruthi!
Yes, we can.
The center stage.
Yes, we can.
Awesome, awesome. So there's an activity. When I say left side clap, the left side people clap. Okay? Or the center people can clap on your left side. And when I say right side clap, you guys clap. Done? Done? Okay, left side clap. Right side clap. Left side. Right side.
With
Left.
their energy, they look like they're ready for day 2.
Yes, yes, surely. That is what today is all about. Today, our day 2 Vidhruthi makes it a wonderful beginning for such wonderful sessions. Today, they'll all show that CA students are beyond balance sheets and books and what they're much more capable of.
We have an exciting lineup of thought-provoking sessions, inspiring personalities, and exceptional student performances. By the end of today, we are certain you'll witness just how high CA students can raise the bar.
Then without any further ado, let's invite our dignitaries on stage. Firstly, we'd like to request the chairperson of SIRC Bengaluru, CA Kavita Parmesh, to escort our honorable chief guest, Chief Justice Vibhu Bakru, on the dais and present him with a token of gratitude. He is also a part of our CA fraternity. It's truly an honor to have Sir gracing our occasion today. Now, I request the Secretary of SIRC and ex-officio Regional Council member, CA Pramod R. Hegde, to escort our guest of honor, CA K. Raghu, on the dais and present him with a token of gratitude.
Thank you, sir, for gracing our event with your presence. Now I request CA Vinod Garg to escort our BOS Operations Chairman, CA Raj.
I request the SICASA Vice Chairperson, Kavya Shri, to please be present on the dais. Now, I request the chairperson of SIRC Bengaluru, CA Kavita Parmesh, to please present the welcome address.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Shubhodaya. And welcome to the second day of National Conference Vidhruthi, Yes We Can. Today, it's a honor to have with us our own state's Chief Justice, Vibhu Bakri, sir. Sir, thank you for being here and a warm welcome to you, sir. Along with him, we also have our own member from Bengaluru who has been at the helm of our institute, CA Raghu, sir. Sir, thank you for being here. A warm welcome to you, sir, on behalf of Bengaluru branch and the SICASA Bengaluru. So having our Chief Justice, CA Vibhu Bakru, sir, with us is a wonderful moment, and you must be wondering how is it relevant from a CA student, from a fraternity from a law. Because Sir Vibhu Bakru sir is also a chartered accountant, and he started his career as a chartered accountant. My lord, with your presence, it's only a confirmation that CA course is nothing but a launch pad, and there is a possibility, numerous possibility, including the highest position like what sir has obtained. Similarly, with K. Raghu sir, it also establishes that anything is possible with CA course, and I should congratulate each one of you for choosing that CA course. I hope you will have a good learning today and enjoy the day. A warm welcome to each one of you. I want you all to participate and take the best of these 2 days. Thank you and welcome again to each one of you.
Thank you, ma'am, for wonderfully welcoming our audience for day 2 of Vidhruthi.
Nana, we are truly honored to have with us someone who stands at the very pinnacle of the legal fraternity, CA Vibhu Bakru.
C. Vibhu Bakru was born in Nagpur in 1966 and did his schooling from Delhi Public School, Mathura Road, New Delhi. After completing his schooling, he enrolled as a student with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and commenced his articleship with Thakur Vaidyanth Iyer and Co.
He graduated from Delhi University in 1987. After completing the course of BCom Honors, he cleared his final examination for Chartered Accountancy from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in 1989. He received his LLB degree in 1990 and enrolled as an advocate with the Bar Council of Delhi in September 1990. He practiced in the Supreme Court, High Court of Delhi, Company Law Board, and various other tribunals.
He was designated as senior advocate by High Court of Delhi on 28 July 2011. He was appointed as additional judge of High Court of Delhi on April 17, 2013 and as permanent judge on March 18, 2015. Appointed as acting Chief Justice of Delhi High Court with effect from 5th December 2024 to 21st Jan 2025, he has been appointed and taken oath as a Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court on 19 July 2025. Thank you, sir, for gracing our event with your presence. We are equally privileged to have with us another distinguished leader and a personality who has helmed the very institute that guides and nourishes our profession, CA K. Raghu.
CA K. Raghu is a former president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICI, and one of the most respected leaders in the Indian accounting profession. With over 3 decades of experience in audit, taxation, governance, and public policy, he is widely recognized for his integrity, visionary leadership, and contribution to professional excellence. He currently serves as a senior partner at K. Raghu & Co., a Bengaluru-based third-generation firm of chartered accountants known for its expertise in audit, taxation, business advisory, and compliance services.
During his tenure as president of ICAI 2014 to 15 and vice president 2013 to 14, ICAI has achieved significant progress in global engagement, regulatory collaboration, and digital transformation. He has also been appointed as a member of the Appellate Authority under the Chartered Accountants Act, Cost Accountant Acts, and Companies Secretaries Act by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India.
Let's take a moment to welcome BOS Chairperson
CA
Rajesh
Rajesh
Sharma.
Sharma.
Let's present.
Let's present CA K. Raghu with a token of gratitude. Let's present CA Rajesh Sharma with a token of gratitude.
CA K. Raghu has held several key national and international leadership roles, including board and audit committee member of the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, independent director at Axis Securities Limited, and memberships in advisory and regulatory bodies such as SEBI, IRDAI, NACAS, QRB, and the committees such as Committees of Ministry of Corporate Affairs and RBI.
A fellow member of ICAI, he is an honorary member of CPA Australia and Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, and has represented India in over 25 countries. A sought-after speaker and thought leader, he continues to contribute actively to policy making, governance reforms, and advancement of the accounting profession in the public interest. A warm round of applause, everyone. Thank you, sir, for gracing our event.
Lighting of the lamp signifies the triumph of knowledge over ignorance, of truth over falsehood, and of light over darkness. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp with a prayer song.
As this lamp is lit, may it remove all darkness from our minds and fill our hearts with clarity, purpose, and positivity.
I request our MC member to kindly come on dais for lighting of the lamp.
गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
I request everyone to please be standing for the ICI motto song.
तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Naina, I suddenly feel like I walked into an episode of Suits.
Those were real stars, Kumar. Today we are surrounded by the real ones.
Fair enough. On that note, we have with us a personality who has been a stalwart of the chartered accountancy profession, a leader whose contributions have left a lasting impact on ICI and the fraternity at large. May I request our guest of honor, CA K. Raghu, to kindly share his thoughts with all of us. A warm round of applause, everyone.
Sir, the stage is all yours.
Good morning, friends. It gives me immense pleasure to be amongst you on the occasion of the Students' Conference, the National Students' Conference, Srushti, being organized by the Board of Studies, Operations, and hosted by the Bangalore branch of SIRC of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and the Bangalore branch of SICASA. My heartiest compliments to the entire conference team for wonderfully organizing this conference, such a beautiful auditorium, one of the best auditoriums in the city of Bangalore. We are extremely fortunate that we have amongst us a member of our profession, CA Vibhu Bakruji, who has been kind enough to accept our invitation to be amongst all of you this morning. Our chief guest, who is currently the Chief Justice of the Karnataka High Court, has a extremely, you can say, popular person in the legal fraternity. And we are so happy that he has accepted our invitation to be amongst us and guide all of you here. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Rajesh Sharma, our Central Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, has been kind enough to permit our Bangalore branch of SIRC to conduct this event there. Thanks to you, Mr. Rajesh Sharma. Rajesh Sharma has done two major initiatives in the Institute. He is heading the campus interviews. Campus interviews are conducted in about 20 locations across the country. And the kind of pay packages what all of us are seeing are extremely good. And a lot of credit should go to Rajesh Sharma for the excellent way he has been conducting the campus interviews across the country. In addition to that, he is in charge of Board of Studies, which is responsible for a lot of initiatives for the students, whether it is study material, 100 hours of ITT training, general management communication skills course. A lot of activities of the Board of Studies is very critical for the students, and Rajesh Sharma has put in a lot of hard work. My compliments and congratulations to him. Friends, chairperson of the Bangalore branch is one of the largest branches in the country. I've traveled around the country, more than 150 branches. And let me tell you, the Bangalore branch has been doing extremely well for the benefit of members and students. A big round of applause to our chairperson, Kavita Paramesh. for the excellent leadership she has demonstrated as a chairperson. I wish Kavita and the entire team at the Bangalore branch all the best. Chairman of Sikasa Bangalore, Mr. Vinod Garg, who is hosting this event. Thanks to Mr. Vinod and Kavita for having invited me. I had the opportunity of being the chairman of the Sikasa like Mr. Vinod Garg way back in when I joined the institute in 92, 93. I was the chairman of Sikasa, and I still remember we had the inauguration of the audio library. Those days, audio cassettes were very popular. All the lectures, the Board of Studies used to come in audio cassettes. We had Mr. Mohandas Pai, the then CFO of Infosys Technologies, launching this audio library. But today, everything is online. You're all lucky. You're all in the internet age, and everything you're able to choose a faculty of your choice around the country and prepare for your examinations. Secretary of Sikasa and all the distinguished past chairmen present here and the managing committee members. Friends, I can only say that you're all extremely fortunate for having chosen one of the most popular professions in the country today. Today, the chartered accountancy profession is growing fast. Lot of young commerce students are keen to join the CA course because the kind of job opportunities that are there today. We have more than 485,000 CAs around the country. We are the second largest accounting body in the world. And as you know, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is set up under an Act of Parliament, and we operate through the Central Council, and then we have 5 regional councils and more than 140 branches across the country. We conduct examinations for the students. We issue memberships once they qualify as a chartered accountant, and we also regulate the members to ensure that they carry out the work within the framework of the ethical code of the institute. You might ask me, why is it popular? I think all of you would agree with me that today, if you want to take up the chartered accountancy course, it would not cost very much, unlike the medical or engineering course, which costs a lot of money. Lakhs together you need to spend. Here, maybe within 50,000, you are able to pay all your fees, attend the classes, and pass in your examination. And the fact is that the recognition is huge, social recognition. For the moment you qualify as a chartered accountant, entire society respects you. And I'm sure all of you, all of my colleagues sitting here on the stage and off the stage would agree with me, the recognition what you get as a chartered accountant is extremely good. Today, the regulators, whether it's SEBI, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Reserve Bank of India, looks upon the profession as to how they can support them in ensuring that we have an India which is well governed. And we are truly the partners in nation building. I think 1st of July 2017, when GST was launched, the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, very clearly said that our profession plays a very important role in ensuring that we are true partners in nation building. So we have a very important role to play. Friends, I think all of you being students, you would like to get some, having been the chairman of the examination committee, having been the president of the CA Institute in 2014-15, having traveled across the country, interacted with various students, I would like to give you 10 points which would be takeaways for all of you today. Since all of you would be appearing for your CA intermediate exams, CA final exams, I thought this opportunity I should utilize to see what best I can, share my insights with you. Number 1, please keep in mind that the CA examinations are generally very tough. One of the toughest examinations of any of the profession is the CA examinations, and you need to keep in mind that since the exams are tough, you need to prepare for the examinations very seriously. Very unlike your BCom or any other degree course where you can just glance through your PPTs and write the exam and pass. No, CA, you need to deep dive into each and every topic, prepare for all the classes, go through your online classes, maybe attend physical classes also in the institute, and prepare by the study material given to you by the institute, the revision test papers. It is absolutely essential for you to keep in mind that this is a tough exam and this requires a lot of hard work. Coming to the pass percentage, there's a feeling that the pass percentage is very low. Let me clarify, friends. Today, when we qualified as chartered accountants way back in 1990, we had just about 9 people qualifying from Bangalore. But today, the pass percentage ranges from 14% to 20%. And that is because we find that the students who are writing the CA examinations are preparing well. So you don't need to worry about the pass percentage. Pass percentage is not low, it is very good. Only students who work hard, commit themselves for learning are able to pass the CA examination. Number 3, you get 15 minutes of time to take up and write your examination paper. This is very important. That is where I realize many students make a mistake. They just start off with one question, and when they're not able to finish the answer, writing an answer to the question, they leave the hall halfway. You know, they get panic, and then they leave the question halfway. So you need to take that 15 minutes of time, identify which are the easy questions, which are the tough questions, then start with the easier ones, then you can go to the tough questions. Please keep in mind every paper will have 1 or 2 tough questions, and one paper will be very, very tough. So this is something which you need to keep in mind. That is a pattern of the CA examinations which you need to keep in mind. Number 4, solving your previous examination question papers are very important. Last 10 years, at about 10 attempts. Please ensure that you solve on all the previous examination papers on a examination mode. You could sit at home, maybe put a clock for 3 hours, 6 to 9 in the evening, you can solve the papers. That is when you get confidence, you get to know how an examination paper is, and that will give you a lot of confidence. Number 5, you need to do your articleship training seriously. I think 2 years of articleship training, which has been part of the curriculum, is very important, very critical for you to understand how you deliver services to your clients. You get a knowledge of direct taxes, indirect taxes, audit, consulting, everything. Please take your articleship training seriously, and only students who have taken their articleship training seriously can attempt their final examination easily, because in final examination, we test your practical knowledge, and your practical knowledge you gain during articleship training. Number 6, if you want to choose online classes, yes, availability is there. You want to attend the class of the institute, you could also attend, but please ensure that you focus on the study material and the revision test papers given by the institute. Health is very important. 3 months before the examination, you put in 14 hours of study, 16 hours of study, 18 hours of study. Please ensure that you sleep well, you meditate, you go for yoga classes, go for a walk, spend some time with your friends. But very important that you keep your health in good shape. Avoid eating out, and trying to see that you avoid going out for a lot of social functions. 3 months before examination, you need to keep yourself fit. Number 8, avoid social media. Social media is a big distraction today. All of us here would agree that without social media you can't survive. But yes, 3 months, shut yourself from social media. Try to restrict yourself only to WhatsApp. Focus on your examination so that you get a lot of time at your disposal. Number 9, embrace technology. Tech is very important. Today we have blockchain, we have AI, we have robotic process automation. We have seen the power of AI today. Using ChatGPT, you are able to get anything and everything in split seconds. So use tech to your advantage, how best you can prepare for the examinations, absolutely important. Those days when we had to clarify, we had to go to the teacher, meet the teacher and find out, if you're not sure about something. But today with ChatGPT, Claude, you're able to download information what you require very quickly. So use tech effectively for your examinations and your training. And lastly, develop good personality skills. Personality skills are very important. Good communication, leadership skills, team building skills, all this you should build up during articleship training. And more than anything, you need to be a good team player. So friends, these are some of the things which I would like to say. And finally, be useful to society. Once you become a chartered accountant, you'll be highly respected. You can contribute something to society. See how you could make a difference by contributing to society. Finally, opportunities, plenty of opportunities within the country. You're all fortunate to be in Bangalore. Bangalore is a growing city. We have the IT companies, we have startups, we have GCC, multinational companies, public sector companies. Opportunities are there in plenty. Overseas opportunities also in the Gulf region, whether it's Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Kuwait, Australia, America, plenty of opportunities. So don't bother about the opportunities. There are plenty of opportunities for all of you. I wish you good luck. I'm very confident that all of you attending this conference would go back with a lot of value add, a lot of knowledge that you could gain from the various presentations that would take place yesterday and today. And of course, an opportunity for you to network with a lot of your friends from other firms. Wish you good luck. And I'm sure each one of you present here would be a successful chartered accountant. Thank you very much.
Firstly, thank you very much, sir. Your journey and insights beautifully remind us that success isn't merely about reaching great heights, but about continuously inspiring others to dream bigger. A round of applause, everyone. Nana, when we have someone whose dedication and excellence have earned him one of the highest constitutional offices in our judiciary, wouldn't it be such a pleasure to hear them speak?
True, Kumar. So let's hear from the master of the rule book himself, the Honorable Chief Justice C.A. Vibhu Bakru. The stage is all yours, sir.
Mr. Raghu, former president of the ICAI Appellate Authority of CA, CMA, CS. Mr. Rajesh Sharma, chairman of Mr. Gyan Chandra Mishra, vice chairman, Board of Studies, ICAI. Mr. Pramod R. Hegde, secretary. Mr. Pampana, member, SIRC of ICAI. Mrs. Kavita Parmesh, chairperson of the Bengaluru branch, SIRC. Mr. Garg, Sikasa chairman, Bengaluru branch, SIRC of ICAI. Members of the managing committee of Vidhruthi, ambitious young minds present here, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm morning to all of you. It's a privilege to be here with such an inspiring gathering of aspiring chartered accountants. Looking around this hall, I do not merely see students preparing for one of the most demanding professional journeys. I see the future guardians of financial integrity and accountability. I see professionals who will strengthen corporate governance, promote fiscal discipline, and foster trust in our financial institutions. More importantly, I see a generation that will play a vital role in building a strong and a resilient economy, laying the firm foundations upon which the vision of a Viksit Bharat will be realized. On a personal note, I would like to tell you that, just share something with you. I, of course, as a student, wanted to be a doctor, and I was very nearly into Armed Forces Medical College, but I think they insisted on a permanent commission, which my family was very against. So then I said, I'll do law, and I went to my father, who was an engineer, and he always thought, if you have to do anything in life, you have to be an engineer. So I told him I want to do law. He said, that's not right. Do you know there are no jobs in law? Those days, there was no hiring, there were no large firms. So I said, then what? He said, well, if you want to do law, you have to do CA. That's how. Those days, of course, you could give an entrance examination. Mine was the last batch in '84 that could give an entrance examination and then get into CA. I was a science student. I'd never done economics, accounts, or any of those subjects in my +2. And we're told that November 2nd, as you know, and May 2nd are the 2 dates. It is the only attempt that you could do, get into CA entrance and then do your articles thereafter. Well, that was '84, and well, that was a year actually our 2nd November exams got a little deferred. If you know, our Prime Minister got assassinated a day in advance, and this is one of the few occasions in the history that the CA exams were deferred. And they went on 31st of December and 1st of January that month, in that year. Well, that was it, and so I finished my CA and came here. It was just out of that one insistence on my family that if you want to be a lawyer, be a CA. Of course, those days, as pointed out, our pass percentages were very low. We were 2% and 5%. But perhaps one didn't, the quality of the students coming here is perhaps much higher. As you know, you get study materials that you have to study. That study materials, I think, it's very brief, but you have to master it, otherwise there's no chance of clearing an examination. And as you all know, this is an examination which one doesn't simply study and give this examination. You give this examination, you take this examination in desperation. If you're not desperate to pass, you won't clear this exam. Several years after I cleared my CA, and of course, was on my way to profession. And even if I saw the study material, it would do something to me. It's not something that you could overcome in a hurry. Well, that's my little personal take on how this examination is done. You have heard the 10-pointer from Mr. Raghu, and I think it's something that you must seriously follow. This city has been long center for innovation and intellectual excellence. Today, by hosting this convention under the assertive theme, Vidhruthi, Yes We Can, you have turned this venue into an active forum of strategic financial thought. In our foundational text, Vidhruthi signifies a state of holding together, an ordering, a vital alignment, or a structural framework that sustains stability. This concept perfectly mirrors the core mandate of chartered accountancy profession. You are the professionals who maintain the structural integrity of our economic institutions. Paired with the confident declaration, Yes We Can, this theme serves as a powerful statement of professional capacity, technical competence, and resolve. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was established by an Act of Parliament in 1949. It was just a few months, it was on 1st of July 1949. It was a few months before we adopted our constitution, that, as you know, was on 26th of November 1949. Our founding legislators recognized that building a democratic republic required an independent statutory body to preserve the nation's financial integrity. Over the past 7.5 decades, ICAI has validated that trust, evolving into the largest professional accounting body globally. As I looked through the program for this conference, I was deeply impressed by its vision and contemporary relevance. The session on artificial intelligence, AI-powered tax planning, robo-advisory services, and technology-driven compliance recognize the profound transformation taking place in the world of finance and accounting. We live in an era where artificial intelligence and automated systems are reshaping business and professional practice. Yet, while technology can process enormous volumes of data, automate routine functions, and generate sophisticated financial analysis with remarkable speed, it cannot, as of yet, replace the qualities that define a chartered accountant. It has neither a conscience nor a professional skepticism. It cannot exercise independent judgment, appreciate the ethical dimensions of commercial decisions, or assess the integrity that underpins business transactions. Technology is an indispensable professional tool, but it can never substitute human wisdom, ethical responsibility, and sound professional judgment. Your endeavor, therefore, must be to master technology rather than be mastered by it, to use innovations to enhance efficiency while relying on your intellect, integrity, and experience to provide strategic and ethical leadership. If the theme of this conference proclaims Yes We Can, let it also reflect your resolve to harness technology in building enterprises that are transparent, accountable, globally competitive, and fully compliant with the rule of law. Equally commendable is the conference's emphasis on forensic auditing and financial frauds, subjects of increasing significance in today's complex economic environment. From the perspective of the judiciary, we frequently witness the far-reaching consequences of corporate fraud, financial misconduct, and economic offenses. Such wrongdoing extends far beyond the affairs of an individual enterprise. It erodes public confidence, weakens investor trust, disturbs market stability, and undermines the credibility of our financial institutions. In these circumstances, the role of a chartered accountant assumes immense public importance. While the traditional characterization of an auditor as a watchdog rather than a bloodhound continues to hold relevance, the complexities of modern commerce demand far greater professional vigilance, analytical acumen, and technological competence. Remember that every audit report bearing your signature carries a solemn public responsibility. It is not merely a professional certification, but an assurance upon which businesses, investors, regulators, financial institutions, and even courts repose confidence. Guard that trust with unwavering integrity, for credibility of your signature remains one of the profession's greatest and the most enduring assets. The agenda of leadership currency of tomorrow, including CA to CFO, reflects the expanding role of financial professionalism. The era when a financial professional was confined to the back office bookkeeping is firmly behind us. Today, chartered accountants lead major corporations, manage investment banks, shape public economic policy, and build high-growth enterprises. The conference also rightly focuses on transfer pricing, goods and service tax, and evolving landscapes of tax litigation, subjects that lie at the intersection of commerce, governance, and the administration of justice. The introduction of the GST marked one of the most significant fiscal reforms in our country by replacing the fragmented indirect tax regime with a vision of a unified national market. Transformative reforms of this nature inevitably generate complex questions of statutory interpretation, compliance, and dispute resolution. For those of you who aspire to enter this profession, these developments open avenues of immense professional responsibility and opportunity. The effective resolution of tax disputes demands not merely technical knowledge, but clarity of thought, intellectual discipline, and a thorough understanding of the statutory principles. Chartered accountants, by virtue of their expertise in accounting standards, financial statements, taxation, transfer pricing, and intricate mechanics of commercial transactions, are uniquely positioned to make valuable contribution before the adjudicatory forums. Consider the startup ecosystem here in Bangalore. Our young entrepreneurs are driving innovation and attracting global capital. However, commercial concept can only scale into a sustainable institution if it is built on strict financial discipline, realistic valuations, and systematic compliance. Many promising enterprises fail not from lack of innovation, but because their cash flow management and compliance structures collapse. As future CAs, you will serve as a key strategic advisors to these enterprises. You will guide them on building robust investor pitches, deciding between private funding and an IPO, and evaluating the real cost of equity distribution. You will provide the stability that allows creative enterprises to navigate volatile market cycles safely. My young friends, as you progress through your practical training and academic preparations, you will absorb vast amount of technical data. You will master complex tax codes, memorize international auditing standards, and build sophisticated financial models. However, remember this fundamental rule: knowledge without character is a hazard to public interest. The preamble of the Chartered Accountants Act 1949 places great emphasis on regulation of the profession. Why? Because your independence is your primary asset. If a client pressurizes you to manipulate a financial statement or to exploit an unethical loophole to evade civic obligations, that is the moment your professional character is tested. That is the moment you must state clearly and firmly, no, we cannot. True professional success is not measured by the size of your portfolio or your wealth that you generate. It is measured by an unblemished reputation maintained across your career. Our nation is at an important juncture in economic history. India is among the fastest growing major economies in the world, driven by digital transformation, industrial expansion, and global integration. This scale of growth requires a dedicated group of ethical, skilled financial professionals to guide it securely. You are that group. The country is waiting for you to complete your training and step into the professional arena. I wish the Board of Studies, the Bengaluru branch of SICASA, and every student present a highly productive and a successful national conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and thought-provoking address. Now we have someone great who have voluntarily given their blood, so I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Chief Justice Vibhu Bakru, and our dignitaries to honor them with a certificate.
We request Red Cross President RPN Indra to come on the stage. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Also, please give a round of applause for Shreyas and Puneet for donating their blood.
Now we request our dignitaries to felicitate our renowned chief guest, Honorable Chief Justice Vibhu Bakru. The dignitaries off stage, please come on the dais.
Now we request our dignitaries to felicitate our esteemed chief guest, but not a guest of honor, CA K. Raghu.
With that, the second day of Vidhruthi, Yes We Can, has truly begun on an inspiring note.
Now, for the concluding remarks and vote of thanks, I request our Honorable Chairman of Board of Studies, CA Rajesh Sharma, to please come on dais.
Very respected Chief Justice of Karnataka High Court from Bangalore, our own chartered accountant, whom I know when he was in Delhi High Court, I can say, and since long. We are proud of you, sir, that we can call anyone, but amongst us, if there is a chief guest who is our own chartered accountant, it gives immense pleasure. और हम सब गदगद हो जाते हैं sir. That is the greatness that you have accepted, and these are the budding chartered accountants who will be becoming chartered accountant and future of the nation and profession, and they will be becoming the member of the largest accounting body. They have got your guidance. It is a great thing. Of course, K. Raghu sir, our past president, with whom I worked when I was into regional council. The whole team of branch. K. Raghuji is a person I can say, whenever we come for campus, we come for any other thing, he is the person, though it was long that he was a president, but there are few past presidents who are always associated with ICI and who always try to contribute for the profession, for the members, for the students. So he's one of them. The whole team, Kavita, and the whole team of Bangalore branch, Vinod, and the whole team of Sikasa, including the vice chairman, secretary, and all others. I was also, sir, Nikasa chairman when I started my journey in ICI. So I started my journey as a student person, And I always used to look after the works only of students. And most of the time I was into exam. So, and you all, the future of the nation. Friends, your board of studies is the one with whom you are regularly associated while doing your CA. This is the curriculum. When we create the curriculum, now we are doing the CRET. So we are fully involved in ensuring that, do all of you know about CRET? Some of you? Who all? No. Good. We review the education and training system after every 5 years. So now also we are reviewing it. And there are a lot of myths. Someone says that this course will go, this paper will go, and this paper will come. In past, I know in exam and, sorry, I forgot to mention the name of my brother Kothas, who had been an instrumental person looking after the student activity, for a person who have dedicated several years in exam. So I am always told that in past I was in exam, and in between Kotha Bhai was there, who always used to be there in exam. So again, after coming back, I was part of exam. Do anyone of you know me? I am the exam committee Rajesh Sharma. So now you all know? Now many of you will recollect. Friends, you are going to become the member of the largest accounting body of the world. And you will be. No one can stop you. Your name was given by your parents. Your surname came from forefathers. But the hard work what you are doing, you will be adding 2 letters to your name. Letter CA. Letter CA. This institute was started in the year 1949, even before the constitution came into power. Why? Because that time the lawmakers knew if there is no Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the business cannot grow, the economy cannot grow, and there are no one to take care of the economy. So that was the reason, even before the constitution came into power, the lawmakers thought to create Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in the year 1949. That time, the number of GDA members was 1,700. Raghu sir, I will correct you with the numbers. Now, the total numbers are 5,30,000 and active members are 4,75,000. So, our numbers are increasing very fast. So, whenever you go to the next session, we need to take the latest update, what is the numbers. And our student strength is more than 10 lakhs. More than 10 lakhs. That makes us the largest accounting body of the world. Previously also, I always used to say that we were the largest, because in USA, several state bodies were there, so collectively they used to count the numbers. So it was not that we were largest and we will be largest. Friends, though being in exam committee, without speaking of exam, definitely I feel that there is something missing. Who all feel that CA exams are tough? Oh, very few hands. Good. Friends, I compare a CA student. If you see a cloth in the washing machine, it seems like that. Bahar se dekho, shh. It gets rotated, it gets revolved, it gets heated up. But that comes out fresh and new, fresh and new, fresh and new. That will be you. That will be you. And check anything in this world. Without pain, nothing has happened in this thing. Whatever is constructed, किसी को काटा गया, पीटा गया, the gold you wear, उसको जलाया गलाया जाता है. The diamond को बहुत सालों तक नीचे रहना पड़ता, आग में रहना पड़ता, then it becomes diamond. Have you seen an idol in the temple? The stone is carved, then it is put as idol in the temple. Isn't it? Then it is there where everyone comes to worship. बूतो तारीफ है इनकी, तरक्की इसको कहते हैं. ना तरासे थे तो पत्थर थे, तरासे तो खुदा निकले. तो आप लोग खुदा निकलोगे. There are 2-3 things which you need to do. I will explain in my board of studies session. You need to study always from your study material. That is the most important thing. Do your training in the best way. And the third thing I can say, you need to be associated with the board of studies so that your communication skill, your soft skills, your technical skills, they get improved. Friends, one thing let me be very clear. This is the best time you are becoming chartered accountant. Sir, I also look after the campus placement. And about the campus placement, last campus, 7,500 persons qualified. And out of 7,500 persons, 5,834 registered. Others already had job and few were already going to practice. For those 5,834 persons, we had vacancy in large campus at 8,911, nearly to 9,000 for 5,800 persons. For a smaller campus, again 3,305. So 12,000 were there, only in small and larger campus. Then we do on virtual mode also. So you know the demand of chartered accountants, the way it is increasing. India has become a service hub of the whole world. Check of GCCs, check of KPOs. Your Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, lot of GCCs are coming. And this is the time India is going to lead the world. We are the largest, we are among the large economies, we are the fastest growing. India is one, we can say, which negotiates with Washington, which trades with Russia, which competes with China and builds with Japan. That is India. India is the only country in the world which is part of BRICS, and Quad was made against BRICS. It is part of Quad also. India is the only country which is a special invited to G7 and at the same time is part of SCO which was created against G7. So India is now hub of the startup nation. We have 240,000 startups and 120 unicorns. Out of this 120 unicorns, 40 are by our own chartered accountants. By our own chartered accountants. India is also a space power. We go and land to the south pole of moon. We reach Mars with the lowest cost. We are the one who launch satellite for all the neighboring small countries. We are the voice of the global south. And it is not just by saying, it is all reflected in numbers. If you check the last month's UPI transaction, it was 20 billion transaction amounting to 25 lakh crore. 25 lakh crore. Exploding digital economy. If you check about our foreign remittances, it is 135 billion US dollar last year. 135 billion US dollar. So that is the way we can say that यही समय है, सही समय है, आप CA बन रहे हैं, and definitely I can say this is the situation which we see when we go abroad, when we go to different countries. India's condition is changing. A final couplet about India, then I will be concluding. देते ना थे जो जवाब, उनके सलाम आने लगे. हमारा वक्त ऐसा बदला, हमारा वक्त ऐसा बदला कि हमारे नीम के पेड़ पे भी आम आने लगे, हमारे नीम के पेड़ पे भी आने लगे. This is the condition of India under the able leadership of Narendra Modi ji. I think in this growth story, our chartered accountants will play a great role to make India Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that energetic speech and concluding remarks.
Thank you, dignitaries, for taking time out of your busy schedule and gracing our event. With this, I request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
With this, we come to the end of our inaugural session. Thank you, dignitaries, for gracing our dais today and taking time out of your busy schedule. Now, we hand it over to the next set of MC. Please enjoy Vidhruthi Day 2.
Thank you.
It's a national conference, for God's sake.
How else can I catch their attention, guys? Guys, do I have your attention here?
Pretty sure we have their attention.
Let's quickly move on to the session then.
Swagata, Swagata. A very good morning to one and all present here. I'm Shriya,
And I am Dhruv.
and it's our honor to be here. Esteemed guests, respected faculty members, and the future leaders of our profession, it gives me immense pleasure and heartfelt joy to welcome each one of you to our National Conference of CA students with Vidhruthi, Yes We Can. Today is not just another conference. It's a celebration of ambition, resilience, and growth.
Our theme for today, Srishti, reminds us that every masterpiece, every innovation, and every success story begins inside our mind before it becomes a reality. Now, guys, before we start this session, I want you all to quickly close your eyes and let's do a small bit of visualization. So, can we all close our eyes? So, with your eyes closed, imagine this.
Wait. Guys, close your eyes. I can see a few open there.
So now if all of your eyes are closed, imagine this. It's the day that you become a chartered accountant. You scream, you jump with tears of joy rolling down from your eyes. Your family is filled with pride. Now with that exact moment, ask yourself this one exact question. What is that one habit, one mindset, or one value which will help you create the future that you just imagined?
Open your eyes. If you have a pen or on your phone, quickly write down the thought that you just had in your head. Every chartered accountant is created long before the degree is earned, not just through books and exams, but through discipline, resilience, values, and the choices that we make every single day. To guide us on this foundational journey, we have someone with us who has inspired and mentored thousands of aspiring chartered accountants across the country.
He is an alumni of EY India and has mentored over thousands of finance professionals across the country. He has completely transformed how CS navigate through corporate leadership and upskilling. It is our distinct privilege to welcome CS Shivam Palan sir for an inspiring skill-up session titled
Leading Beyond Numbers, Values, Mindsets, and Empowering Routines of CA Students. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for CA Shivam Palan sir.
I now request CA Kavita Parameshwar ma'am to escort the CA Shivam Palan sir. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, now I request you to take over the stage. The stage is all yours.
Knowing the energy. Let's check the energy. We have 3 different rows, row 1, row 2, and row 3. Before we start in, we'll have a small energy check with all of you. Right, I'll ask, how is the Josh on the row number 1? What do you have to say? Chalo, that's great. Then row 2 and row 3. Let's see which row wins. Okay? Chalo, great. Row number 1, just be ready. How is the Josh? Oh my God, that's nice. Let's go to row number 2. Come on, guys. How is the Josh? Oh. Chalo, let's check row number 3. How is the Josh? Who's the winner? 3, 2, 1. All of you guys. Chalo, but great. It's good to have all of you here, and Bangalore is my lucky city, I would say it out, because I started my corporate life from Bangalore itself. Right after I became a CA, the first city I came was Bangalore. Right, I still remember staying in HSR and traveling with. That time we used to have a Yulu and all. Right, I don't know if it's still there or not, but yes. So today's session is very interesting. It's something regarding beyond the numbers, how you can leverage the numbers out. Beyond the numbers, how you can think. And I am going to be telling out how you can leverage the stories which is there. If you can put the PPT on the screen, it would be nice. I think who has the same? Or you need the same, I can just forward you again. Boola. Okay, chalo great. So meanwhile, this gets started. I just want to know that how many of you here, those who are here, are RCB fan? Oh my God, sorry, wrong question. Wrong question. Everybody is like, oh, I am the one. And RCB winning twice a year, how was the feeling? Awesome, right? That was awesome. Now, why I talked about the same? Why I talked about RCB and why I was speaking about the same? And the time I started talking about it, few people started mesmerizing. Oh, RCB, Virat Kohli, my fan. What happened? Everybody started breaking it down. They started doing an ice break. Bro, this is a guy whom I like, right? When I talk about RCB, the one person comes to your head is Virat Kohli. Yeah, a lot of people have a still crush on him. By the way, he's married. Okay, with some kids. Okay, so jokes apart, but yes, what I was trying to do, I was going beyond the numbers. I was trying to find out something common between the people out so that you guys can do a short ice break. And that is what I'm going to be teaching you out, how you can leverage the stories to connect with people, to talk to people and interact, and how you can go beyond the numbers in interviews also so that you can crack your interviews very easily. So I'm coming from the background where I help the people get placed and trained into multiple companies out. I've helped more than 18,000 people to get placed into different companies and the company you name. So in this session for next 30-35 minutes, I'm going to be telling you out how do you use that numbers or how do you use the art of a storytelling so that you can get into the best companies of the world around. Right, whatever you feel like is important, on the screen you can just have a snapshot of the same. It is, trust me, it's going to be helping you out. Okay, great. I think meanwhile the deck is ready. Acha, it's there. You want me to go there? So I'll just tell you what you have to do. Just see on the screen. There's a diagram which everybody can see it out here. Okay, I'll ask you some simple questions. You have to answer it loud. Let's see who can answer it. The first question is very simple. How do you divide the blue box into two equal parts? Diagonal. That's correct. Chalo, great. Okay. No, yeah. The next is, how do you divide the green into three equal parts? Square. Chalo, that's great. No, it's fine. I'll be happy to use this out. Bang on. Now the tough one is coming. Let's see who can answer it. How do you divide the red into four equal parts? Red into four equal parts. Triangle? No. Hey, ChatGPT. Help me divide. Okay. Yes, brother, you are very excited. Boola. Okay. Chalo, great. I'll just show you what you have to do. Now see, this is very interesting. Oh. And the beauty is, the answer was in the question itself. The only thing is that you have to rotate your head 180 degree. Did you got it? Anyone got it? Raise of your hands who got the same. Yeah. It was in the question itself, and that is what a perspective is all about. You have to go beyond the numbers many a times because we guys are good at numbers. But at the end of the day, when you're sitting in interviews or your journey or you're starting your practice, going for articleship, going for industrial training, what we have to tell is a story. And that goes beyond the numbers. Okay. Now going to the last one. This is a tough one. Let's see, can you crack this or not? How do you divide the yellow into 6 equal parts? Hey, that was easy, bro. Chalo, theek hai. Yeah, that was the simplest one. Now, anyone remembers the Pythagoras theorem? Oh yeah, all the toppers in the house. Huh? One guy sitting out there started showing a derivation like this. See, this was hypotenuse. Ah ha ha ha. Right, but few of you there started thinking, what was Pythagoras? Agree, right? Few of you started scratching your head. What is Pythagoras? Oh my God, I've forgotten that guy. Right, but yes, the time I say, do you remember? Oh, we have been kind enough to taught this, right? We remember stories. We remember the story of fox. Yes, and we also remember the story of crow and water. Yes, someone is very excited here. Yeah. Why do you remembering this? Because people remember stories. Please understand it out. And in interviews, in your journey, you have to sell by telling the stories. Okay, so let's learn this out, how we can do the same, which is there. So let's assume after the session is over, everybody got excited and you're very happy that the conference went really well. So after the session is over, you went outside. Outside there you find out 2 different beggars. The first beggar was sitting out there saying that, bro, I am blind, please help. How many of you will give a money to him? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 of them thinking. Okay, the second guy sitting out there, he's saying, it's a beautiful day and I can't see it. How many of you will give a money to him? Quite more. There are third category of student. Why do you have to give a money? He can walk, he can talk. Chalo, but given a choice, you would have given a money to the second guy most probably because the story is nice. Now, let us understand the rule of 3 seconds which work very nicely. Right, and this is very famous in the rule of marketing also, which I am just giving out in a second. It's all about how do you pitch yourself in 3 seconds to someone. 3 seconds mein how you can sell someone. And that is a rule of 3 seconds which I'll just show you through some billboards or signboards. It is a bit of a Hindi, but I hope you will be able to understand it out. This was very famous few days back. Yeah, दूध मांगोगे दूध मिलेगा, खीर मांगोगे खीर मिलेगा. There are very famous signboards. You must have seen this out, right? What is this? It's a marketing technique to sell it in 3 seconds. You can read it within 3 seconds. Right? Some of them are tough one. This, many of you will not able to understand it out, but let's see. This is a very, okay, few of you got the joke. Okay. And this was also very famous. Right? Anna was there, he's saying, with you soon, when he wanted to launch a TV channel. And the lady on next to her says that, oh, I have already reached. So what is this? These are the marketing gimmick which people have used it out in their journey. Now what we are going to be learning from this is of course how we can use this out in our journey so that we can leverage this art of a storytelling. Okay. Now what is storytelling? Storytelling is told in 3 simple words. Truth well told. You have to say the truth, but in such a manner that other person start believing that, oh, he is the one. Let me give you an example. Let's say after the conference get over, right, you meet someone or during a conference, you meet someone, someone asks you, bro, what you're doing? So someone says, bro, I'm doing an articleship. He says, from where? He'll say, from some small firm here only. What you're doing? You're marketing and presenting yourself in a very bad manner. Please understand, no firm is a small firm. All the firms are leading firm, renowned firm, well-known firm, boutique firm, oldest firm of Bangalore. What is this? It's a story. Because people love listening stories, and when you downgrade yourself, people don't love it out. Let's assume after the session get over, now you are in your home, right? Let me just tell you some principles of storytelling, but before I tell the principles, right? You're going to your home and your mom calls you saying that, beta, the detergent powder of our home is finished. Okay? Now you're going to a shopping mall, you tell me which detergent powder you will pick. Surf Excel. Daag अच्छे हैं. Okay. Now you guys tell me, why do you pick Surf Excel over Ultra Unique? Brand? Okay, that is one of the reason. Any other reason? Sorry? Eye catchy. Oh my God. Okay. Yes. in last conferences when I showed this out, yesterday I was in Vadodara, so one guy said the taste is very nice. I asked him, you tasted the Surf Excel? And we used to taste a chalk in our school days. I don't know you remember it or not. I said like, I still taste it. Then I said, just be careful, he might taste chair and table also. Chalo, great. What else other than a brand? Marketing is good. Yeah, what else? Sorry? Price is higher, bro. Huh? Packaging, okay. Sorry? Acha, maa ka bharosa. Oh my God. He's saying my mom trusts so much on Surf Excel than me. Okay, chalo, great. Now let us see the 5 reasons why you chose Surf Excel over other product. You chose it because it has a brand. Now hear me out very carefully. When you're choosing a product, you're talking about a brand. When I asked you to spend 50 rupees, you're saying we need a brand. Don't you think so when you're going to be going in interviews or in companies, the companies will see, do you have a brand in your CV or not? Right? Okay, then if you have to spend 50 rupees, you're talking about a brand. Interviewer is going to be spending 1 lakh rupees to hire you in a month, minimum. So they are going to be looking for a brand in your resume. Number 2, what you need is a quality work. A lot of people believe that if I have a brand, I'll get a great work. No, it has to be a brand with a good quality work. And many times, if you have a good quality work, people will be happy to take you. I've seen this in my journey. I've seen a lot of my students, even those who have got a rank, have not got into good companies because they did not have a quality work. And also I've seen some people who have not got a rank, still they have done a quality work. Companies are ready to pay them higher salary. One very interesting fact, one of my students, he got into BlackRock. BlackRock is a company which pays a 24 lakh package, which is there. He's coming from a tier 2 articleship firm. But what he had in his resume is something, is a quality work. One thing which I want everybody to take it out here from today's session. You know what, I being a part of, I am Indore, right? So I did my FDB from there. And I'm also alumni if I am Indore. So when I went there, the first thing what I observed there in the B school guys, the first thing what they do, they come to a college. What do you think? The first thing they do when come to a college is they prepare their resume. If I ask you the same question, when was the last time you prepared your resume? Articleship mein you copied someone's resume. Cheating? Agree, in articleship we ask your friend, bro, give me some resume, na? I have to update it. I'll use it. It's okay if I copy your resume. That is what we have done. But you know what? Ask yourself a question and see your resume where it is today. Do simple task. And just do one thing and say to yourself, bro, today whatever resume I have, the same resume did not to be there after 2 days. And what is something I can bring it out in my resume other than the articleship experience? Or articleship experience is not in your control many a times. Agree, right? Articleship experience is dependent on multiple factors. But what is in your control is your resume. You can bring out the skills, you can bring out the quality work which is there. Of course, number 3, it's all about packaging. How do you package your things? That is resume. Number 4, how do you market yourself? That is on LinkedIn. We'll talk about it. And last, have you used it before? And that is called as a reference. Just he was saying, na, maa ka kya pyar hai. Bharosa, right? So that is a reference which is there, right? Okay. Now with this, let us learn the 9 different principles which is going to be helping you out to reach out your journey. Right? If you want to jot it down, please jot it down, because otherwise you'll forget it out after some point of time. Trust me, this 9 philosophies and principles will change your game altogether. And this will make you successful in this journey. The first principle to accomplish your goal is very simple and important, and that is you need a one right reference to get into one right companies. Right? So let us assume that, okay. Let us assume that, udhar nahi hai beta, upar hai. They are top on the first floor. They are talking. There's somewhere where the people are talking. I can't find them. Okay, chalo, great. Anyways, so the first principle is you need a one right reference to get into one right company. But the problem is to get a one right reference, you need to reach out to 100. When you reach out to 100, 10 will reply, we need 1. That applies everywhere. Guys, understand it better. It was a joke. Okay. But what I am trying to tell you out that You need a one right reference to get into one right company. Now the question is, how do you get a reference? This is very important. Right? Who is the right reference? Note it down, very important. First, a person who's active. Active means, how do you check someone is active? Let's say someone is posting a post on LinkedIn. You see here, he has done some activity, has liked some post. That is an active person. Number two, a person who is senior. Senior as in, right, have 5+ years of experience. Number three, a person who can push your CV. Number four, a person from a same city and same domain. That is a right reference. Now from today onwards, I would say it out. Start finding out references. Do you need a references today? No, you will need it after 2 years or 3 years or 1 year. Agree? But what if I start finding it out from today? The day you become a CA, you don't have to search anyone. Are we getting it? That is something we are going beyond the numbers. We are thinking, hey, bro, how I can leverage my journey faster? And that is through references. Life become very easy. Number two, emotion always works. Talk and connect with the people's emotion. You should try to connect with people's emotion. Now, let me tell you how do you connect with the emotion, and that is a very interesting story. So how do you connect with the emotion of people? You have to find out common between two people. Let's say today I'm here. At the start, I don't know how many of you were able to hear my story. I was trying to connect with emotions with you guys. How? I told you that I have started my journey from Bangalore. So people feel, oh, he was in HSR. So a lot of people know HSR area, they nodded their head like, ah. Right? So what I did, I started connecting with emotion by finding out something common. Right? You don't have to find a kid common between two people. Out. Kid was just a photo which I put it. But yes, you know, so you have to find out something common between two people out. Now how you can find out something common and what all things can be a common? It can be a name, place, animal thing. Any dog lovers in the house? Oh my God, a lot of people love dogs. That's nice. You can have a good conversation. The person sitting next to him, like, oh, you also love dogs. Chalo, nice. But yeah, you can start with a name, place, animal thing. That's going to be a good ice break, which is there. Number two, food, right? What can be more common thing than this? Right? Everybody love food. You can talk about the same. Movies. You know? Yeah, a lot of people have watched Suits, movies. Pushpa, jukega nahi. Yeah. You must have seen Pushpa and all, right? You did not saw Pushpa movie? Nowadays, this is very famous. Huh? Yeah. okay, control. Now I can relate you guys. Now everybody started hooting it out. What is this? Something common. Now you feel, oh, this guy also watched Latent. I also watched Latent. What is this? Commonness. Next, sports. Oh. I can feel the energy now. What is this? I started building out commonness. Right? A lot of people have seen both of the guys on the screen, and it was really nice to see RCB winning back to back. Hopefully they win third 3 times, right? Hat-trick ho jayega. Hai na? Chalo, great. So that is there. And number 4, of course, one more area through which you can connect. No books. I know. Okay. What I'm doing, I'm connecting with the emotion of people. Right? Yes. So that is there. Next, number 3. First was reference. Second with connect with the emotions. Third, very important, please play focus on the screen. You have to tell to someone why you're different than others. Right? And that is where your journey starts. Now, how do you tell someone that you're different from others? Very interesting story. Few days back, Narayan Murthy ji realized that a lot of people are using business class to travel in their company, and it is shooting their expenses in the P&L. What he decided to do, he decided to book a economic class ticket in Indigo Airlines, and he traveled using that. What he was doing, he was trying to show that I am different from others. Question comes is what I can do in my journey for interviews to show I am different from others. Now, there's something which I called as combination of 3 things which will make you differentiate. First is resume. I told you, resume mein articleship experience is going to be there. What will differentiate you from other is the concept called as a spike. Spikes means unexceptional work done in a journey is called as a spike. In short, if we say what you have different from others, Everybody will have a same CV. Everybody have written GST. Everybody has written compliance. ITR written filing. Question is, what I have different from others? If you have that answer, you will be easily able to sell it out in a next 2 years or 1 year in your CA journey or whenever you're setting it out. I say one very simple thing. In interviews, ranker sell rank. He says, I'm a ranker. First attempt or Big 4 article will say, I am selling from Big 4, I am come done an industrial training. Right? Now the question is, what you will sell. The day you get your answer, trust me, you will be able to skyrocket your journey. That is what you have to start thinking, guys. You can sell your skills also. Sir, I have learned and made an automation in a VBA code end to end. That's a very good skill. I can save 3 hours every day where I've learned XYZ thing. IC has been doing a great initiative for you guys. A lot of events are happening in. See, when this event is happening in, why can't you participate in some conferences, be a paper presenter? That brings your spikes on the CV. But you have to start doing it. That is what you have to understand. Number 2 comes a cover letter. Cover letter is nothing but what? It's talk about three things. Why this company, why this domain, why you. So it is nothing but what? A proof of work. Let's say if I have to hire a website developer, I'll hire like this only? No, I'll check his proof of work. Does he know how to create a website or not? In a similar way, we prepare a good cover letters when you're going into some niche profiles. And of course, a good email is something which is important. Okay, that is number 3. Number 4th, create a bond, nurture it, convert it. That is something you have to learn the art of the same. And a few people are able to understand the memes, those who are watching the movies. Okay. A few people, those who don't watch movies, extremely sorry, right? But yeah. Now, rule says you have to understand the art of a person nodding a head. Now, let's say, how do you get to know that the person is indulged into conversation? Let me tell you a very interesting story. Do you remember your childhood days when you were a small kid, right? You used to enjoy your summer vacations a lot. And your mom always used to say one thing, complete your homework, beta. Yes, used to happen, your school teacher has not been kind enough to leave you alone. So she always gives you summer vacation homework, right? And after the summer vacation get over, we were excited for 1 or 2 things. We used to get some good new books, and I still love the smell. And used to get a new school bag, new sharpener, pencil, eraser. You love it out, right? That was a good days. And then you used to go to school. After you go to school, you were very excited to come home because you love watching television that days. Yeah, we used to have one common TV at our home and we used to watch some cartoons, right? You guys watch cartoon in your childhood days? Chota Bheem, okay. Doraemon, okay. Shinchan and Mr. Bean, okay. This guy sitting out here is saying Sonpari. Okay, Sonpari is one of the channel. Okay, any other cartoon you watch? Popeye the Sailor Man, Tom and Jerry, right? A lot of cartoons we used to watch it out, Beyblade and whatnot, right? So we used to enjoy that till the time it was 8:30. Why? Because at 8:30 your mom and dadi used to come and says, give me this TV remote. Enough is enough. Now I have to watch some serial. Balika Vadhu and Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahuti and whatnot, they used to watch it out. Used to happen. She's saying, Dadi ji has to watch Doraemon. Bye. Okay. So what I did, I just indulged everybody into stories. And everybody started nodding ahead. Now in a similar way, I can also indulge the people into stories in my interviews by finding out something common. It can be a same city, it can be same place, it can be same journey, or it can be sometimes the same marks in C exams. I scored 40 in audit. Anybody scored 40 can share the feeling, right? How do you feel when you score 40 and you're a pass? It's a best feeling than a ranker. Okay, I scored 40 and cleared it out. Yeah. Next, number 5th, speak something what other has to listen. That is very, very important. Right? You have to learn and speak what other has to hear. Now, let me just give you a short example. Let's say many a times you become a chartered accountant, right? And you start sending a messages to people, hi, please give me a job. That is a wrong way to do message someone. When you are connecting and becoming a chartered accountant, you have to message like this, right? Just like you have to find out a concept called as a VFI principle. VFI means What's in there for you? Right? Why would someone reply to you? So if you see the first message on the screen, it says that, sir, I'm looking for a job in a forensic audit and I have an experience in forensic audit. So that makes a person feel connected. Instead of just saying, sir, I'm a CA, please give me a job in forensic audit. No. What you have to say? Connect. And that is what the next principle was all about. Speak something what other has to hear. Okay. Going to the number 6. Numbers build trust. Very, very important. I don't know how many of you heard my introduction or not, but in introduction, they said our sir has trained and placed more than 18,000 CAs. What was that? Numbers. When you throw numbers, it builds trust. I have done more than 150 plus tax audits. Oh, nice. My firm has 6 branches. Oh, looks like big firm. Right? What I'm throwing? Numbers. Our firm has more than 200 clienteles. Thought process starts. Oh, numbers. So when you're sitting in interviews or in your journey, what you have to throw is numbers. That is number 6th. Number 7th, right? 2 more principles, which is there. We have 9 principles. 7th one. See the person's future value. I would be happy if you can just see people sitting next to you on the left and right, please. Just see it out. Who is on your left? Who's on your right? Okay, very good, very good. That person is looking into the eyes of a guy. Wow. He is also looking. Acha, chalo, great. Jokes apart, but yes. The person sitting next to you are the future CFOs or CEOs, those who are going to be doing great thing in their life. Do you agree or not? Are you yes or no? Few people, those who are not saying yes, and person sitting next to you, don't you agree that I'll do big thing in my life? Yeah, but the person sitting next to you is going to be doing something great in their life. But the problem is, many a times, we don't network in that way. One mistake which I've seen people do in the conferences, they are always in their shell. They'll be always in the circle of 4 people. Don't make this mistake. You are here to make 2 new friends. Take this out. Number 2, one strategy I'll tell you. When you're here, click a lot of pictures. Why? Click a picture with your friend, click a picture who is sitting next to you, provided they allow you, right? Why I'm telling you? Because, do you remember, whenever you see your childhood photos, you feel nice? अच्छा लगता नहीं? Gully, cutie pie. You feel nice. Let's imagine I am sitting next to someone. I know that this person is going to be doing great thing in their life. But what if I want to connect with that person again? Can I just send him, hey bro, you are a CFO of a company. Please give me the audit of your company. No. What you can do? Ice break. Create a bond, nurture it, convert it. You send a picture. You're saying that, hey, I was scrolling a phone, just got this picture. Thought of sharing with you. He did not know we are sharing it for the audit work. That's a strategy, bro. What I'm trying to tell you is, when you're here, meet new people. Those who are your friends, already you're going to be meeting out. Click pictures, send it to them after 10 years. And this is for sure, since you're here, everybody is going to be doing a great work. And the rule is very simple, because if you are not doing it, someone else will do. Yeah, that's a rule of life. People and opportunities will not wait for you. Trust me, ICI Bangalore has taken a lot of efforts to bring all of you here, and that is a very tough task to bring all of you together. It was not easy. But how do you leverage this time? And that is very important. And with this comes the last principle, and that is you have to build your brand. See, at the end of a day, what sells is the brand. Understand this. And if you don't have a brand, people will not be happy to recognize you also many a times. Just giving a small example. How many of you know this guy? Anyone? In one session, some guy shouted it out, remove your specs. This is you. No, it's not me. Okay. How many of you know this guy? Oh. Oh. Have you heard of a company called as a Noise? Everybody heard of the company called as Noise, sorry. But many of you don't know the founder's name also. In fact, Fates also. What is this? Brand. Your brand has to be built it out. Please understand, when there are hiring happening for 2 CFOs, at some point of time, no one cares about your attempt, no one cares about what you have done. They cares about how good network you have, how better references you can bring, and do you have a brand. If I hire you in my company, will my company get an edge or not? That is what people look for. So understand these things before it is late. Because now is the time to connect and meet new people. Because everybody sitting out here are going to be doing a great work in their life. But the only problem is you have to understand that why you're here. Also, you're here to meet new people, enjoy food, enjoy a lot of stuff, but don't forget to make some good friends. Right? With this very interesting story on a brand building, right? A lot of people can relate it out. Fair and Lovely branded itself so much that guys started putting Fair and Lovely. And they have to launch this. Men's Fair and Lovely. That is the art of a brand building which is there. Chalo, last, before I close, I told you the story of hiring of our 2 CFOs. So I'm assuming that whatever the 9 principles I have told you in the last 20-25 minutes, you guys are going to be following that. Yes or no? Okay. Chalo, great. Hopefully, I'm assuming that you guys are going to be following that. So since you are going to be following that, so I will stop myself here, right? Because you guys are convinced that you guys are going to be following that out here. But before I move forward, one quote, I would quote it out before I close, and this is my favorite quote. If you'll understand this quote, you can give a round of applause. After you understood it, not before, right? So once you understood it out, you can just give a round of applause if you understood it well. I say it out, hear me out very clearly. The quote says, network is supposed to be built, hear me out clearly. Network is supposed to be built when you don't need it, because the time you need it, you didn't need to network it. Right? If I say it in Hindi, इसको कहते हैं कि नेटवर्किंग तब करो जब गरज नहीं है, क्योंकि जब गरज पड़ेगी तब नेटवर्क ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. Right? So find out a good network, connect with the people out, and remember the rule, start early, practice enough, get guidance, stay consistent, and become unstoppable, guys. Right? So that's all my time. Really happy to meet all of you guys, which is there. You can connect with me if you want to do it. Really, really thank you to entire Bangalore team for hosting me out. And it was a great pleasure meeting you out early in the morning with a lot of energy you're carrying in. Really thank you once again. Yeah. I also want to make a small memory of Bangalore, because Bangalore has been very close to me. Right? Can I click a short video for 30 seconds? Yeah. So I'll say I'm in the Bangalore conference, right? And then I say it out. Kya bolti public is my patented word which I say. Kya bolti public. So you have to say, yeah, you have to shout it loud. Okay? Done. Right? You have to shout it loud, whatever you have to do it. Okay? So let me just say it out. So guys, हम यहाँ Bangalore conference में आए हैं और सुनते हैं क्या बोलती public? 3 cheers for ICI. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. A round of applause for all of you guys. Really thank you for being wonderful audience. Right? And 1 cheer for RCB. Chalo. Thank you guys. Thank you. That was nice.
Thank you, sir, for such an inspiring session. Your words have given us a fresh perspective on not just becoming a better professional today, but also better individuals.
Now I request CA Shri Raksha ma'am, co-opted member of Sikasa Bangalore, to give a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a huge round of applause for CA Shivam Palan sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Call upon Chaya to deliver the vote of thanks.
How many of you are going back today with at least one mindset that you are going to implement from this session? Please raise your hands. Yeah. I think that response itself is a great way of showing our gratitude towards our speaker. On behalf of the entire Vidhruthi team, I extend my heartful grateful to Shivam Palan sir for delivering such an insightful session. Sir, your session reminded us that success in the CA journey is built not just on knowledge, but also on values, discipline, and the right mindset. Your practical insights and relatable experiences have truly inspired all of us. Thank you, sir, for your valuable time, your energy, and for motivating every student present here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give CA Shubham Palan sir another big round of applause. Thank you, everyone.
Tell me, Dhruv, After starting your articleship, which all places have you traveled to?
Travel during articleship? Shreya, some days even reaching home felt like a national achievement. Isn't it, guys?
Well, I've traveled to Mumbai, Delhi, Ahmedabad, Hyderabad.
Wait a minute. Who are you? Are you doing articleship or some kind of travel vlog here? What's the secret?
The opportunity many CA students have heard, but very less have explored. Paper presentation at CA Students Conference.
Ah, that makes sense. And for everyone wondering what paper presentations are, they are one of the best platforms given to CA students to go beyond books.
Students select a professional topic, conduct detailed research, prepare a technical paper with their analysis, ideas, and solutions. And the best paper gets selected for presentation at regional and national conferences.
It helps us develop research skills, technical understanding, communication abilities, and most importantly, the confidence to express our perspective in front of thousands of students. All right, audience. Now, before we move on to the next session, it's time for a quick rapid fire round. So, are you guys excited for a quick rapid fire? Now, I want you all to give me one-word answers to whatever the questions which we will be asking. I want you all to give one-word answer and don't think. You have to give it as quick as you can. Are you guys ready? Keep that exact same speed. Now imagine you are running a marathon. You put in a massive sprint and overtake the person who is in the second place. So what place are you in now? Hey, I guess the audience are very intelligent today. A big round of applause to all of you guys.
Now, it's time to step out of the archives and walk straight into the real-world engine room of the Indian economy. Welcome to the world of indirect tax.
GST. The law and notification changes faster than the Bangalore weather.
Exactly. It helps us to keep young and agile. While Team DT is still calculating last year's depreciation, GST has already run 10 million automated compliance across the country today. And to preside over the hyperdynamic legal segment, it's my absolute honor to introduce our session chairman.
He is a true powerhouse in the indirect tax regime. He is a renowned faculty on GST with the ICAI and has been a speaker at various seminars organized by the ICAI at various branches across the country. He has played a key role in the knowledge development initiatives, contributing to the background material on GST law published by the ICAI.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome a true master of the legal arena. Please put your hands together for our session chairman, CA Kuber Hundekar, sir. I request Sri Raksha ma'am, co-opted member of Sikasa Bengaluru, to kindly escort the session chairman to the dais and present the book bouquet.
A round of applause, guys. It is a true privilege to have you among us, sir. I would also like to invite our paper presenters for this session, Namrata Jadeja and Vani Goyal, to kindly join us on the dais. Let's cheer them up, guys.
I request Sri Raksha to present a bouquet to them, please.
Now I'd like to call Sri Raksha to present a flower bouquet to our paper presenters.
Before our paper presenters come out, let's do a quick honesty check. By show of hands, how many of you here have ever looked at the GST portal glitch on the 20th of the month and thought, my patience is being tested way more than the conceptual knowledge.
Yes, guys. The fast-paced knowledge, the fast-paced evolution, and the massive backlog of legal disputes are exactly why India needs a dedicated tribunal. Now, to decode this evolution, let's welcome our next paper presenter onto the stage. She is a CA finalist, currently pursuing her articleship with Felix Advisory, Gurugram, specializing in the field of indirect taxation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our first paper presenter for the day, Vani Goyal.
Hi, good morning, boys and girls. It's my privilege to be here among the students who are pursuing their chartered accountancy. I thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Board of Studies ICAI, and Bangalore branch, and Sikasa for giving me this opportunity to share views along with two young speakers. After this inspiring and electrifying session, now it's time to go back to the studies. Now the time is for GST. At the outset, I extend my deep sense of gratitude to my mentor, Sri S. Venkataramani, who has been my mentor throughout my career.
Hello.
Before Vani starts her presentation, I thought let me set the tone. So what is the date today? What is the date today? 11th. So how many of you are practicing in GST in your articleship period? So you students are handling GST compliances? So how relevant is today? So 11th is the due date for filing GSTR 1. So I hope you are done with your compliances. So filing GSTR 1, filing GSTR 3B, how many of us have made certain mistakes and inadvertent errors in filing the GSTR 1 and GSTR 3Bs? So there will be certain mistakes and errors. So what do we say? What do we say? Whatever we file is right, whether it matches with the books of accounts or not. That's how we do it, right? That's how it happens, right? But what happens if there is a mistake or if there is an error in the return? What happens? How to correct it? What are the consequences? So it will be a potential issue which will be identified either in the scrutiny or in the audit or in some other proceedings conducted by the department. So with this small introduction, I now request Vani Goyal to take over the session. So today's session is mainly about litigation, how the litigation has evolved in the GST, what is the need for Goods and Services Tax Appellate Tribunal, and what are the procedures that needs to be followed while we represent the matter before the Goods and Service Tax Appellate Tribunal. So the format of the session will be, Vani Goyal will be taking up the presentation on evolution of litigation under GST, and then procedures will be, presentation will be made by Namrata. After that, I will try to fill up the gaps if anything these two young speakers have left. So with this, I'll just request Vani to take over the session.
3, 2, 1, go. Namaskara, Bangalore! Come on, guys, make some noise! Warm regards to respected dignitaries and each and every one of you present in this Jagjeevan Ram Bhavan. I am Vani Goyal, a CA finalist, currently pursuing my articleship from Felix Advisory, Gurgaon, in the ever-dynamic world of indirect taxation. And today I stand here before you all to present my paper on evolution of GST litigation and need for GSTAT. And before we all get lost in sections, provisions, and 100 reasons why we needed GSTAT, I want you to come to a time travel with me. Are you guys ready? Sure? Come on, make some noise. So we are going back in 2017, good times, right? So most of us in this room are what, 13, 14 years old, and the biggest problem in our life was to complete homework before Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma began. How many of you have watched it? Okay, Bangalore also does watch Tarak Mehta.
So happening was what? We were doing homework, right? And the government was doing tax reforms. We were probably sleeping, mid-dreaming about getting paid in crores for one signature, and then the GST was launched. One nation, one tax. One single tax to replace 17 other levies. Well, happened what? Was we were doing homework, government was doing tax reforms. We both were equally unaware of what next 9 years had in store for us. Because between that midnight launch and today, GST has witnessed many, many problems. Countless disputes, conflicting interpretations, and one nation, one tax became one nation, 25 high courts, and a tribunal that took 8 years to show up. So, we'll be covering this in phases. Coming to phase 1, the transition phase. Okay, raise your hands if you have seen the reels of transition where someone does a finger snap and in a cut they have gone from pajamas to aesthetic outfits. Have you guys seen it? Okay, same was happening with GST. 17 taxes and boom, you have GST there. Except nobody told the taxpayers, nobody told the portal, nobody told the officers. Statewide officers who have spent entire careers dealing in Section C forms and state-specific exemptions were expected to administer a destination-based GST law with concepts like ITC matching and reverse charge mechanism. Portal did not do any better. Well, the Chan 1, Chan 2 forms, the forms meant to carry forward the pre-GST credit, crashed repeatedly within 90 days deadline. Well, every crashed portal, every denied credit became a writ petition in High Court, and that's how India was flooded with GST cases even before completing its first year. Then, again, fast forward a few years, the portal has slightly done better. Now, there were no glitches, I would say, but there was a villain entered. GSTR 2A versus GSTR 3B. How many of you have reconciled GSTR 2A 3B? I guess everyone has. Well, for anyone not living and breathing GST every day, GSTR 2A is an auto-drafted statement of inward supplies, and GSTR 3B is a statement which is filed by you. In a perfect world, they should match, except in GST world, they don't. Why? Because suppliers sometimes file incorrect, sometimes files late, and sometimes do not even care to file. And happened what? Was this one mismatch came to represent 40 to 50% of GST litigation in India. This one mismatch. Then other reasons for litigation were ambiguous provisions. Well, Section 16 and Section 17. The guiding provisions for ITC compliance were drafted in a language even seasoned GST practitioners needed a second read of. Take, for example, Section 17, Section 5, Clause D. Input credit is blocked on construction of immovable property, except plant and machinery. Sounds simple, right? Well, guess what? The apex court of India's Honorable Supreme Court had to come and explain this one single line. And that's how we got our legendary case, Safari Retreats. Second example, place of supply provisions. Well, place of supply provisions was so ambiguous that a transaction could attract tax in 2 different states. Third, the contradictory circulars. Well, circulars which were meant to clarify started contradicting the only sections which they were trying to clarify. So, fast forward a few years again. Now, we had different types of issues. First was classification issues. Whether a transaction is composite supply or mixed supply. Sounds simple, right? क्या हो जाएगा अगर composite की जगह mixed हो गया? Well, one wrong classification and the entire tax rate and system changes. Second, conflicting advance rulings. Well, the same transactions filed in 2 different advance ruling states had same question but 2 different answers. Questions like whether the employees moved between group companies, is that a manpower service or internal secondment? Can anyone answer? If we are transferring the employees to some other company of our own, is that a manpower service or internal deployment? It's not. Then coming to ITC on construction. Can a business claim input tax credit on building its own commercial property? That's how we got Safari Retreats. Then whether online gaming is a game of chance or a game of skill. It will be taxed accordingly. Well, these were the questions. So many questions. And from beginning, there was supposed to be a tribunal. GSTAT, a second appellate tribunal. Notified in 2017, first president appointed in May 2024, and inaugurated in September 2025, first actual hearing happened 4 months back in February 2026. 9 years. 9 years between statutory promise and functional reality. Well, that's India for you. Then, now, every GST case, however small or big, 50 lakh or 50 crore, simple or complex, legal or factual, had only one route left. High courts. Think about what were we asking these courts. The same court that on Monday was dealing with criminal appeals, on Tuesday was dealing with Samarana, India's got latent controversy. On Wednesday was expected to reconcile GSTR 2A, GSTR 3B. A fundamental constitutional court, which were meant for fundamental rights, is drowning in reconciliations of GSTR 2A and GSTR 3B. Can you imagine that? Now, litigation multiplied 30 times in 2 years. Mid-2023, we had around 14,227 appeals. By the time GSTAT opened, there were 4 lakh cases pending, nowhere to go. Now, you all might say, okay, Vani, there were so many cases, but why do we need GSTAT? Why just not more high court benches or more judges? Well, I have 4 reasons, and they are not small ones. First is consistency. Well, when two GSTAT benches disagree on a same topic, it is referred to a larger bench to settle it nationally. With high courts, you do not have such mechanism. The region which high court orders, the same rule you have to follow. Then comes the expertise. Well, benches pair judicial members with technical members, career IRS and tax officers who are much more well-versed with tax provisions than the GST judges. Then, third point is access and cost. Well, a specialized forum pairs taxpayer with substantial procedural and professional costs. So, assessing GSTAT tribunal is much more cheaper than that of High Court. Fourth, faster and focused justice. Well, a dedicated tribunal streamlines procedures, reduces pendency, and delivers fast. Now, coming to these are the people you might find inside that you will find in the tribunal. First is president. President is a Supreme Court retired judge, and it can be a High Court Chief Justice. Second, there are 2 judicial members. They are appointed with consultation with Chief Justice of India. They are independent, uncompromised. Then you have 2 technical members, one from center, one from state. And do you know what does this GST tribunal composition comprises of? Is what we lack in our life. It have balance between judicial things and technical things. So a balanced bench, unbiased view, fair outcome. So matlab sab acha ho gaya. What do you think? Is GSTAT doing fine? Well, present day, cut to today, GSTAT is finally operational. 5 members, functioning benches, live hearings. Yet the remedy was in statute from the very first day. And do you know the GSTAT filing due date has been pushed again to 31st July 2026? Well, that's because 2 lakh appeals are quarreling in a gate that's still being built. And all this despite the fact that this was written in law from day one. There shall be a tribunal. It took 9 years to become that shall is. Well, this was all from my side. I just gave you a reality check. I wish you a happy GSTAT filing, and may your appeals get heard before you forget why you filed them. Thank you.
Thank you, Vani, for such an insightful presentation. We have got an excellent background on the structural need for the tribunal. But Shriya, tell me, knowing why we need court is a one thing. Actually standing inside is a whole different ball game.
Absolutely, Dhruv. And GST litigation is one of the area where most of us have that Rocky Baiwala feeling. Tribunal, tribunal, tribunal. I don't like it. I avoid it. But tribunal likes me. I can't avoid.
Because as future chartered accountants, it's not just knowing the law, but also knowing how to present it, defend it, and practice it in front of the authorities. And to decode exactly this, we have our next presenter.
She is a CA finalist with a strong foundation in indirect taxation and litigation. Currently in her 2nd year of articleship at R.S. Patel & Co. Ahmedabad. Let's welcome our next paper presenter, Namrata Jadeja, on the stage to walk us through the practical procedures of GSTAT.
Everyone, Namaste Bangalore. I'm Namrata Jadeja from Ahmedabad, and it feels great to be here today. This is not working actually. And my topic for today is Inside the Tribunal, Decoding GSTAT Procedures and Practices. So yeah, I was saying that it feels great to be here in Bangalore. Bangalore has always been my favorite. So thank you, Tim Sikasa, for having me today here. So before I begin my presentation, I want to play a soundtrack and want you guys to guess it where it is from, all right? So please.
See the money won't stay for you and you, getting all the piece of pie for your wife. Everybody wanna know how it feels. Everybody wanna see what it's like.
So can you guys guess it where it is from? Yeah, it is from Suits, right? So almost all of us watch Suits, right? Mostly, right. So today I'm going to explain the entire GSTAT procedures by taking examples of Harvey, Mike, Lewis, Litt, because it turns out that they have to follow procedure too, right? So before going into GSTAT directly, let us first understand what is the meaning of tribunal. So the dictionary definition says that a special court or group of people who are officially chosen by the government, especially to examine legal programs of a particular type. So it can only hear those matters which they are empowered to hear by law. So now, Harvey asked Mike that what is Article 323B of the Constitution? And Mike Ross brings out from his photographic memory that Article 323B of the Constitution says that Parliament or state legislatures are empowered to set up tribunals for taxation and other matters. So GSTAT was established under Section 109 of CGST Act 2017 by drawing power from Article 323B of the Constitution. All right, so now we know the meaning of tribunal. Let us understand what is the meaning of GSTAT. GSTAT means Goods and Services Tax Appellate Tribunal. It is the second appellate tribunal after the first appellate authority. So any person who is impugned by the order issued by the first appellate authority has to appeal to the second appellate authority, which is GSTAT. Okay, so before the establishment of GSTAT, any person who was aggrieved by the order issued by first appellate authority has to directly go to the High Court or Honorable Supreme Court, and that's why, to breach that gap, the GSTAT was established, all right? So you know, company law has its own tribunal, which is NCLT, right? Income tax has its own tribunal, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. So that's why GST needed its own tribunal, that is GSTAT. So now we know the meaning of GSTAT. We'll understand what happens inside the tribunal room. So what are the persons sitting inside the tribunal room? At the principal bench, which is at New Delhi, there are 4 seats. 1 president, 1 judicial member, and 2 technical members, one representing center and 1 representing state, all right? And then there is state benches. There are total 31 state benches across India. There are 4 seats, 2 judicial member and 2 technical members, 1 representing center and 1 representing state. So now we know who sits inside the tribunal room. We'll understand that which bench do you file? See, this is very genuine and important question, that you know which benches are there. There are principal benches, there are state benches, but at what bench do you file at? So certain matters will go exclusively to the principal bench. For example, place of supply, if there is, then there is interdepartmental disputes, then there is ISD credit distribution related matters, and other matters will go directly to the principal bench, right? And everything else will go to state benches. For example, ITC denials, refund rejections, registration cancellations, and other matters will go directly to state benches, all right? So now I want you to picture Louis Litt getting a refund rejection order for the firm, what he will do. So Louis being Louis, this matter is state bench matter, right? State bench matter, refund rejection. But now Louis being Louis, he got very panicked and he files it to the principal bench, which is wrong. So now what happens next, that the defect notice comes in and his 3 months gets wasted. And for the next 6 episodes, Donna keep reminding him that he should have called his CA first, all right? So this is why choosing the correct bench is very important. So now I want you to ask a question that How many of you have been with their principal at a personal hearing at a first appellate tribunal? Please raise your hands. All right. So I wanted to say that at GSTAT, there are no personal hearings. As GSTAT is an open court, so the hearings will be public hearings. And GSTAT follows an adversarial system, which is much like a court where the judge will decide on the basis of the cases presented to him. So now think of it as my crosses. First appearance, the associate learning the ropes, what will happen? The first appellant will speak first, then the respondent will reply, and the appellant gets the final reply, and then the order is signed and dated by the members, and then and only it is official, all right? So now, there are hearings which are conducted in physical mode, and then there is hearings, if the tribunal allows, will be in the virtual mode as well. Now we know how hearings are conducted. Let us actually understand the mechanics of filing. Who can file? Any taxpayer who is aggrieved, or the tax department as well. Then what is the time limit? 3 months from the adverse order. I repeat, 3 months from the date of adverse order. And this is the most important. Which form do you file? There is GST APL 05, and you see in the tribunal room, all the judges, all the members will have iPads in their hands. So the entire filing is online. It's e-filing on the portal, right? Now comes the most important part, pre-deposits. So this is the one moment, where Harvey Specter, a man who has never lost a negotiation his entire life, simply hits the wall that he cannot charm his way around. So 20% of mandatory disputed tax amount, no waiver, no exemption for anyone. And what are the documents needed? Copy of order, pre-deposit challan, grounds of appeal, and a wakalatnama. Now comes the very most important date. Remember, is 31st July 2026. All right, GSTAT has set a date that all the orders communicated before 31st May 2026 must be appealed by 31st July 2026. So the date was extended by 1 month. Before it was 30th June 2026. And now comes the most important question. Where does a CA, chartered accountant, fit into all of this? And my answer would be that at every single stage. You see, we file the grounds of appeal, we file the GST APL 05, and most important, we appear as authorized representative at the GSTAT room, right? So you see in the courts, only lawyers are allowed as authorized representative. But at a tribunal, GST tribunal, CAs are allowed as authorized representative. So on that note, understanding that GSTAT is that missing piece which was missing since last 8 years and is finally operational now. So understanding what happened inside the tribunal room isn't optional for any of us anymore. So we need to know what happens actually inside the tribunal room. And I hope my presentation helped understanding it. And yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you all the audience. You have been such a wonderful audience, and thank you the dignitaries there. Thank you Session Chairman Sir for your valuable time. Thank you very much.
For giving us a glimpse into the practical side of GST litigation. Let's give a huge round of applause for both our paper presenters.
Shreya, I have to admit, the strategic depth required to argue a case inside a GSTAT tribunal room is highly impressive. Now, to give us a definitive legal perspective on how to think like a seasoned arguing counsel, it is now my privilege to hand over the stage to our session chairman, C.A. Kubey sir. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Vani and Namrata. You kind of covered major aspects relating to the GST appellate tribunal matters and the procedures that needs to be followed. Certain things for the benefit of the students, I would want you to consider few aspects when it comes to the filing of appeal before the GST Appellate Tribunal. Litigation, when the litigation arises, litigation is largely because of certain assessments, inspections, show cause notice. Have you all seen show cause notice issued under GST? We have two provisions to issue show cause notice under GST. One is section 73, 74. Now there is new section 74A5, 1 and 2. So once the show cause notice is issued, if the authorities and the taxpayers are not reaching a common conclusion, then there arises a dispute. This dispute leads to a litigation. So under the GST regime, the taxpayer, being an agent of the government, collects the tax and remits the tax to the government. He claims input tax credits. He set off that input tax credit with output tax. He pays the net tax liability. Taxpayers are claiming exemption on the supply of goods or services which are exempt. All these compliances under the GST are based on self-assessment, which is under section 59. So taxpayer has to assess his tax liability and then remit the tax and report the transactions in GSTR1, GSTR3 and annual return reconciliation statement. Under this self-assessment made by the taxpayer will be subject matter of verification by the department under section 61 to section 65. Then there is section 67 for inspection. After the assessment proceedings are over, after the inspection proceedings are culminated to show cause notice will be issued under section 73 or 74 or 74A now, which is applicable from financial year 24-25. Under the GST, we have seen litigation has evolved over a period of time since the inception of GST in two methods, largely in two methods. Firstly, we call it as litigation by hierarchy. Litigation by hierarchy. Secondly, we call it as litigation before the courts of law. What is litigation by hierarchy? Litigation by hierarchy, the adjudicating authority issues the show cause notice, adjudicates the matter, conduct the proceedings, concludes the proceedings and issue the order. Then that order will, if the taxpayer is aggrieved against the order passed by the adjudicating authority, he has a right to prefer an appeal before the first appellate authority under section 107. Then, after appeal proceedings, after order in appeal, even still the taxpayer thinks that he has not got the relief under the provisions of the GST law, he has an option to prefer an appeal before the GST-80. This is litigation by hierarchy. So first there is an adjudication order, first appellate authority, then GST appellate tribunal. The second method is litigation before the courts of law. You have heard in many cases that the taxpayers have challenged the show cause notice before the high courts in writ petition. So against the order in original, they have filed a writ petition before the high courts. This is the second method of litigation where the taxpayers can exercise their right to challenge the show cause notice or the order in original before the courts of law. So writ petition before the courts of law is basically where the taxpayer thinks that the authority who has issued the show cause notice or has conducted the proceedings or has issued the order in original lacks jurisdiction. Take for example, assessee registered in the state of Karnataka, proceedings initiated by the GST authorities from Tamil Nadu. So this is where the taxpayer believes that the proceedings initiated by the authorities from the state of Tamil Nadu is without jurisdiction. In such cases, he can prefer a writ petition. Another example, when the taxpayer can approach the High Court is when there is a violation of principles of natural justice. Everybody has heard this audi alterum partem, this legal maxim. This means that every taxpayer should get an opportunity of being heard in person before the proceedings are concluded against him, and the authorities are bound to give the personal hearing or grant the personal hearing to the taxpayer. If the taxpayer has not got that opportunity of being heard in person, then the remedy is writ petition before he can choose to file a writ petition before the Honorable High Court. There is another natural justice. There are two principles of natural justice largely. One is granting of personal hearing, the other is no man can be a judge in his own cause. That means an authority who has conducted the audit, who has issued the audit observation, who has considered the reply to the audit observation, who has also issued the audit report, after that he has issued the show cause notice, the same officer cannot again conduct the proceedings under section 73 after issuance of show cause notice and then issue the order. You look at the fate. Starting from the audit till the adjudication order, the one person is doing everything. So this is where the principles of natural justice stands violated. It says no man can be a judge in his own cause because he himself has done the audit, he himself has considered the reply. Now he himself believes that because he has already framed an opinion that this particular transaction is liable to tax. Having framed his opinion, how does it matter on basis on the reply filed by the taxpayer? How that opinion can change is something which any taxpayer needs to pay attention. This is called as a rule of bias. So the third category where the writ petition can be filed is when you challenge the constitutional validity of certain provisions. You say section 16(2) is ultra virus the constitution, then you cannot challenge it before the first appellate authority and before the GST appellate authority. For the reason that first appellate authority and GST appellate tribunal are the creature of statutes, have come into existence under the very same provision, Goods and Services Tax Act. So first appellate authority and GST appellate tribunal cannot consider the arguments or the grounds challenging the virus of the provisions, various provisions. This is where constitutional validity has to be challenged only before the High Court. The fourth category where writ petition has been filed is portal technical glitches and all you may be aware of, where the taxpayer is unable to file the return, taxpayer is unable to effect the payment. So these, how does the litigation generally arise? Litigation under GST law is where the taxpayer or the consultant is not aware of the business of the taxpayer. So consultant filing the return is not aware of the business. He lacks the knowledge of the business of the taxpayer. Taxpayer can only supply the information. This is the bank statement, this is the invoices what I have issued, this is what I am supplying. It is the consultant's job to ascertain whether that particular transaction involves supply of goods or services, what is the category of supply, what is the rate of tax that is applicable. Lack of training. Litigation mainly arises because of lack of training. We have seen many orders where the officers have issued the order despite knowing that those orders are incorrect, for the reason that they wanted to follow some target collections. So this is how another factor why there is an increase in litigation. Third factor is paucity in time. We have seen show cause notice are being issued on the last day, due date for issuance of the show cause notice. Due date of issuance of the show cause notice. Paucity in time in filing the returns. When the show cause notice is issued on the last day, generally it will have certain allegations which are not based on findings made by the authorities. So we need to be careful about such show cause notices, and we should challenge the show cause notices based on the jurisdiction and the findings and the grounds and the manner in which the show cause notice is issued. Another factor why there is an increase in litigation is because of this technology, where the taxpayers, where the authorities are serving the notices and orders on the GST portal. We have one classic example. One of our client got all the show cause notices, got all the orders on the registered email ID mentioned during the registration or migration. Now, irony is that he has seen that email ID. He has seen that email that has come from the GST authority, but he has not opened that email and checked what exactly is that, because the email says no reply, no reply. So he just thinks that this is something which is not relevant. So many a times the taxpayers have missed the show cause notices and orders issued on the GST portal, and also missed the emails received on the registered email ID. The another reason why there is an increase in litigation. Other aspects, I think, how much time do I have? Raksha madam? Nobody is here. Okay. Shall we continue? 10 minutes more. So disputes under GST is mainly on account of provisions conflicting with Constitution. We know Constitution, we have fundamental rights, we have fundamental rights. The fundamental rights are embedded in Constitution. If there is any provision, if there is any amendment to the GST laws, which is affecting those fundamental rights, then there arises a litigation, and because of which the taxpayer may challenge such amendments or such changes in the law before the courts. Ambiguities in provisions. We are not clear what exactly we are supposed to do. Whether am I eligible to claim input tax credit or not eligible to claim input tax credit? How to compute that 20%, 5% based on that input tax credit that is reflecting in GSTR 2A, which we had a provision. So there is a lot of ambiguity. In such cases, because of ambiguities, there arises a litigation. And third thing is input tax credit disputes, procedural violations, retrospective amendments, jurisdictional and empowerment issues. Jurisdictional and empowerment issues. The jurisdictional authority where I am registered is not having any power to issue any show cause notice. We should be very careful. If Assistant Commissioner, Local Goods and Services Tax Office, if he is issuing any show cause notice, then we should be very careful. He is empowered only to undertake scrutiny of returns. Scrutiny of returns which is there, the information or the data is reported in the GSTR 3B. He cannot ask what is not reported in GSTR 3B. So only if there is a discrepancy that is reflected, that is apparent on the face of the record or on the face of GSTR 3B or GSTR 1, jurisdictional officer can take up the scrutiny of returns. So another reason why there is an increase in litigation is because we have seen many advance rulings, pronouncements made by many advance rulings. Karnataka Authority of Advance Ruling on the same subject matter has pronounced a ruling. On the same subject matter, Maharashtra's ruling is contradicting. So there is no clarity as to what is the final conclusion from the department side, whether the taxpayer is liable to pay GST or not liable to pay GST, or he is liable to pay at 18% or is liable to pay at 5%, whether he is eligible to claim input tax credit or not eligible to claim input tax credit. Because of these reasons, conflicting advance rulings, we are seeing increase in litigation. This is all from my side. Couple of things for you to consider before you get into the litigation practice. I urge every student here to be well versed with the provisions relating to assessments, inspection, demand and recovery, and the rules, notifications and circulars. Without knowing the provisions, without knowing the intricacies of provisions, it is very difficult to practice the litigation before the first appellate authority and also before the tribunal. All this knowledge is required while you sit for drafting statement of facts and grounds of appeal, and the same grounds of appeal will be put before the bench for them to consider. One thing what you need to be sure is that whatever you are considering as an argument in either in your reply or in your grounds of appeal before the first appellate authority or before the Goods and Services Tax Appellate Tribunal, only grounds will be taken up for consideration. The grounds which you have missed to mention in your grounds of appeal will not be entertained. Ultimately, the prayer should be based on the grounds of appeal. With this, I conclude my session. Thank you all for your patient hearing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for that absolute masterclass. A round of applause again.
I would now like to invite CA Tuppad Virupakshappa to come forward onto the dais and present a memento to CA Kuber sir as a token of our gratitude and appreciation.
Now, I would like to request the session chairman, CA Kube sir, to present a memento, to our wonderful speakers here. A round of applause, guys. They did a fantastic job.
Of ICI and
Thank you,
Sikasa
sir.
Bengaluru and the organizing committee of Vidhruthi SVCAN, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to CA Kuber Undekar sir for sharing your valuable knowledge and practical insights. Your session helped us understand the GST appellate tribunal and its procedures in a simple and effective manner. I would like to sincerely thank CA Akash Srivatsan Raghavan sir for your constant support in guiding and mentoring the presenters. My sincere appreciation goes to our paper presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. A very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, esteemed guests, delegates, participants, and future entrepreneurs present here. Ideas have the power to transform industries, create employment, solve societal challenges, and shape the future. Today, we are gathered not merely to witness the presentations, but to witness possibilities. Welcome to the Innovatex, where dreams meet opportunity, innovation meets investments, and young minds step forward to become tomorrow's entrepreneurs. Innovatex was conceptualized as a platform to encourage students to think beyond textbooks and balance sheets, to identify problems, build solutions, and think like entrepreneurs. Because every unicorn once started as a simple idea in someone's notebook. Today, we witness 5 exceptional teams competing for the battle of Innovatex champion. Today, we are privileged to have with us an extraordinary panel of investors and industry leaders. Mr. Jai Prakash Gupta, sir, founder of Dun and co-founder of Rise Financial Services, with more than 15 years of experience in equity, commodity, and financial market, he has emerged as one of the India's leading market experts and fintech entrepreneurs. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jai Prakash Gupta. I request Mr. Manjunath sir, our immediate vice chairman of Bengaluru branch SIRC, to escort Mr. Jai Prakash Gupta. Okay, sir. Okay. Arya, a chartered accountant, a company secretary, TEDx speaker, author, and startup finance expert with over 15 years of experience, having led fundraising exceeding $150 million and worked with organizations such as Vedantu, Rento Mojo, and Near No Azira. He brings unparalleled expertise in startup strategy and investments. Please welcome Mr. Rahul Saria. I request Stupa sir, our vice chairman, to escort the Rahul Saria to the stage. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Jai Prakash sir to address the session.
Good afternoon. Yeah. So it's always great to be amongst young minds. I think that also gives us a lot of energy and enthusiasm that, and also give a feeling that we are not turning old, because we always try to bounce ideas to the younger audience and also get their insight. So that helps us in learning and growing as well. So the topic for today is Funding Frontier, ideas meet investments. But I want to keep it very interactive, and I would love your participation into it, so that we can, in this 15-20 minutes of discussion, we'll try to learn and take some kind of food for thought home. So first I'll start with the macro picture. So we as a country, we are one of the youngest, fastest growing nations in the world. Over 65% of the population is less than 35 years of age. What we did in last 10 years has become, or rather has set examples for all the large economies, the Western world, that how a country has really transformed itself and has really leveraged on its dividend of demographics, on its dividend of a population which understands tech well, and also how we have innovated ourselves. So digital public infrastructure is a great example for that. We have a deepening capital market. I think it's not getting shown here. Okay, yeah. And we also have a thriving capital market ecosystem. So just to give you an idea, our capital market ecosystem is now amongst the largest in the world. The kind of IPOs which come, okay, the kind of public money which we are raising, and this money is being channelized across sectors, new age businesses, old age businesses, everybody is benefiting out of it. So as a young mind, we always have this idea, and particularly a generation of today, that at some point of time, we want to have our own startup. Okay, so how many of you here really think that once you complete your CA or you work for a couple of years, really want to start something on your own? Oh, that's quite a number of hands. That's very encouraging to see. But there are few things, which you need to keep in mind, and these are all, the practical aspects of it, which I, as an entrepreneur, have gone through and have learned, with experience. So before I come to this slide, I'd like to take you here, is that we all have some kind of ideas, right? We all dream about that this is an idea we really need to work on, and this idea is going to become $1 billion idea. But before that, I think there are few things which we always need to keep in mind, is that when you think about an idea, you have to ask a question to yourself: what problem is it going to solve? Okay, so we always find some ideas, and we always have biases towards our ideas, but the problem which it is going to solve is so small that the possibility of idea to get scaled up is very, very less. Okay, I'll give you examples for that. So again, you also have to check, are there any problems in the existing solution? So I'll give you a couple of examples here. Before Uber or Ola came into existence, there was always a solution if you wanted to travel from destination A to destination B, right? We had our public transport, we had our private vehicles, we had buses, trains, aircrafts, or you had your own bikes, and there were different modes of transport. There was always an existing solution, but what was the problem in that solution? Can anybody guess? See, the problem in that solution was you did not get the vehicle on time. The vehicles were not clean. There were security issues. You could not reach from destination A to destination B. So I am from Mumbai, so we always had this problem of the taxiwalas denying to go at certain places. Or I believe in Bangalore also people would have faced the same issue, right? So there was a solution of transportation, but what was the problem? The problem was that the whole journey and experience was not seamless. It was broken. Now, there was a great opportunity for companies like Uber and Ola to go and think about how can I solve that problem and make it seamless. And that's what they did. Okay, so the TAM was so big, that is what you have to identify. You have to see that what is the total addressable market. So I'll give example of, when we were building Dhan. That's an example for us. Before we started building Dhan, people used to trade in capital markets. People used to buy and sell shares. So there was already a solution available. Now, for us, it was important to go back and see the solution which is already available, what are the problems in that solution. So we identified the problem in that solution was, again, the journey were broken. There was less of transparency. Nobody was caring about the customer. The cost of transacting was very, very high. If somebody who is an experienced trader or did not find that there are enough of charting tools, enough of features available on the app, and the number of apps available were very, very limited, whereas the demand for those kind of apps in India were at least 15 to 20. So we thought this is a great problem to solve because the solution which is already existing has a problem, and the total addressable market is growing because we have seen that since COVID, every month there were around 2 million new users who were coming into the capital markets. Just to cater that size, there was always a need to have one more better platform, and that is how we could succeed. So for you also, if you are thinking about coming up on any innovative ideas, you have to always weigh your ideas on these 4 parameters. Like first is what problem is it going to solve? And are there any problems in the existing solution? And what is the TAM of that problem? So if you say you want to create a company which is going to help you in solving or repairing watches, for example, or buying a luxury watch, you will find that the TAM is very small in India. Okay, so that business cannot be scaled. Now you have to also see what is the size of that TAM. So if you have these things in mind, you have to go and check that. I'll come on the previous slide. How would you like to build it? Do you want to raise fund and then build, or you want to build and then raise funds? So my experience says that you have to build value first, because in today's time, any investor would be keen on investing in your startup idea only when they will find that is your idea having a product market fit. What I mean by product market fit is that if you are launching it on a pilot basis, are there enough of customers who are finding value into it? Second is you need to work on the customer trust. You have to show that you have a capability to execute. See, ideas are everywhere, but there are very few people who are able to execute it properly. So once you are able to do that, you always remember that capital always seeks quality. If you have quality in your idea, you will find capital flowing in it. And in the kind of economy we are in, India is one of the most attractive investment destinations. People are willing to put money provided that your idea has these qualities. Now, you also need to be mindful of when you want to start, it's not a solo journey, right? You have to take care of a lot of things. So an investor, what does they look for when they want to invest in your idea? They want to check who all are the founders, how is their sincerity. They want to look into the team because it cannot be a one-man show. Yeah. So you also need to demonstrate the execution capability. How can you scale your business? Again, the most important thing, I think the CA students know it better, that governance is something which is very, very critical in any business. And the governance only comes when there is a financial discipline. You know how to pay your taxes on time, how you keep your books of accounts. And on top of it, there is also an important thing which is the integrity. Now, what are the sectors at current moment which looks attractive is definitely AI, health tech, space tech, and financial services. So if you are thinking on any of these ideas, I think you can go deep dive and check how you can do this. Just to conclude, the food for thought and action, since we have limited time, I just want to keep it short. So if you want to really become an entrepreneur and want to succeed that your idea becomes $1 billion idea, I think these 3 questions you should always ask. If funding were guaranteed, what would you build? And what problem are you passionate about solving? What are you doing to become worthy of that funding? It's very easy to come up with ideas, be passionate about it, but is your knowledge, is your capability, is your team enough, to make your idea worthy or idea worthy of getting funds? So you need to scale up, you need to upskill, you need to make sure that your team also is passionate enough. So these are the few things you need to focus on. I think we also have some bright minds presenting their ideas. Would love to really listen to them. I think my co-panelist also is very excited about it. So with this, I'll leave. If you want to get in touch with me, these are my social media handles. On Twitter, you can connect me here, on LinkedIn. If you have any idea, bounce it off to me. We'd be more than happy to evaluate and help some of you, become great entrepreneurs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the session. Now, I'd like to welcome Team 1, ArthOS, a platform that seeks to redefine financial decision-making and empower businesses through technology. Please put your hands together for Team ArthOS.
Runs a 2 crore auto factory business, and he has 47 employees, 15 years of experience. 15 years of experience, good products and great client base. But every Monday, all it does is looking for invoices, trying to match them for their balance sheets. And then 4 lakh worth, 4 lakh worth of dead stock lying around. And by 4 p.m., all it does is no business, zero progress, no growth and no creation. Now, do you think Ramesh is a bad businessman? No. His tools are bad.
We asked ourselves one question. What if Ramesh never made that Monday call again? What if Ramesh finances ran themselves, ran better? Namaskara, Bengaluru. Today we are here to solve this issue. This is ArthOS. It's your AI financial cockpit that doesn't just think, but it acts. Arth stands for wealth and OS stands for the operating system. I guess a technical issue. Can't excuse. Can't use this. Sorry. Can we restart the pitch? Can we restart the time? One second. We'll start from first. Yes. Sorry, yes, for technical issues, we'll restart.
Sorry guys, it won't be boring again. I'm going to do a rerun, all right?
Yeah, right.
Let us imagine again Ramesh, the one who runs a business of 2 crores. He has 47 employees, 50 years of experience, good products and good services. But on every Monday, all he does is issuing invoices and trying to match them to the balance sheet. And then he finds out that there's 4 lakh worth of dead stock lying around. And by 4 p.m., all he does in his business is no value creation, zero growth and zero creation. Now, is Ramesh a bad businessman? No. His tools are.
We asked ourselves one question. What if Ramesh never made that Monday call again? What if Ramesh finances ran themselves, ran better? Namaskara, Bengaluru. Today we are here to solve this issue. This is ArthOS. Arth stands for money or wealth, OS stands for the operating system. This is your AI financial cockpit that doesn't just think, but it acts. I, Adiseshu Tangaturi, and he, Tarak, we currently work at Amazon as a senior industrial trainees in finance operations and international taxation, respectively. Let's talk about a crisis nobody is solving. 7.34 lakh crore unpaid invoices stuck to MSMEs currently in India. That's 15 hours of manual work every day. And the result, 43% of the SMEs shut down within 5 years, not because they lack the customers, not because the product is bad, but the financial systems has failed them. If you go home today, I want you to take this number home. 2,740 rupees, bleeding and lost every single day to do the task that AI can do in 3 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to AutoOS. It's one platform, 7 engines, and fully autopilot. Invoice engine, auto collections, auto clearing, auto payments, smart inventory, AI CFO, and predictive engine. Predictive engine works on scenario-based modeling. It's your future into 3 to 6 months or 12 at optimizable at vendor's request. And AI CFO, think it as your 24/7 virtual CFO. And how do we set up it? Connect your accounting systems wherever you are, and it goes live in 5 minutes, and AI starts learning and starts executing. Let me talk about the core 4 features of this system. Auto collections. On day -3, a friendly reminder goes to the overdue client, to the client who gonna pay us. And on day 0, a reminder with payment link goes to the vendor. And on day 7, if there is overdue, it goes an escalation to the client's team. And day 30, an automated draft legal notice gets generated, and with one click, it gets to the team. And auto clearing, the moment a payment hits your bank, it auto clears the invoice and sends the receipt. And if there are recurring payments, it's done only for FIFO basis, based upon the management discretion. And auto payments, outflows are also equally smart, right? The moment a vendor sends us an invoice, it does a 3-way match between GR and invoice and PO, and if it matches, it calculates the optimal payment date so that you can maximize your cash flow. If there are early discounts, it captures and pays the early discount. And smart inventory, it recalculates all your reorder points, and the moment your stock goes below your reorder points, it starts sending POs with management discretion. And think it as 24/7 inventory management, which manages your inventory and flags the dead stock.
Now this, my friends, is the single dashboard that we need. Your cash reserves, your profit margins, your inventory, and everything sorted. And you see, everything is done with a single click by AutoOS, which is fully automated. Now let me give you an example. Let's just say it's 3, you are asleep, right? And you sleep too, but AutoOS never sleeps. It has scheduled 5, it has cleared 5 invoices, has checking a payment which has a discount of 8,000. It is forecasting next week's cash flow, and it's everything done by AutoOS, fully automated, and that is our USP.
That's where we say other platforms show you problems, but AutoOS fixes them all automatically.
The total addressable market for this is 12,000 CR, and MSMEs who use AI in current generation is 7%, and 93% is untouched. And to hit our annual revenue goal of 3 crore, we only need to target 500 customers. That is 0.004% of the total addressable market. And we have, the revenue options we have are one at the start of 5,000, growth at 15,000, and we make custom price line for enterprises.
And let's talk about competition. We are not entering a market, we are creating a category, because we have checked. No one in the industry does full auto execution with 7 features. Tally does basic accounting, and Vyapar does basic invoicing. And why us? It comes to execution, right? I hold an yellow belt in Lean Six Sigma under process automation and change management, and Tarak has led as virtual CFO for his clients during his BDO tenure in the FDD. And we are not starting, we are starting from a traction. And the financials goes like this, and we are asking for a 42 lakh investment with a highlight ratio of LTV to CAC ratio, which is 22.5x, more than 3x industry gold standard ratio. And it's built with compliance, RBI, and AIS 256-bit encryption, and ethical AI, which can be auditable. And in 3 years, every SME in India will have AutoOS in their business. So let's stop your managing your money. Let AutoOS do it better. The future of SME finance starts now. Let's take a small prototype demonstration for 30 seconds. End slow. Timer. Okay. It's 6. Okay. We also have a prototype, but due to time restrictions. Thank you, signing off, Team AutoOS.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being such a lovely audience.
And you said all of these guys don't have the similar features what you are offering. Why do you think that being such a large organization for so long in the industry, they wouldn't have thought about this and you did? That's one. Second, you spoke about after 30 days, if someone does not pay, right, automatically a legal notice goes to them. Do you think it's practical? Because every time if you do that, you may just end up losing your customers.
So to answer your first question, so basically these are enterprise like ERP systems. They are not concentrating on the AI, auto execution and all. This is not replacing the operating systems fully. It's a top layer. It's like a layer comes with your tally. Let's say tally data can be shared with XLSM method basis. So what we are trying to emerge is that with that data and to manage that data. So system is like our backend data. So with that, we run on auto executions. Basically, AI handles your work with the inputs we give. And to answer your second question, sorry, can I have your second question again? It's on? Sorry.
So after 30 days, it sends a legal notice
Sorry,
automatically.
So basically, 30 days is taken as a standard time. It can be modified at at the client discretion. So, but the thing is that it doesn't automatically send. It creates the legal notice. With one click from the management, it goes to the vendor. And these are lawyer vetted templates which can be readied in the back end.
So I agree, it's a great presentation, great idea. Just you wanted to show the prototype. Is this product live? Do you have a
So it's an MVP. We are not live in the market, but it's working on the sample data we are testing.
Okay, so how big is that sample data?
So we have taken like 12 crores revenue model. So it doesn't like, not the exact estimates, but what we are trying to is that when we click the options, let's say create an invoice, is it actually calculating the AI risk, let's say invoice engine, before even we send, by analyzing the previous data from the clients. And it's clickable and it's working at the moment, but it's not live in the real world. We can't connect tally and all at the moment, but it's a system that can learn from the data we give. It's like a prototype dashboard that's ready.
So just last question here. So you mentioned about your competition, right?
Yeah.
So even if you launch it,
Mhm.
how do you see it as a threat from your competition? Because just to copy it
Mhm.
and make it takes few resources, few time, by any of the competition which you have highlighted. So
Yeah.
what is the the unique USP which you
USP is the
mentioned,
auto
right? So
execution.
how do you ensure that this is protected? How fast or agile you are?
So basically, if we talk about any industry, it can be copied. It will be copied. Like let's take Ola, then Rapido emerged, and other companies emerged. Let's take AI. It started by someone like ChatGPT or someone. Now there are competitors, but it stands with the auto execution abilities. Let's say just because Apple is there, that doesn't mean Samsung is like no one will buy the Samsung. There will be competitors coming up for sure. Everyone will try to compete, but it's all about your proactiveness. What we are trying to bring with all the features. If you see the 3 years roadmap, we are also trying to bring it as a full operating system. It's a like complete ERP renovation, I would say. It's like your ERP itself handling your finances. It's like a 24/7 CFO with auto execution. That's our unique selling proposition. And I don't think so everyone in the industry can compete just like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Arthois. Now I'd like to welcome Team Palm Pulpy. This team believes that sustainability and innovation can go hand in hand. They aim to create value from nature while promoting wellness and environmental consciousness. Please welcome Team Palm Pulpy.
Good morning, Bangalore. Before going, let me ask you a simple question. Do you agree with me if I say we often check for the ingredients and keep on looking for the healthier alternatives than we did 5 years ago? We consciously choose a brown sugar over a refined white sugar. Do you agree with me? Yes. The people are changing. Generations is changing. People tend to have a healthier alternatives. People choose the millets over rice and many more healthier alternatives over the artificial added products. But when it comes to one product like jams, spreads, and health mixes, syrups, smoothies, flavorants, we often come across a market which is fully filled with lots of refined sugars, artificial colorants, preservatives, and additives. People want a healthier choice,
but the market is filled with lots of unhealthy, lack of unnutritional choices. But there are few natural alternatives present in this market. But the problem is most of them are imported, thus making it a very costlier for the people to afford. On the other hand, we found India, in Tamil Nadu, has 60 million trees, palmera palm trees present, which produces almost billions of the palm fruit go waste every year with zero commercial value. When I say about this palmera palm fruit, these are fibrous and juicy fruit that are so sweet, naturally so sweet, so flavorful, so aromatic, delicious, and almost filled with all the nutrients like calcium, potassium, magnesium, everything. So it's a healthier and almost tastier, delicious, and more flavorful. These fruits goes waste every year without even having a single commercial value to the palm growers of Tamil Nadu. We have this product in abundance. We have this fruit abundance in Tamil Nadu, yet it is completely underutilized. So what we are trying to bridge is consumers want a healthier alternatives for the jams, and which should also be delicious and also natural, nutritious, and also affordable. And we could make that possible with this one fruit, because this fruit we can acquire with a low, as of now there is no commercial value, but we can make a strong supplier network to acquire this fruit at a very nominal cost, thus making it our production cost very less, but we can produce them with the value added products which can make a margin of at least 50%, which is investor friendly.
Hi all. I will be talking to you about the market opportunity and the competitive advantage we have for our product palm pulpy. As there's a growing demand for organic foods and low sugar products, palm pulpy, a product, has perfectly positioned itself in the correct category. Our target consumers would be fitness enthusiasts, families, and other consumers, diabetic consumers, who are seeking healthier alternatives over the chemical products. So we have positioned ourselves in such a beautiful way so that we get an advantage over it. Also, along with it, I also have
we have a market for around 2,500 crores just for the jam alone in the total India. So if we could capture, and if you're focusing on mainly on Tamil Nadu market itself, we could able to pocket 250 crores of market, around which 1% is very conservative note to be captured. So, and
our competitive advantage is not just limited to clean label product and low sugar items, but also at providing a healthier alternative to the people consuming it. Not only that, we are procuring this item at a low cost. The raw material cost is so low, so we are providing a premium product at a lower cost to the healthier generations. Along with it, our consumer category is structured in such a way that we are targeting the consumers in providing the low sugar products.
With an advantage of first movers, and also with the high brand value creation, we can make this product to penetrate in this market and could be a very viable option. And with a strong supplier sourcing network, we can reliably build a strong sourcing network of these fruits and making jam. And I would like to say that we are making not just a jam business alone. The first initial years, we are concentrating on extracting the jam. And for the later on years, we are planning for the creating. We are creating a diversified product ranges from the premium spreads, smoothie milkshakes, like how we got a strawberry as a flavor. We are aiming to develop this palm fruit as a flavor to all over the globe, and with that, a palm pulpy will be the first brand to get into the global market, recognizing the first palm fruit flavor to the entire world. And are asked to build this brand with the and to make this product awareness among the consumers, we require funds of initial investment of 85 lakhs to 1 crore, upon which 40 lakhs we are ready to put on our own funds, and we are requesting for the investment of 40 more lakhs as an equity. if given an opportunity, this business could be the first Indian recognized business to enter into the palm fruit network. I would. No, video. Hello?
Can you play the video?
So just one question from
Yes, sir.
me.
Yes, sir.
Is what I felt was your positioning of why palm is a better alternative to other products available in the market. That positioning I felt was missing. Why would somebody buy palm? Where is the nutritional value? I think that you haven't reflected well.
The nutritional value is present is very high in content, but the thing is this product is completely unknown. The fruit itself forgotten for the people. So that is why it hasn't reached the market yet. Only a few people in the Tamil Nadu know about this fruit. So thus we are bringing with the nutritional value, with the taste, with delicious. I have brought a few samples. Though it is off season, we could somewhat afford to get partially raw fruit, so which could make a little bit bitterness. But would you like to taste it, sir, with the smell and aroma, with consistency?
We can do it later.
Yes, sir.
We'll do it later, but I have one more suggestion and
Yes,
a
sir.
question too. See, two things, right? One, you are talking about a forgotten fruit from Tamil Nadu, right? Which is great. And I'll tell you, sourcing is very hard when you work
Yes,
with farmers, right?
yes.
It's catered all across.
Yes.
These are marginal farmers. And I've worked in that industry. I've built my own company in that area, right? You did not speak about that one.
We found a
Second,
way about it.
Just let me complete. That's one. Second, I think any B2C brand, right? The distribution is very, very hard. In terms of how are you going to distribute that product when you say you are trying to target 1% of the market? It's easier said than done because it's a very expensive affair. I think 45, 50, 80 lakhs will not be enough ever, right? Third suggestion was that you should look for a global market rather than Indian market, because the same product with the same sourcing, probably you would be able to fetch much higher revenue versus what you are going to get in Indian market, which is a quite crowded market.
For the answer of sourcing network, we have already sorted out. Should I just say this now, sir? Yes. Out of the 60 million population of palm trees, which is organized in a sector like recognized groups, we can found it Ramanathapuram, Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, Kanyakumari. That 4 has a major of all the palm growers, and they are almost in the business of getting the palmera tuber powders. So tubers is basically from the palm fruit seed. So they want only seed. They don't want the palm fruit. So we are just going in this way that we will be collecting them from the fresh palm fruits, and we can process it with a nearby processing unit, contract manufacturers, and return back the same seeds to them. And also they will be producing the tubers. We'll also be taking back some portion of tubers for as a joint product also. So we are building such kind of, by giving the amount to a fruit which has a zero market value, now it is giving a 3 rupees for per fruit, which makes them annual income rising, which makes them to support our business, creating strong supplier network.
Great. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good effort.
Team Palm Pulpy. Now I would like to welcome Rahat. The word Rahat itself means relief. And this team aims to bring exactly that to countless two-wheeler riders. Please welcome Rahat.
Good morning, everyone. I am Daruni. This is Havish Tagore. This is Monish, and we are Team Rahat. Havish is my boyfriend, and this is his best friend. This is his best friend. As we like to call him, Steve. Steve. Steve tags along wherever Havish goes. One day, Havish had to help his father deliver something, so Monish was carrying the package, and naturally he leaned against it. By the end of our ride, Havish and I were complaining about backache, but Monish wasn't. This made us stop and think, what if something as accidental as a package could provide support? What if we have a product that provides support to the riders? Next slide. So we couldn't build a product only based on our experience. So we went out, spoke to riders, commuters, bike taxi people to know what that problem was. So now I would like to call Havish to explain how this product works.
And since we found that a lot of people face that problem, we came up with a solution for that. That is this vest. It's an exoskeleton vest, And this is usually used in industries. It can, the upper body weight, it will get cancelled by almost 40%. So when a rider is wearing it, he can wear his backpack, he can wear everything and still get the backrest that he wants. So many two-wheelers, so many people, backaches, such a problem. This product solves everything. So you wear it like that, just like a vest, 2 clips, and that you're done. 20 seconds, that's all. So how does this work? This has a spring-assisted mechanism and a hinge. The upper load transfer. From the shoulders, it goes to the product, that is the spring mechanism. From that, it goes to the pelvic region, the pelvic belt, and that is how the way, it will go to the pelvic muscles. So our pelvic muscles can take that load. And what is the best part about the product? Where do I carry it? I can't carry my own helmet. You can fold it. It's portable. It's such a small product, you can portable, wear it, and you're done. Sorry. Yeah, so what is the difference as of now? All the current uses that are, the PPT is a little messed up, sorry. The vehicle, you have no people around, and then it's normal lumbar belts, and that's all, but our product fixes all of those problems.
Okay, I'll tell you how exactly this product is supposed to be manufactured. So basically, we have 3 stages of manufacturing. Initially, we are small. We can't run an in-house manufacturing. So firstly, we are going to get all the components such as springs, compressed springs, and the chest straps, and the plates, pelvic plates, everything that are required in our product, that will be outsourced and get it done in an assembly unit. That will initially the cost will be around 2,600. We'll be selling for 3,000 rupees basically. The cost is so much. And later stage, we'll be manufacturing by giving a contracts to the actual manufacturers. They will produce a product for less than 1,600. And after that, after a certain point, when we grow, that is when we can get our in-house manufacturing unit. That is where we can do 1,150. That's 60% less as compared to the previous first one. So basically, our target audience are way too much. In that, major part takes these Zomato, Swiggy, Blinkit riders. They are the one who rides for 12 hours. Do you know how much workload and how much transfer for the body weight goes to the thing? They are the main users for us. And every bike riders, such as long riders, we have a Royal Enfield Club. They are the one who also wears. So they are our market leaders. I mean, my sense is the market gap. That's where we sell our products. So basically, we have huge market gap. We can sell in many ways. So basically, we can sell it through having our initial product, and we have innovations such as better products. We have 3 different products, which is not ready yet, but in future, we can shift it to chairs, such as everything we have planned. And after that, business, so basically we can sell you direct to customers and a retail partners such as, which I just told, Swiggy, Blinkit. And after that, we have our slide, please. So how am I gonna get my first 1,000 customers? This is crucial part. Initially, I'm going to Royal Enfield showrooms and tell them to sell our product with them. That's not actually first thing. First thing is supposed to be Riders Club. Riders Club, that's what I'm gonna sell. After that, okay, so end of the day, I'm gonna partner with Swiggy, Zomato, and all of the Pinky riders so that I can cater them as well. Thank you, that's end of my time. So basically we had more, but so I'm sorry.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry. That's what, thank you so much.
Okay, so
yeah.
this is our funding requirement. What we are asking for is 2 crore 15 lakhs, and we have shown the figures here. Okay, we need 2 crore 15 lakhs for over 5 years.
Great, man. Boyfriend's friend, and girlfriend. Great presentation to start with. I think audience was in awe in the first few seconds itself. But yeah, great presentation overall. On a serious note, I think you didn't speak about the competition. Is there a similar product available? Of course, you spoke about different ways of how people try to mitigate, but you didn't speak all of it. But I have one question, right? On B2B, I think it makes great sense. If you are able to actually crack Swiggy, Ola, etc., right, or whatever these bike rider companies, Rapido, etc., are there. But B2C, I think, don't you think it would become a commodity where some Chinese company or someone will actually, you don't have your own manufacturing even today, someone would just copy whatever you have. It's what's unique in this that someone?
So the
cannot
unique
copy?
in this is the spring mechanism. This is not there elsewhere, and the hinge mechanism. We're going to get that patented so that that doesn't happen.
So nobody can copy
that's
our product.
Solution for that.
I think great presentation, great idea. But how would you work on the patent? Have you evaluated that? Is there any product which exists somewhere, or how much time are you going to take to patent it?
Sir, as of now, the similar products are in the industrial sites. There are industrial exoskeleton, which is not portable, it's very heavy and all that. So based on that, we can't take that valuation. We have to make our own valuation. We'll probably take around 5 months, sir.
And what about your distribution cost? Because your margins are pretty thin. So how would you distribute it? And is the cost of manufacturing which you have taken is on certain estimation, or how did you arrive that?
Cost of manufacturing is on estimation based on some other products, basically on industry, that in the larger scale, but this in a smaller scale. Based on that, we did a proper estimation, and yeah, we did a proper research among this. Spoke to few biomechanical engineerings, and we got a confirmation with our orthopedic that this product actually works.
Sir, we have based our the cost of production based on the material, sir. And eventually we can source the materials at lesser price, or also start our own manufacturing manufacturing thing in the future. So maybe this will reduce the cost of production.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Rahat. Thank you all the participants, and thank you judges. Now I'd like to call Nayana for addressing the session.
Okay. Mic check. Hi again. Now we have a great interactive session by our renowned chairman of Board of Studies,
CA Rajesh Sharma. We would like to welcome our esteemed BOS chairman, CA Rajesh Sharma. He leads the very committee that sets the curriculum for our CA students.
Our esteemed BOS chairman, CA Rajesh Sharma.
He leads the very committee that sets the curriculum for our CA students and the exam committee that sets our papers.
I'm sure that our students are very curious to hear from you, sir. Your words would help our students introspect regarding what they stand. And we are very excited for this session. Aren't you all excited?
Aren't you guys excited to talk to the people who set our papers?
The stage is all yours, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. So you all are in the CA students mood. Many are outside. I have requested Kavita ma'am to call them. For another 5-7 minutes, they should be inside. Have you ensured? Tell at least 4 or 5 of them to ensure that. Others who are on the stage also, they can send someone.
Only one person.
Yeah. Friends, 2-3 important initiatives first. Let me tell you what your Board of Studies is doing for you all. How many of you know about the scholarship system? Done. So, can anyone tell me what was the amount which we have distributed last year? Anyone knows that? Tell me, amount. No. The amount is 31 crore rupees. Nobody in the world does that. Nobody in the world. Shall I start after some time if persons come? I think 70% are not here. Madam, that is not required. I don't need in front. I need persons who are outside. If they can come inside only for 5-10 minutes, otherwise they can go out. Some initiatives what I want to say. So about scholarship, what I was saying, if you have anyone known whose earning person's income is less than 5 lakh of rupees, you need to tell them to file with ICI fine, let us see. So file with ICI and your board of studies is going to pay that. Got it? Second thing, what is the amount we pay? Anyone knows that? For foundation we pay 1,500 a month. For inter and final we pay 2,500 a month. Got it? So this is the only institution which does that. Do you all know that we have put to public domain our government, there's a gadget that the stipend need to be increased? Good. The minimum stipend, we are increasing it. 1,000 each in every sector, I can say almost. Got it? So that is the second initiative taken by your board of studies, and we are ensuring that you all get more stipend. That is the minimum one. So persons can be paying you 10,000, 15,000, and companies can be paying you, or the firms might be paying you. It is nothing but the minimum criteria we are increasing. It was passed in the previous CRET. It was sent to the government, but now we pursued it and brought it back. So government has clarified and government has cleared it. So that is the second thing. The third important thing for each and every one of you, you all need to develop your soft skills. You all need to develop your presentation skill, your personality development, your technical knowledge. This is very important. For that, every one of you have done Aura. Those who have not done Aura, please raise hand. 80 to 90% have not done. Friends, AI is must in current scenario. AI is must. And if you don't move with AI, you are the loser. You are the loser. When computers came, our chartered accountant used to write in those papers with those ledgers and other things. But with time, computers have taken over everything. Can you ever think anything, anyway, writing on those paper ledgers? So that is gone now. Similarly, with AI, only the practice will move. So those who have not done AI, please do AI. We are coming out with AI 2. In the last meeting, which was held on 7th, we have passed AI 2. So we'll be launching AI 2, and you have not done AI 1, then how it is possible for you to cope up with the speed with which your institute is working? Friends, you all are I in this ICI. Institute bhi aap ho, India bhi aap ho. Sometimes you try to blame the branch is not doing, the central council is not doing, the institute is not doing. No, you are institute. You are institute. हिंदी कपलेट समझ में आता है कि नहीं आता? आता है ना? तो अब स्टूडेंट्स के लिए एक कपलेट बताता हूं. हम तो दरिया हैं, हमें अपना हुनर मालूम है. जिस तरफ चल पड़ेंगे रास्ता बन जाएगा, जिस तरफ चल पड़ेंगे रास्ता बन जाएगा. फ्रेंड्स, सेकंड एक प्रॉब्लम है ई डायरी. आप में से बहुत लोगों को बड़ा सीरियस लग रहा होगा कि हाउ टू फाइल ई डायरी. इट इज वेरी टेडियस. यू हैव टू डू लॉट ऑफ वर्क ऑन ई डायरी. You might be feeling that. But that is not the case. After qualifying, you find persons who get job at 1 lakh a month, some gets job at 2 lakh a month, the starting package in campus. Some get job at 2.5 lakh and 3 lakhs a month. The main difference is your articleship training. If you have done your articleship training seriously, you get more amount. Got it? So that is again a very important thing which you need to ensure that your articleship is a serious articleship. You try to learn in that. There was a company last campus that I told you in the previous session. During the last campus, there was a company, D. Shaw. I inquired them. You are paying almost 3 lakhs a month. How you choose the persons? They told whosoever has done strict articleship, we take them. That need not be from a very bigger firm. They can be from a smaller firm. I will give you an example. There was a student from Raebareli who did articleship in a proprietorship firm and had done several type of small organizations or SOPs audit. But he had idea of different types of business. He had idea of different types of business. So as he had idea of different type of business, he got a good break. So articleship is the most important thing. This is the only time you can learn about different type of business. Nowhere else you can learn on that. So e-diary is must. If you record daily what you are doing, those companies can view that and then can see that you have done articleship in a very serious way. Few of you are talking, I think, those persons. See. Friend, don't talk. Still. Please. For 3-4 minutes. Whatever initiatives are there. Second thing, many of you still see. Just now I told that that girl showing hands, Please. I have requested everyone, please. How you study? I am the exam committee person. Most of the time I have been in exam. You all know it well. So how you do your studies? You do your studies from your study material or you take only the coaching materials? You need to do your studies from your study material. For your clarity, for your conceptual clarity, you can take coaching, we don't deny that. But the coaching which is given by Board of Studies is also good. If you want to take that, you should take that. In last attempt, I know at least 7 to 8 persons who have taken only that coaching and are part of the merit list. So otherwise also you can go for any coaching. It is open for you all. But always try to study from the study material. That is the most important thing. What we do? We take material from some person, we take coaching from some person, we read the material from that coaching. After 1 or 2 attempts, someone else tells that, sir, wo Chennai wale ka coaching ka material acha hai. You call that. Then someone will tell this Mumbai wale ka coaching ka material acha hai. You call that. And you are making your life a mess. Very important thing. And the way I told you about the data with which we are needing chartered accountants, in campus only 10% of the chartered accountants are placed. If we have 12 to 15,000 vacancies in one attempt for chartered accountants, outside only 10% get placed in campus. Rest 90% get placed outside campus. 90% get placed outside campus. So if you take the data, lakhs of requirement is there. So request all the persons who are known to you to join CA. I don't know, AI can take job of others, but not of CAs. There is a lot of requirement. We do NTH. In that we do chess, we do drama, we do elocution, sketch, quiz, everything. You all need to, pitch deck also there it is, instrument playing is also there. Try to participate. And during the next conference, try to prepare a paper. Give that. Whether it is selected or not, you should try for it. You should try for it. So next conference, you need to try for it. One more important thing, an initiative of your board of studies is mock test. Not more than 40-50% of the persons might be appearing for mock test. Who all are appearing for the mock test? It is 20% hardly. The persons who are not appearing for the mock test, try to appear. You know where you stand, whether your preparation is up to mark or not. Try to appear for mock test. Got it? One more important thing, we are now having CRET. CRET is we review the whole education and training system. After every 5 years, in this CRET, we revamp the course. So we'll be writing you questionnaires. We'll be sending you questionnaire. You need to reply it. Some says, in SPOM, this costing and law will be removed. Who is giving the idea? Some says paper 6 will be removed. No. Nothing is decided. Nothing is decided. You are the one who are going to decide. If you reply the questionnaire, we accumulate all these suggestions and then the new CRET is formed. So who creates the course? You will be the one who will be creating this course. But for that, you need to take time and answer to the whole questionnaire. And it is not going to happen in very small time. It is never going to happen in very small time. It will take some time. It takes time. At least 1 year or 1.5 years it will be taking. So don't think that it will be done immediately. Friends, one more important thing. Do register for AI immediately. In the branch you can register. If you don't have time, go for virtual. Even on virtual mode you can do. So try to register immediately and try to do an AI course immediately. Aura. Aura 2 also. Aura 2 also we are coming with Aura 2. So after that you should join that. One more very important thing for all of you. I checked the data of persons who have enrolled for Spark in Bangalore, that it was very less. From Mumbai, Pune, it was on higher side. Friends, there is a program Spark for all of you. Go to the website of Board of Studies, enroll yourself for Spark. In Spark, what we do? In Spark, we do group discussion. After becoming, who told that? Yeah. In that, group discussions are there. And after you qualify, how the company choose you? Through group discussion. They take a chunk of 50%. Out of that, they need to shortlist 5. Group discussion is the only way. So here you do group discussion. Here you do legal drafting, vocabulary enrichment. Here you do this pitch deck type of program. So startup entrepreneurship program is also there in that same. Here we have a speakers forum which is done here in Bangalore also. So an initiative which was taken in Bangalore, started by Bangalore, of course I can say. So that you can do in Spark. We have mentorship towards articleship. In articleship, what you need to learn and how you need to learn. These are few important things which you all need to do. So Spark is one, Aura is one, mock tests are one. You need to do study from study material. Try to improve your personality, your communication skills. Communication is very important. We don't have that much of faith amongst ourselves to speak in front of everyone. Just now a boy imitated Aura. when you ask him two things, he will not able to speak 2 lines in front of a person. Tell him to come on the stage and speak here. He will not be able to. But from behind in the crowd, you can say aura. So friends, that is not the thing. You need to improve your communication skills. You need to improve your communication skills. A person learns speaking in 2 years. But what to speak, when to speak, how to speak, where to speak, whether I should speak or not, and to get the confidence to speak, that person takes the whole life. I'm a man of students. I always loved working for the students. Some initiatives, let me tell you, when I came to regional council, we ensured that all the 5 regional council joined hands and we did several things for the students. I took that initiative. So my initiative for which you have benefited. The first thing is 15 minutes time for examination. That was initiated by me. Second thing is all the study materials, when Kavita madam or Vinodji would have studied, they would have taken physical papers and physical books. Now you have everything online. You can see the suggested answer immediately. So that was initiated. A practice manual was also started. I think from that practice manual, we had several questions which had come in past, and definitely it helps you to pass the exam. Fourth initiative, you all were provided with your answer sheet so that you can know where you are doing the mistakes. This all was done in one attempt. And just prior to that, 2 years before, I ensured alternate day examination. So I've always loved working for the student. I've always loved working for the students. Most of the time I was in exam committee or I see the placements. These are the areas, sometimes in board of studies. So friends, in morning I asked you, some of you fail. What is the reason behind? Your hard work is not that up to mark. You are not doing an academic course. You are doing a professional course. You need to raise your level. हम सब कब पढ़ते हैं? जब रिजल्ट आता है, oh, today onwards only study, nothing else. बाद में this, that, कहीं ना कहीं टाइम पास करते हैं, उसके बाद में तब तक नहीं पढ़ते जब तक पता है कि अब नहीं पढ़ेंगे तो पक्का फेल कर जाएंगे. Exams are tough, I don't deny. But you have to prepare for 70, not for 50. You have to prepare for 70, not for 50. So, if you want to pass for next, whatever exam you give, work hard and ensure that in every attempt you are going to pass for whatever things you are giving exam. So, मैं शायरी लिखने का आदी हूं, एक शायरी सुनाता हूं इसके ऊपर. या खुदा मेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश तो सुन ले, मेरे दर्द को अपना बना के तो देख ले. तुम्हें पता चलेगा सीए के स्टूडेंट्स का, यार तू एक बार सीए करके तो देख ले, तू एक बार सीए करके तो देख ले. तो सीए और सीए के स्टूडेंट्स का दर्द कोई और समझ ही नहीं सकता. बट नाउ आई वांट अ कमिटमेंट. सीए पास करनी है तो यू हैव टू डू हार्ड वर्क. देयर इज नो अल्टरनेट टू दैट. And prepare for 70. Now I need a commitment from all of you. Whenever I give exam, I will pass. So repeat with me. Whenever I give exam, I will pass. The number of persons who are saying, oh brother, I will pass, please. You are not doing something very great, okay? But it is up to you. Friends, now also I can hear the voice of only 20, 30, 50%. That is, if you want the result from 12% to 2030, you should not be that way. You should be louder. Fine? So now repeat twice with me. Whenever I give exam, I will pass. Whenever I give exam, I will pass. Friends, वो कहते हैं मंजिल मिल ही जाती है भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं। जो घर से निकल चुके हैं, जिन्होंने सीए ज्वाइन कर लिया है, they will be doing wonders. No one in this world can stop them. No one in this world can stop them. Ya es saptesu jagrate is our motto. We need to be awake amongst the one who are sleeping. And I always say, we are positive professional. Why I say that? There are noble professions. There are noble professions. Doctors save life. Advocates help us up to come out of litigations and all. But when they grow, एक डॉक्टर कब बढ़ता है? जब बीमारियां महामारियां बढ़ती हैं. एक एडवोकेट कब बढ़ता है? जब लिटिगेशन और क्राइम बढ़ते हैं. When we grow, when the country grows, when the GDP grows, when the business grows, when the national income grows, so we grow with the company, with the business. The company in which we are working, when it grows. So we are positive professionals. We need to live life with positivity. Second thing, keep learning, friends. पढ़ना बहुत जरूरी है. पढ़ना बंद, लर्न करना बंद, तो जीतना बंद. ये आपको हकीकत बता दूं. तो friends, सीखना बंद तो जीतना बंद. Have goal in your life. Have sub goals in your life. और उसे दिल की धड़कन में बसा के रखो कि उस हर समय याद दिलाए कि ये गोल की तरफ पहुंचने के लिए आपने कुछ किया. It should be that way. Have you seen a football match? Football match without goal post, if you see a football match without goal post, it is not a proper match. Everyone will kick on a side and ball is not going to move towards any direction because there is no goal post. There is no direction to move. Isn't it? Similarly, many of us are not having goal for ourselves. You need to set goals for yourself, set sub goals for yourself, और उसे दिल की धड़कन में बसा के रखो. Friends, arise, awake and stop not till the goal is achieved was rightly told by Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda. You need to take your decisions, and whatever decisions you take, make that decisions right. हो गया भाई, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए. Make that decision right. एक आध पीछे से लेना, that's all. Friends, like this building is planned. Plan your future. Create your future. Create your future. Create your own path. Live the life powerfully. Live the life you love. वो कहते हैं कश्ती हदें पार कर सकती है, बात बिगड़ी हुई कभी भी बन सकती है. हौसला रख, हिम्मत मत हार. किस्मत किसी दिन भी बदल सकती है. किस्मत किसी दिन भी बदल सकती है. सीए का एग्जाम किसी अटेम्प्ट में भी क्लियर हो सकता है, किसी भी अटेम्प्ट में भी क्लियर हो सकता है. एंड सीएस जिस फील्ड में भी जाता है ना, महारत हासिल करता है. Now this year we can see a lot of FTAs are being done. Who is signing those FTAs? Again, our chartered accountant Piyush Goyal. Whenever there need to be a requirement of an advocate to send to International Court of Justice, check the data. Every time they used to send one person. Harish Shalve, again a chartered accountant. Have you ever heard the words of Kumaramangalam Birla? When his father died, he told that I don't know B of business, but I can do business because I am a chartered accountant. Among the Shark Tanks, Aman Gupta, chartered accountant. Namita Thapad, chartered accountant. That chasma wala, Piyush, Her sister, her co-founder, Neha, chartered accountant. Her father, chartered accountant. Out of the unicorns, I told, 40 are of chartered accountants. चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जिस फील्ड में जाता है महारत हासिल करता है. Whenever you feel low, I'm giving you my numbers. Take out your phones. But call me only whenever you are very disturbed, whenever you feel low. Yeah, some of you can message me your names and Bangalore conference so that it will be saved in my WhatsApp. I will not save the number because in my phone already 25,000 numbers are there. So it is not easy for me to save the numbers. But in my WhatsApp it will be saved that you have sent a message, and anytime if you ask something very serious, when you feel that there is no other alternate I need to ask from you, you can that time definitely put a message to me. To take my number, it is 98102 77394. 98102 77394. Rajesh Sharma. Many of you might be following me on Twitter. Just to know result कब आएगा, कितनी बजे आएगा. So some students met me in Guwahati. I remember the date, 31st of May. They told me to shift to Instagram. I used to have an Instagram account. I never used to post there. So now I have planned to shift to Instagram. Since 1st of June, I am active in Instagram on request of all the students only. So now I will request your phone is in your hand. If you want that, my post, you can know what is going to happen for your articleship, your examination, your stipend, your credit, and all other things. Kindly join my Insta channel. Rajesh Sharma, you can check in your Insta. All of you. And you can join there. And searching who Rajesh Sharma, my picture is always with Modi. So you all can associate in Insta with me, friends. Around 40% female students are there. And ICI when I came, sir, what is the time? Good. So 10 minutes more, 10 minutes more. So when I joined ICI, there was a women empowerment committee. When I came inside and I was into a council meeting, I told, change the name of women empowerment committee. They told, why? I told, women to adikal se empowered hai. Check the past. Who used to have the finance ministry? Lakshmi Mata. Education ministry, Saraswati Mata. Power ministry, defense ministry, Durga Mata, Kali Mata. Our Vishnu Bhagwan and Shiv Bhagwan, they were without portfolio. You will not find any portfolios with them. Friends, I will tell you an example. The Prime Minister of India, what he said, you know, in 2017, मेरे सिग्नेचर से ज्यादा पावर एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट के सिग्नेचर की है. And if I talk about the ICI has changed the name. Now it is Women Excellence Committee. Madam is the chairman. So now it is not Empowered Women Committee or Women Empowerment Committee. It is Women Excellence Committee. So on my regular pursual, they have changed the name. Because I told that आदि काल से है ना? Second, one more thing. आदमी के सर पे दो औरतें हाथ फेरती है ना? एक माँ सर के ऊपर हाथ फेरती है तो बाल आते हैं. Friends, as Prime Minister told, my signature is more powerful. I am giving you an example. There is a firm in Mumbai, Chaturvedi Shah. And in that firm, Chaturvedi Shah, the main person called me, Rajesh, this firm name availability is there or not, please check. After checking, when I called him, he was there with someone. He told, sir, there is a big group, so I am coming out to speak to you. I told, who is there? He told Amir Khan is there. I told, why? He told he has come with a projection so that I can sign that. So I told, you have signed? Both, no, he is coming for the 17th time. Sometime he brings his technical person, his chartered accountant, sometimes this, that. Now he has come with his whole team, his chartered accountant, his finance person, his technical persons, and they are trying to convince me. I am not getting convinced, so I am not signing it. You can know the importance of chartered accountant. जिस आमिर खान के पीछे लंबी लंबी कतारें लगती है ऑटोग्राफ लेने के लिए, सीए के ऑफिस के धक्के खाता है अपने प्रोजेक्शन साइन कराने के लिए. फानूस बनकर जिसकी हिफाजत खुदा करे, वो समा क्या बुझे जिसे रोशन खुदा करे. कामयाबी सुबह की तरह होती है, मांगने से नहीं मिलती, जागने से मिलती है, जागने से मिलती है. Luck is one, and your activities and your hard work and your karmas are 0. If you add 1 0, it will be 10, 2, then 100. It can be 1,000, it can be lakhs. Friends, some feel कि सर लाइफ ना सीए में आके जलेबी जैसी हो गई, फंस गए. अगर जलेबी हो गई है तो चाशनी में डूब जाओ और मजे लो लाइफ के. किताबों से मोहब्बत कर लो, सीए के कोर्स से मोहब्बत कर लो कि इसी के साथ जीना, इसी के साथ मरना, and totally get dedicated towards that. Have you seen a bamboo tree coming up? It takes 3 to 4 to 5 years to settle it down, and in 40 to 42 days it comes out. So whatever hard work you are coming, it is not visible to the world round, but one day you are going to come like that bamboo. मुश्किलों में भाग जाना आसान होता है, हर पहलू जिंदगी का इम्तिहान होता है. भागने वाले को कुछ नहीं मिलता जीवन में, लड़ने वालों के कदमों में जहान होता है, लड़ने वालों के कदमों में जहान होता है. The most important lesson what you need to do, those who waste the time, time उसे वेस्ट कर देता है. टाइम को बर्बाद करोगे, टाइम आपको बर्बाद करेगा. And some says, sir, it is very late for me. I have taken several attempts. अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता लाइफ में. It is never late till there is a late in front of your name. It is never late. It is never late. Some says I don't have time. In one of the conference, I told persons to raise hand. There were 70 of them who raised hand. We don't have time. Then I told them, those who have raised hand, come here. So most of them had kept their hands down. Like that Aura person who was saying, no? When I call him, he will be tie fish. He's thinking he's doing something great, but I'm saying, so like that person only. Oh, everyone put the hand. Then only 12 hands were up. 12 hands. Out of those 12 hands, when I called, 5 turned up on the stage. I told them, asked someone, told them to open the screen, see the screen time. Then there was one boy who told about their current screen time, monthly screen time and yearly screen time. जिस दिन भी आपको लगेगा आपके पास टाइम नहीं है, check your screen time. You will come to know how much time you have. We waste in this reels, we waste in this Netflix. If you are a student of chartered accountancy, if you want to do, make your reel, make your Netflix, make your thing so that others will be watching that. Do that. Some says work-life balance. Reel देखने के लिए work-life balance चाहिए. It is only for laziness. Don't do that. Don't do that. Friends, about the teachers, I am very particular, specifically the one who criticized your ICI. ICI, Chartered Accountancy, is the only course which persons from humble background do. पूरे सीए के कोर्स में कितना पैसा लगता पता है? मेंबरशिप फीस मिला करके it is 80,000. No course in the world does that. We give scholarship. We are increasing the stipend. You get good stipend. This is the only course. A rickshaw puller's daughter became sabji wala's son becomes. So that is CA. पैसे नहीं लगते, जवानी पूरी लग जाती है. Friends, some teachers told that paper was from AI, AFM specifically. The marks were fine na, फिर काय को चिंता करते हो? Now, we gave the result much earlier. We take views from students many times. And students wanted that we need more time for study. So we worked very hard to give the result at an earlier date. It was not easy for us. We worked very hard. Now some persons are saying, आप तो AI से correction करा रहे हो. Some teachers say, it is out of syllabus. It is never out of syllabus. It is out of the comfort zone of those teachers. They have not taught you those things, so they are saying that. Some says it is not expected. It is not expected. ICI ने कभी बोला हम expected चीज ही देंगे? बोला है? बोला है? नहीं ना? Friends, pump in confidence in yourself. After giving CA exam, your confidence comes down. Don't create boundaries for yourself. ये नहीं होगा, ये नहीं होगा, ये नहीं होगा. सब कुछ होगा. जो चाहते हो वो होगा. जो चाहोगे वो होगा. जो होता है होने दो, ये पौरोस इन वचन है. जो हम चाहेंगे वो होगा, इस शब्द में जीवन है. Those who face the sun don't see the shadow. Have you seen an elephant? Elephant is tied from a very small iron chain. When he was small, he wanted to get rid of that. तोड़ने की कोशिश करता था, नहीं तोड़ पाता था. वो ग्रू किया, उसकी ताकत बढ़ गई, but his mindset was that I cannot break that. Still they tie in very thin chain. You check it. And he will never try to break that. So don't create boundaries for yourself like that elephant does. ठान लोगे तो जीत है, मान लोगे तो हार है. Everything in this world is possible. Everything in this world is possible. जहां तक आपकी सोच जाती है वहां तक जा सकते हो. Do any one of you know how an eagle learns flying? नहीं. Eagle का बच्चा जब पैदा होता है, पर clamped होते, जकड़े होते, mother eagle takes it to greatest height and throws it down, knowing that if it hits the ground, he will die. Then also she takes it up. Why? She have the faith कि ये मेरा बच्चा है, ऊपर से नीचे गिराऊंगी, इसके पर अनक्लैम्प होंगे और ये आसमान की ऊंचाइयों को छुएगा. तालीम नहीं दी जाती परिंदों को उड़ाने की, वो तो खुद ही तय करना चाहते हैं दूरी आसमानों की. Similar to that eagle, we have all that confidence in all of you. I am comparing eagle with ICI. ICI have all confidence on all of you. No one in this world can beat you. The curriculum you have covered, the examination you are passing, the trainings you are doing, the articleship training and all type of training, no one in this world can beat you. But friends, have a strong determination. 90% persons become successful only due to strong determination. 10% are one जो कि अपने मेहनत से नहीं, कहीं ना कहीं डेस्टिनी से लेके आते हैं. और एक चीज तो बड़ी क्लियर है, अभी मेहनत कर लो, पूरी जिंदगी ऐश करो. अभी ऐश कर लो, पूरी जिंदगी मेहनत करो. So hard work. There is no alternate to it. हाँ, there should be some smart work. लाइटर मोड का एक एग्जांपल दूं स्मार्ट वर्क का. एक लड़का है, एक लड़की का 500 चक्कर काटता है, नहीं मिलती. दूसरा लड़का 2 चक्कर लड़की के, 2 उसके फादर के, 7 अग्नि के ले जाता है. तो दैट इज हार्ड वर्क विथ स्मार्ट वर्क. हार्ड वर्क विथ स्मार्ट वर्क. Have passion in you, have fire in you, and have executiveness in you. That fire should be there. वो कहते हैं ना कि पागलपन, वो जुनून, have that. To become CA and then to become a great CA, फिर पूरी जिंदगी ऐसे करोगे. खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि हर तकदीर के पहले खुदा खुद बंदे से पूछे, बता तेरी रजा क्या है. And if I compare with MBAs, MBA को कुछ नहीं आता, सब कुछ बोलता है. हमको सब कुछ आता, कुछ नहीं बोलते. फैक्ट है ये. I remember a word by Sir Edmund Hillary, who conquered the Mount Everest. After failing for the first time, Sir Edmund Hillary came down and told a very touching word. You Mount Everest, the greatest peak of the world, You cannot grow and cannot develop. I, as a human being, will develop my confidence, develop my capabilities. One day I will conquer you. One day I will conquer you. So that was done by Sir Edmund Hillary. That was done by Sir Edmund Hillary. Friends, वो कहते हैं मुश्किलों में भाग जाना आसान होता है. हर पहलू जिंदगी का इम्तिहान होता है. भागने वाले को कुछ नहीं मिलता जीवन में. लड़ने वालों के कदमों में जहान होता है. So as I told, use the time in best possible way. Second, take actions in life. चलने की आदत ऐसी पड़ गई कि बैठ जाता हूं तो थक सा जाता हूं. Take actions like Sachin Tendulkar, PV Sindhu, Kohli. They play. They don't plan. We plan a lot. We play less. Got it? One more important thing. Life is one inning. Live the life powerfully. Live the life you love. Create your own future. Plan your own future. And set goals which are higher. Don't set lower goals. Do you know who is the highest paid CFO of the world? Vaibhav Taneja. 1,400 crores. I have seen him becoming chartered accountant. And you can also aim towards that. Don't have smaller goals. अपनी जमीन अपना आसमान पैदा कर. मांगने से जिंदगी नहीं मिलती है दोस्तों. खुद का नया इतिहास पैदा कर. खुद का नया इतिहास पैदा कर. Friends, oh madam, this is working. Mic on करके दो ना. नहीं आप करो ना. So friends, we need to be very clear. This three final thing: study from study material, work hard for a professional exam, not like academic exam. It is not BCom. Second thing, develop your personality by Aura, by Spark, by other type of workshop. Several workshops are being conducted. I will be telling Madam and Vinodji to do more workshops here. Your board always stands by you all and always try to ensure that maximum type of things are there. So friends, with this, a final thing. क्या हुआ माइक भाई? इतना टाइम लगता है, एक भी नहीं चालू. दे दो ना. So, a final thing, we students normally are not smiling. How many of you feel that you are the one whose hard work will make you chartered accountant? इधर आ जाना भाई, ऊपर आ जाना. अरे ऊपर आ जा, काय कौन पीछे यहाँ सामने खड़ा है? Yeah. How many of you feel? Good. 20%, 30%. Oh, now 80%. Good. Friends, it is not only you whose hard work will make you chartered accountant. No. It is the hard work of your parents more than what you are doing for yourself. Check anytime. Check anytime. Your father's cloth brand or your shoes or mobile or watch, it will be inferior to what he has given to you. It will be inferior. पूरी जिंदगी कमाता हो फादर, सिर्फ आपकी जरूरतें पूरी करने के लिए, अपने लिए कुछ नहीं करता. And mother, check that mother. सुबह 6 बजे आप कोचिंग के लिए जा रहे हो, आर्टिकल स्लिप के लिए जा रहे हो, 6 बजे. She used to prepare things for you. 8 आइटम, 4 आइटम, 3 आइटम बनाती है, और अपने लिए कभी नहीं बनाएगी. अपने लिए कभी नहीं बनाएगी. अपने लिए कभी नहीं बनाएगी. और फिर मेरे सामने आ जाएगा ना तो मैं बोला उधर पीछे रहूं. फ्रेंड्स, अपने लिए वो मां कभी नहीं बनाएगी. बनाती है? नहीं ना. आप में से आज एक काम करना, go and tell mother and father, hug them and say, whatever we are, it is due to your hard work, your blessings, your efforts. Do. हक करके जरूर बोलना. कुछ लोग बोलते हैं उनको तो पता ही है. They know it. They know it. नहीं. मैं कॉलेज में था, 20-25 लड़कियों को लाइक करता था. एक को भी नहीं बोला. सब लाइफ में बोलना और एक्सप्रेस करना बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी है. But till you express that other person doesn't know, तो आज जाके मदर और फादर को एक्सप्रेस करोगे हक करके और बोलोगे yes I have done that and it will bring a smile in their face. सेकेंड, सदर्न इंडिया में हमको आज भी ट्रेडिशन और कल्चर नजर आता है. साउथ उधर वेस्ट में तो थोड़ा थोड़ा नॉर्थ में खत्म होता जा रहा है. पर देखते हैं, पहले हम लोग घर के बाहर क्या लिखते थे? अतिथि देवो भव. देन वेलकम, एवरीथिंग इज वेलकम. फिर शुभ लाभ, ओनली द थिंग्स विच आर गुड फॉर मी शुड कम. आफ्टर दैट कुत्तों से सावधान. विद टाइम वी चेंज. डोंट चेंज योरसेल्फ. एंड द वंस हु आर सिटिंग हियर, they say we stay with our mother and father. The ones who are in the front row, they say our mother father stays with me. Chartered accountant बनने के बाद में लोग यही बोलते हैं. Don't change yourself. Throughout life say that मेरे mother father के साथ ही मैं रहता हूं. That is the truth. That is the truth. Always keep smiling. Smile is a curve which makes everything straight. जैसे गाड़ी की स्पीड काउंट होती है ना माइल्स पर आवर, इंसान की जिंदगी काउंट होती है स्माइल्स पर आवर. स्माइल्स पर आवर. जो मुस्कुरा रहे हो जिंदगी है, बाकी सब बेकार है. कुछ पल होते हैं, कुछ पल के लिए जी लो इनको. हर पल के लिए वक्त रेत की तरफ फिसल जाएगा, दे जाएगा यादें जीवन भर के लिए. एंड देयर आर टू काइंड ऑफ पर्संस. सम ब्रिंग हैप्पीनेस वेयरएवर दे गो. सम ब्रिंग हैप्पीनेस व्हेनेवर दे गो. तो पहली कैटेगरी की में रहना. ऑलवेज बी हैप्पी एंड ब्रिंग हैप्पीनेस वेयरएवर यू गो. वेयरएवर यू गो. ठोकर खाके गुनगुनाना जिंदगी है, गम पाकर मुस्कुराना जिंदगी है. गम के साथ जिए तो क्या जिए, गम भुलाकर जश्न मनाना जिंदगी है. ऑलवेज बी एसोसिएटेड विथ ICI. बी प्राउड टू बी ए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट स्टूडेंट. अ कपलेट फॉर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी. जर्रे जर्रे में हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स का नाम होगा. हमारे हर कदम पे दुनिया का सलाम होगा. मुश्किलों का सामना हिम्मत से करना. देखना एक दिन वक्त भी इसी प्रोफेशन का गुलाम होगा. वक्त भी इसी प्रोफेशन का गुलाम होगा. एंड ऑलवेज बी वेरी ट्रांसपेरेंट. जिसने नहीं खोला दिल अपना, यारों से खोलना पड़ जाता औजारों से. तो यारों से खोलते रहा करो. मस्त रहो, स्माइल करते रहो, हैप्पी रहो. दैट इज माई लाइफ थिंग. And thanks to Bangalore branch for giving this opportunity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all. Thanks to each and every one of you for this great opportunity. It was great interacting with
you all to please
a
not
huge
leave.
number of Bangalore persons. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Students leaving from that place, I request you all to be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. All the students leaving, please be seated.
Thank you, dear sir, for your motivating words for our students. It means a lot to us to hear from the esteemed head of the BOS committee.
Mic testing. Now I request Sikasa chairman and the vice chairman of Bengaluru branch of SIRC, CA Tupat Virupaksha, to present our respected BOS chairman, CA Shri Rajesh Sharma, with a memento as a token of gratitude.
Queries you have, do ask me. I'm available for at least half an hour. तो आपकी सब क्वेरी सॉल्व करूंगा. थैंक यू.
I request all of you to be seated as we have one more exciting pitch deck for you all. It's a very exciting pitch deck, so I would request you all to guard that energy and stay with that. So I request all of you who are standing to please be seated.
And the people leaving, the lunch counters are opening in another 15 minutes, so the pitch deck will be done in that meantime.
So let's welcome the pitch deck team. Can we give a huge round of applause?
Good afternoon, respected judges, dignitaries, and everyone present here. I am Prerna MP. So, before we begin our presentation, let me ask all of you a question. How many of you here have thought, okay, that's it, no more oily food from today. I'll start my strict diet. Yeah, I knew we'd all relate to that. Funny, isn't it, how when a hot samosa appears or a plate of pani puri appears, we think, that's it. I'll start my diet from tomorrow. This is the reason. We postpone things when we think that our health doesn't matter. But when it comes to our health, even a single day matters. Breast cancer is one of the most diagnosed cancer among women in India. In India, the cases rose from 2 lakh in 2019 to 2,75,000 in 2023. And the deaths rose to 75,000. This is accelerating quietly and quickly. Yes, mammography works, but it's extremely expensive. Whereas self-examination is free, but it's inconsistent. In the gap between, I should get my breast examined, and I already did. Lives are lost. So let us not wait for a symptom to start the conversation. Because early detection doesn't just save our money, it saves the women. I now call upon Savita to take over.
I would like you to imagine, audible? Yes. I would like you to imagine something. Imagine you have a beautiful garden. One day, one weed starts growing. And if you notice it, removing it is quick and easy. But if no one notices it, day by day it spreads and removing it becomes difficult. Our health works in a similar way. Many health problems, including breast cancer, changes in such a way that we cannot we cannot notice that very first. So that's why we asked ourselves one question. Why isn't there an option between us? That's exactly why we created BreeSafe. Rather than explaining you, let me show you how BreeSafe works.
Playing audio is not.
Cancer isn't the only threat. Fear, high costs, limited access, and privacy concerns delay screening. Use BreeSafe for a simple guided scan from the comfort of home. I analyze thermal and bioimpedance data to detect unusual patterns early. Hello, I'm Bree, your intelligent health assistant. Together, we make early detection. Breast cancer isn't the only threat. Fear, high costs, limited access, and privacy concerns delay screening. Use BreeSafe for a simple guided scan from the comfort of home. I analyze thermal and bioimpedance data to detect unusual patterns early. Hello, I'm Bree, your intelligent health assistant. Together, we make early detection private, accessible, and empowering. BreeSafe. Detect early, stay safe.
As we just saw, using BreeSafe is simple. We have 4 guided steps. It is user-friendly, and our AI analyzes and give early screen results. For premium users, our reports are securely shared to the doctors, and doctors reviews it and give the report within 24 hours. Now, I would like to say how our technology works. I would like you to imagine there is a match between India and Pakistan. The batter is given LBW. I say immediately, it is definitely out. My friend says, no, it is not out. That's why cricket has DRS. How in DRS we have different technologies to come into decision. The same way our AI, our BreeSafe follows 3 principles. That is bioimpedance, AI, and thermal imaging. Now I would like to call Bharat to take over.
Thank you, Savita.
So an interesting fact, did you guys know that men get breast cancer too? It wasn't until I met these three incredible women, I got to understand that it isn't just a woman's problem, it's everyone's problem. As a guy, it can affect your family's mother, sister, sibling, and in some cases it can affect you as well. And the market that we are trying to address is, the problem is so big that it lies an underlying very huge big business opportunity. The market is of 178 million plus of women aged in India between 25 to 55 members. And the primary market, we are trying to focus upon the 50% of urban women between the ages of 25 to 55 who are health conscious professionals and who are accessing to these all kinds of wellness programs. So once this is validated, then we are gonna slowly shift into rural women who will be, how we are trying to get in with them is through NGOs and other institutional players that are in the rural camps. So our business model, coming to the business model, as CAs, we first don't think about whether a business idea is a good idea or not. We think whether it is a working model or not. We have primarily two revenue markets here. One is the one-time purchase cost of the product that goes for 7,999. 7,999 won't be a big cost because most of us spend, I don't know, so smartwatches goes for 7,999. If someone is ready, each individual costing itself, it will come to 8.5 lakh per unit. So it won't be available for individual customer. So it's only available to the hospitals. And there's one more in the market that claim they are cancer detecting. Their name is Scan Breast. So they go for 2,999 on Flipkart, and they are just a red light, LED light scanning thing, which does not have any AI, any data backed proof that they detect cancer, like early detection of cancer. So we lie perfectly in between, bridging the gap. So we came up with this 7,999 concept because our cost of manufacturing initially it will be around 4,000, but over the period of time, once we achieve 25,000 units production, our break-even point gets matched. Post that, our margins will keep increasing. That's the basis of it on which we have come up with the pricing.
No, thanks. No questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, we would like to invite our previous session chairman, Jai Prakash Gupta and CA Rahul Sarya to please come on the dais. I request the SICASA chairman, CA Vinod Garg, to present our session chairman with a memento as a token of gratitude.
A round of applause, guys.
Thank you, sir. We will announce the results of the pitch deck session, Funding Frontier, during the valedictory session. And thank you for the last team for presenting their pitch deck. Now the most exciting part that you're waiting, that is lunch. Lunch is arranged for you all. I request you all to fill your stomachs and fill your hearts, and please be back because we have Shubham Singhal coming up next, and it'll be an exciting session with sir. So I request to get all your friends for the upcoming session and not leave. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
4 in CA finals. He has completed his articleship in statutory audit domain at Deloitte and is now one of India's most beloved national faculty members.
He is a teacher who walks into a room, radiates pure unmatched energy and instantly screams, "Hanji dosto, kya haal hai, kya haal hai, kya haal hai?"
So to all his pyare dostos sitting in the audience today, please rise and smash those hands together and welcome our esteemed session chairman, CS Shubham Singhal sir.
I request CA Vinod Garg sir to I request CA Vinod sir to present a memento.
I would also like to invite our paper presenters for this session, Bhavini and Soumya, to kindly join us on the dais. Now, to break down how we find the perfect length across industries, let's welcome our first paper presenter, Bhavini, to the stage.
She is a CA finalist currently pursuing her articleship in the direct tax domain at Manohar Chowdhury and Associates. Please give it up to Bhavini.
A very good afternoon, everyone. So a quick introduction of myself. I'm Bhavini, and I am currently pursuing my articleship at Manohar Chowdhury and Associates. The agenda for the next 10 minutes is going to be very simple. That is to understand the basics of transfer pricing and to simplify the provisions of transfer pricing. So let me begin with an example. I want all of you all to imagine this. Let's say you want to start a smartphone manufacturing company in India. And the cost of manufacturing one such smartphone is 10,000 rupees. And you ultimately sell it to the customers at rupees 50,000 rupees. So thereby you're making a profit of 40,000 rupees. Wherever there's profit element, there's also tax embedded to it, right? So the Indian government obviously wants to tax on such profits. However, you being a business owner, you don't want to pay such taxes. So what do? You cleverly start another company in the Cayman Island. So Cayman Island is basically a tax heaven with 0% corporate tax. So you start a company there. That company does the minor chunk of work, maybe like the designing or the assembling part of your smartphones. So now the Indian company legally sells the smartphone at rupees 10,000, that is at cost price, to your Cayman company. So ultimately, the Indian company is not making any profits. However, the Cayman company has procured it at 10,000 rupees. Now, what is happening here is Cayman company wants to sell it to the ultimate customers at rupees 50,000. So when it is being sold at rupees 50,000, you are, as a business owner, you are making profits of 40,000, right? However, you have successfully dodged the tax from Indian government. So now we are arriving at a critical question. Can the associated enterprise, that is, can the Indian company and the Cayman company transact at any price? To understand this, we are getting back to the facts. If the Indian company is selling to a stranger, that is at the customers, they are selling it at 50,000 rupees. However, if they are selling it to a subsidiary, that is its associated enterprise, it is selling at 10,000 rupees. Now, should the law really allow these related companies to manipulate the prices so that they shift the profit from one country to the other? No, right? And that is why we have transfer pricing. What is transfer pricing? Transfer pricing means the price at which two associated enterprises transact with each other. Now, in our case, the Indian company is transacting with the Cayman company at rupees 10,000. So 10,000 rupees is the transfer price. However, the backbone of transfer pricing, that is the arm's length principle, says that any associated enterprise should transact in such a manner that they would transact with a stranger. So to a stranger, at what price are we transacting? At 50,000, right? So we are supposed to transact at the same price even to the associated enterprise. So the arm's length price would be 50,000 rupees. Now, since we've heard this term associated enterprise quite a few times, we need to understand the meaning of associated enterprise. The law simply says that whenever a company is able to influence or control another company, they become associated enterprise. I have tried to bucket this into 5 major categories. Let's understand one by one. The first thing being equity control. Let's say I own 26% or more equity shares in your company. We become associated enterprise. Let's talk about the debt. If I've lent you a loan, which is so massive that it constitutes more than 51% of your total assets, I can influence or I can control your enterprise, right? So we become associated enterprise. What about the boardroom control? That is the board of directors. If I'm able to appoint more than half of the board of directors, or even one executive director for that matter, we become associated enterprise. And next one is quite interesting. Let's say I own the patent, or I own a know-how on which your entire business is relying on mine. Or let's say 90% of the raw material is being supplied by me. Or let's say I control the price at which you transact. We become associated enterprise. And last one is the family and others. That is, it covers the situation where the common ownership are involved, like in our case. What happens after identifying associated enterprise? Once we identify the associated enterprise, we need to examine the transaction. Now, what kind of transaction should it be? It should be an international transaction. What is an international transaction? A transaction that is taken place between two associated enterprises of which either of the party is a non-resident becomes an international transaction. Okay, transfer pricing done, arm's length price done, associated enterprise is also done. Now we understood that it is an international transaction also. What next? We need to compute the arm's length price. Right? So for this, I have tried to simplify in 3 different steps. However, in real life, these might happen hand in hand. Okay? The first step being to understand the transaction. So what do you mean by understanding the transaction? You need to perform the FAR analysis. What is this FAR analysis? First one being the functions. We need to understand who performs the work. Next one being the assets. Who uses the valuable assets? And then the risk. Who bears the business risk? If the Indian company does all of this, they deserve a higher share of profit, right? So next, let's understand step number 2. That is, you need to find a comparable company. How do we find it? We have certain databases for it. Let's say Prowess, Capitaline, or Orbis. We need to understand our FAR profile, and accordingly, we need to choose our databases. We need to choose our comparable using these databases. Step 3 is the most appropriate method. Now, what is this most appropriate method? The law simply says that it has given a set of methods, and the multinational companies are allowed to choose one amongst these methods, and which suits their facts and circumstances of their case. So they become the most appropriate method. So 80% of the industry uses this TNMM method. Let me tell you why. Because it is easier to compare in this TNMM method because it compares the net margins. Okay, is our job as professionals done? Not yet. Okay, the tax authorities not just want us to arrive at the right price, but they also want us to document these. So where do we document and how do we document this? We have Form 3CB, that is right now known as Form 48, which is being certified by the chartered accountant, and the due date for the same is November 30th. Every comparable, every adjustments will be documented in this Form 3CB, which will be signed by a chartered accountant. Okay, all of this is fine. What is happening right now in the industry? So basically, when I tried to research a little bit about this, I figured out that there are certain payments or there are certain expenses which most of the repetitive adjustments are being made. Let's say royalty payments, or let's say management fee, or the AMP expenses, and the corporate guarantee. These are certain expenses where the TPO majorly makes the adjustments. And for this, we have another concept of APA, that is Advanced Pricing Agreements. What is this? It basically is where the tax authorities and the multinational companies enter into an agreement to identify the transfer pricing beforehand so that they avoid conflict. So now we understood what is TPO, what is the arm's length price, etc., etc. Let's get back to the example with which we started. Now, if the Cayman company is able to prove that it is generating 40,000 rupees worth of value addition, then the tax department will not interfere, or the tax authorities will not interfere. However, if they fail to do so, the tax authorities have all the power to shift back the profits back to India. Now, in conclusion, Transfer pricing basically forces the companies to align the taxes with their truth. At the end of the day, you must pay, that is the multinational companies must pay wherever the real value addition happens. Thank you so much.
What a brilliant structural breakdown of the essentials.
But Dhruv, that was just domestic industry. What happens when things go global?
When things go global, Team Direct Tax shines even brighter. Our next topic is implementing global TP structures, risk allocation, intangibles, and supply chains. This is where a single misplaced clause can cost a multinational millions of dollars in tax exposure.
Oh, I love how dramatic you direct folk can get. Millions of dollars. You guys sound less like CAs and more like Bollywood thriller. It's like you're tracking an invisible villain.
Well, Shreya, when it comes to international transfer pricing, intangibles को पकड़ना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है. They have no physical existence, yet they move millions across the borders.
Now, to decode these complex global structures and master the art of risk allocation, please welcome our next paper presenter, Soumya, to the stage. She is a CA finalist with a strong interest in direct taxation, currently pursuing her articleship at Deepak Neeraj and Associates. Please put your hands together in welcoming Soumya to the stage.
They say you're not going to remember every meal that you eat, but you're going to remember every meal that tells a story. Today, I'm going to tell you a story of a dish. A dish so extraordinary which made tax authorities question it. It rewrote the recipe of international taxation. Namaskara, Bengaluru. Nanim Kannad Thurgi Soumya, and today I present to you Master Cook, the billion-dollar dish. In the next few minutes, I'm going to walk you through a journey of global transfer pricing structures through an analogy of cooking show Master Cook. Let's begin, shall we? Yes. Great. So our chefs for today are not going to be conventional chefs. They're going to be MNCs like Google, Apple, Starbucks, and Nike. And the judges are going to be Ireland, the United States. We also have two special guests. EC, European Commission. European Commission is a government equivalent of European Union. OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation Development. It's an international organization which develops global standards for international taxation and transfer pricing. So today's challenge. The challenge is to create a billion-dollar dish. Serve it globally, but structure it efficiently. So now imagine this. A company earns a group profit of $100 million. So if these profits are allocated where they're earned, like in this example, 50% in US and 50% in India, then the effective global tax rate is 23.1%. However, the same business and the same profit, if they're structured properly while you're allocating the tax to low or zero tax countries, then the effective tax rate can be as low as 2.3%. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome our featured contestant for today, Apple. Like every great chef, Apple too had a secret recipe. It was called the double Irish, but the stateless special. So before we begin the cooking process, let's take some notes, shall we? So the first kitchen note is Ireland is a low tax jurisdiction. So naturally it became the hub for many MNCs to set up their operations in this country. And the next one is tax ruling. Tax ruling, you can consider them as advanced clarifications issued by tax authorities regarding how a particular arrangement is going to be taxed. Now let's get into some ingredients. So the first one is Apple Inc., California, the parent company. Apple Sales International, incorporated in Ireland. Intellectual property and cost-sharing agreements, Ruchi ke takashtu, or Swadanusar. And finally, the private tax rulings, the official kitchen permit. Every recipe has a special ingredient. Apple's wasn't flour or butter. It was intellectual property. The ideas. These ideas belong to the parent company, which was in the US. So the US entity and the Irish entity entered into a cost-sharing agreement. The IP belonged to the US entity, but the island, the Irish entity, could utilize, had the economic rights to utilize this intellectual property to sell the iPhones or MacBooks across globally besides the Americas. So, if an iPhone was bought anywhere internationally besides the Americas, the significant portion of the profit flowed into Apple Sales International. Now comes the twist. Apple Sales International was notionally split into two halves, only for tax purposes. The first one was the Irish branch, which had actual business, actual employees. The next one is the head office. The head office had no employees, no building, no tax residents. Now the important question is, which country gets to tax this head office? The United States said, you're not incorporated in the US, so you're not a tax resident of US. Unless you repatriate the money back to the US, I'm not going to tax you. Ireland said, your control and central management is not an island, so you're not a tax resident of Ireland. These were the laws back then. So US said, not mine. Ireland said, not mine. So the head office had no employees, no office, no physical presence. Now in this context of a cooking show, I'm going to ask you this question. Then who cooked the dish? Well, that's why the head office was also called as the host entity. Under the Irish tax rulings, Ireland had agreed that it's going to tax only the Irish branch because Apple argued the significant portion of economic rights to utilize this intellectual property belonged to the head office. Naturally, most of the profits were allocated there. Remember, head office was not a tax resident anywhere back then. The result, Apple Sales International in 2014, the effective tax rate was only 0.005%. To give you a little bit of context in INR, if profit was 1 lakh rupees, only 5 rupees was the tax amount. Let's take a moment to let this sink in. So let's not forget about the other contestants. Google, Nike, and Starbucks. All of them had different recipes, but different ingredients, but they had one objective: how to allocate these profits efficiently. So now comes the taste test. The judges, Ireland was happy, USA was somewhere nonchalant at the moment, but OECD and EC sensed there's something fishy. EC asked this very pertinent question: is Apple being given unfair advantage by Ireland? OECD watched the game, watched the competition. It realized one thing. It's not about Apple, it's not about the dish. It's about the recipe. So OECD scrapped the recipe and rewrote the rule book. Result, BEPS, base erosion and profit shifting. One simple philosophy: profit should follow value creation. And then came Pillar 2, global minimum tax. If an MNC was being charged less than 15% in any tax jurisdiction, then the home country's tax jurisdiction can impose a top-up tax to bring up the effective tax rate to 15%. In September 2024, the EU's top court ruled and upheld EC's decision that Apple indeed did have an unfair advantage. So Apple ended up paying a whopping $14.4 billion in back taxes. All of this which I explained, gone in vain. So now the result. Now MNCs have actually geared up. Now they want real substance with employees, assets, and risks. They're incorporating something called a principal model with LRD. So now they have real substance, real values, real employees. When I started, I said, this is a story of $1 billion dish. Well, I lied. It's not really about Apple. It's not about $1 billion dish. To tell you the truth, in this era of artificial intelligence and digital assets, it's going to be really hard to physically trace value creation. Probably the best transfer pricing structure is not the one which pushes profits the farthest. It's the one where value, profits, substance, and tax all say the same story. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the true billion-dollar dish. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you, Shubham Singhal sir. It's been an honor to share the stage with you. Thank you.
Phenomenal insights from our presenters. Now, to knit these complex global threads together and give us an ultimate master perspective, I have the absolute privilege of inviting our session chairman, C.A. Shubham Singhal sir, to address the crowd.
चेक गाइस सेशन हिंदी में चलेगा तो शुरू करूं पक्का हिंदी में चलेगा पक्का तो बोल दूं तो बैंगलोर एल्लारिगू नमस्कारा इसके आगे नहीं आता बस इतना ही सीख पाया था इसके आगे बोल नहीं पाया कुछ तो चेंगीदारी कुछ तो था कि आर यू ऑल डूइंग गुड चेनादिगिरी सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अपॉलॉजीज कि मेरे को कन्नड़ नहीं आता है मुझे हिंदी आता है इंग्लिश आता है और थोड़ा थोड़ा तेलुगु आता है మీరు అన్ని బాగా ఉన్నారు ఆర్ యు ఆల్ తొక్కు తొక్కు కొంచెం కొంచెం వస్తుంది ఎక్కువ రాదు నాకు ठीक है गाइस हाँ जी यहां पे मैं देखा कोई तो बहुत चिल्ला रहे हैं 4 दोस्त आए हैं चारों दोस्त एक दूसरे का नाम चिल्ला रहे हैं बस ऑलराइट गाइस एक बार मेरा वाला इंट्रो ले लूं एक बार मेरा वाला इंट्रो ले लूं जिनको आता है बोलना जिनको नहीं आता है वो सुन के बोलना ठीक है पर बोलना जरूरी है आर यू रेडी एवरीबॉडी शोर गूंजना चाहिए पूरा आर यू रेडी फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लेट मी टेल यू आई हैव नेवर सीन सच अ रेस्पॉन्सिव ऑडियंस इन एनी अदर सिटी स्पेशली आफ्टर लंच especially after looking at the quantity of rice that you had in your plate nahi mila tumko chalo so are you ready guys everyone on the count of 3 2 1 go haan ji dosto kya haal hai I hope you are all doing really good afternoon guys kaise ho aap sab log Sir, सबसे पहले I'll take a moment to appreciate the 2 session speakers that we had. A huge round of applause for them. मैंने देखा तुम बहुत शिद्दत से उनकी बातें सुन रहे थे है ना बहुत शिद्दत से उनकी बातें सुन रहे थे मैंने देखा कि मैं ऐसे मुड़ रहा हूं तो शुभम सर मुड़ रहे हैं हाँ तो anyway guys it takes a huge courage at this age to be standing in front of such a huge audience that to where some people are shouting some people are super active it takes a lot of efforts so huge round of applause for them again no matter who wins you both of you are winner in my eyes okay all right guys now coming to the point दोस्तों मेरे पास इन्होंने बोला Q&A सेशन लेने के लिए तो मैं तुम लोगों से 1-to-1 बातें करूंगा आप लोग अपने बारे में बता सकते हो पर उससे पहले मैं एक बार छोटी सी बात बता दूं मेरे बारे में थोड़ा सा बता दूं माय नेम इज सीए शुभम सिंघल आई एम अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट इसलिए मैंने नाम के आगे सीए लगाया आई हैड क्लियर्ड माय सीए बैक इन 2018 एंड आई वाज गॉड वाज काइंड एनफ टू ब्लेस मी विद एन ऑल इंडिया रैंक 4 एट सीए फाइनल लेवल and then I have done my before that I have done my articleship with Deloitte Haskins and Sales in the Mumbai statutory audit department और सीए बनने के बाद मैंने 1 साल मुंबई एयरपोर्ट में काम किया एयरपोर्ट में काम किया मींस डजंट मीन वो ट्रॉली में लेके जाता था इतनी बुरी हालत नहीं है भाई सुनो तो आई वाज एट द मुंबई एयरपोर्ट आई वाज असिस्टिंग द सीईओ ऑफ द मुंबई एयरपोर्ट जी हाँ
चाहे उनका sorry, I was with him. I was in all the meetings. I used to learn a lot from him. But then COVID happened, so I had to switch my job. But then again, that turned out to be a blessing, and I was blessed enough to get into a venture capital fund. How many of you know what is venture capital? Raise your hands. Okay, let's see. हाथ नीचे. How many of you legit don't know what is a venture capital? और ये बीच वाले कौन है जो हाँ में भी हाथ नहीं उठाए? ना उनका अभी खाना डाइजेशन शुरू हुआ है ऐसा? नहीं सर, हाँ ठीक है. Venture capital fund is basically funds which invests into startup. So they are the ones who invest into startup. So I was blessed to be into venture capital fund for about 1.5 years. We did a lot of good investments. ये अलग बात है वो चले नहीं. हम जब कर रहे थे तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था हमको. So we did a lot of good investment. Then after 1.5 years, I quit the job and I figured out the other aspects of my life for which you probably know me or for which I am standing here. But दोस्तों मैं आप लोगों को एक चीज बताना चाहता हूँ before I get into Q&A with you, और मैं आपको गाइडेंस भी देता रहूंगा. एक बार मेरे को जरा शो ऑफ हैंड्स के साथ बताना कितने बच्चे हैं जो CA फाइनलिस्ट हैं. What? हाँ हाथ नीचे करो. कितने बच्चे जो CA फाउंडेशन क्लियर कर चुके हैं? CA फाउंडेशन क्लियर कर चुके हैं. अरे दोबारा हाथ मत उठाना, सॉरी. CA फाउंडेशन क्लियर हो चुका है पर CA इंटर क्लियर नहीं हुआ है अभी तक, या एग्जाम देने के हैं अभी भी बच्चे लोग. ठीक है, ओके. एंड हाउ मेनी CAs इन द हाउस? ओ आप लोग मैनिफेस्ट कर रहे हो क्या हाथ उठा के? ठीक है. So guys, majority of you I see you are in CA, you are CA finalist. मतलब basically CA inter का both group clear हो गया. So there is this one thing that I want to tell you which you guys are not going to believe. Please do your articleship properly. No matter how small a firm it is, how mid-size a firm it is and how big the firm it is, I have seen people जो small size firm से articleship करके बहुत अच्छे CA बनते हैं. Guys, everyone is comfortable with Hindi, right? Little bit Hindi English mix. Sure? Telugu I can speak, but you will not be able to understand. I have my personal Telugu. And I'll tell you honestly, I learned Telugu in 7th standard. And I'll be very honest, the only first few words that I learned was slangs. I heard one of my friend abusing the other friend in a language, in a word. I said, kya bola bhai, kya bola? He's like, Like, wow, yaar. Then I used to say, So I don't think I want to say Telugu because क्या पता उन्होंने मेरे को बताया ना हो कि इसका मतलब कोई गाली होती है और मैं यहाँ पे बोल दूं कि अरे नीकु तेलसु नीनू 1 number something. Then I'll get to know that, oh shit, that was a slang. So let's do it in Hindi and English. Okay? All right, guys. Now, so the point that I was saying is, in your articleship, I'm sure everyone feels that I'm at a wrong place. Probably this firm is not for me. Probably this department is not for me. If someone is in internal audit, they want to go to stat audit. Someone is in stat audit, they want to go to direct tax. Direct tax, they want to go to indirect tax. Someone is in big 4, they want to come to mid-size. Why? Because they are like, only one thing we are learning every time. Someone is in mid-size, he's saying, yeah, we are learning everything, but we are not getting specialization in anything. So there is not a single person in articleship who is happy. That is what you think. But let me tell you, there are some people who are very, very satisfied with their own articleship. Is there anyone here in the house who is happy with that? Don't worry, your principals are not here. You don't have to worry. Huh? So let me, keep your hands properly, keep your hands up properly. Guys, hands down, hello. Sir, I'm telling you, it's just 5% of the crowd. But what you think is that everyone else is satisfied, only we are the one who is suffering with our articleship. But that is not true. Sir, even in Big 4, sometimes you get stuck with a particular manager who is not good enough to...
Big fan, sir, big fan.
अभी तो आया भाई. चल निकल बे. पर तुमने तो बोला था बोल के Q&A लेना है. चलो ठीक है. तो गाइस इन शॉर्ट आर्टिकलशिप अच्छे से कर लो, ठीक है. बट एक बार मैं आप लोगों से बात करना चाहूंगा, तो मैं चाहूंगा कि Q&A कर लें. 5 मिनट उन्होंने बोला है 5 मिनट में खत्म करने के लिए. पर उन्होंने ये भी बोला था कि 11 बजे सेशन होगा. तो anyway, सुनो, sorry. Guys, I am going to take a few questions. We had decided to take 10 questions, but we will narrow it down to 3 to 5 questions, depending on how quick I answer. I want the people, the management, to give the mic to anyone who wants to ask a question. The first question I'll take without a mic. Anyone who wants to ask any question about his CA journey, preparation, anything. Raise your hands. I know the first one is difficult always, then it never stops. Anyone? Yes, sir, please. Hold on. Yes, sir. जोर से बोल लो, कोई बात नहीं. हाँ, करो. माइक ऑन करो. जोर से बोल लेना, मैं बोल दूंगा. हाँ. I'll repeat for all of you. Hold on. हाँ, बोलो. He has recently started his articleship. He just cleared inter. He wants to know what is the best time to start CA final. Sir, what do you think? सर सबके साथ क्या होता है पता है? जिस दिन सीए इंटर का, सुन लो मेरी बात, जिस दिन सीए इंटर का रिजल्ट आता है तुम लोग एक सपना देखते हो कि यार इंटर तो भगवान भरोसे पास हो गया, फाइनल में वो गलती नहीं करूंगा जो मैंने इंटर में की थी. और उसमें हमारा सबसे पहला स्टेप क्या होता है? क्लासेस. पहले तो ऑफिस लग जाए, उसके बाद हमारा एफआर कहां से पढ़ना है सोचना शुरू करो और शुरू करो. पर वो क्लास का, अच्छा सुन लो भाई, क्लास खरीदते हैं ना, फिर उसके बाद ऐसा रहता है 90 लेक्चर्स into 3 hours, 270 hours. तो सोचते हैं 90 लेक्चर्स, मंडे टू सैटरडे एक लेक्चर देखूंगा, संडे को पूरा दिन फ्री हूं, 3 लेक्चर देखूंगा, तो हफ्ते का 9 लेक्चर, ऐसे 10 हफ्ते में लेक्चर खत्म कर दूंगा, फिर मैं एएफएम की तरफ बढ़ जाऊंगा, 6 महीने पहले कोर्स पूरा खत्म कर दूंगा 2 रिवीजन के साथ. सर ये सब आपको कैसे पता सर? क्योंकि सास भी कभी बहू थी, है ना. जिनको हिंदी नहीं आता उनका ऐसा होगा, तू बाहर मिल, सुबह से वेट करा रहा था, तू बाहर मिल. तो दोस्तों मेरा आंसर ये है, नहीं तो फिर चिट्ठी आ जाएगी. आंसर ये है कि आपका जो है, आपको आर्टिकलशिप में मैंने जो बोला, फर्स्ट ईयर आप लोग क्लासेस या जो भी आपको पढ़ना है थोड़ा थोड़ा लेके शुरू कर दो, बट गिव प्रेफरेंस टू आर्टिकलशिप इन द फर्स्ट ईयर. बॉस, यू कैन नॉट बी सीरियस अबाउट योर सीए फाइनल प्रेफरेंस. गिव प्रेफरेंस टू आर्टिकलशिप इन द फर्स्ट ईयर. काम नहीं सीखोगे ना, जल्दी सीए बन जाओगे पर जॉब नहीं ले पाओगे. जॉब में रिगरस आपका इंटरव्यू होगा, देयर यू हैव टू स्टैंड एंड आंसर. सो यू विल हैव टू मेक श्योर दैट फॉर द फर्स्ट ईयर यू आर वेरी सीरियस अबाउट योर आर्टिकलशिप. सेकेंड ईयर का 6 months यू हैव टू बैलेंस बोथ, एंड सेकेंड ईयर का लास्ट 6 months क्विट आर्टिकलशिप, फोकस 100% इनटू सीए फाइनल. दैट इज द राइट बैलेंस. ओके, बट आप शुरू तो कर लो, वो स्पॉम वगैरह जो है वो सब वो क्लियर कर लो, बट डोंट गेट वेरी अग्रेसिव अबाउट पढ़ाई इन द फर्स्ट ईयर. Okay, don't even plan. I'll tell you why. Because every day you are going to sleep thinking, यार आज कुछ पढ़ नहीं पाया यार. Why take unreasonable targets? Correct? Anyone? Next question. देखो हाथ बहुत उठ गए. सीए साहब ने हाथ उठाया. Yes sir, please. Guys, एक second. People will engage more if you pass on the mic for 2 minutes just. Yeah. Please pass on the mic very quickly. Yes sir. एक सेकेंड, आपके पास एक और माइक है क्या मैम?
Thank you.
Yes, sir,
Thank you,
please.
sir, for coming to Bangalore. So the question is like I have seen that most of them CA members and CA finalists. So as a teacher, you can explain better. So as you mentioned that they're preparing and everything they are going. After the exams, one paper is difficulty. They're just ignoring. Because of that, I can see that out of the students of 50,000 members who have applied, I can see like some of the persons who are not getting cleared because of getting like dropped out of the first paper of difficulty. Tell them to tackle the situation, because I have seen like most of the times they will call to me of the FR paper and telling that I want to skip next attempt, I want to write that attempt. I can see like 10,000 to 15,000 people who are tackling that situation.
Understood.
Yeah, because of that the pass percentage is not good and they're blaming institute and everything. Of course, its papers are difficulty, but you as a teacher, it will be good to address these people how to tackle. Thank you.
See, I think the question was basically, if one paper is tough, you let go of the next few papers, because of which you do not clear CA exams. How to tackle that? I'll give you a broader answer to this question. This is just one problem. There are similar 1,000 problems in a CA journey, the answer to which is mental strength. What is mental strength? After you have a bad paper, coming to home and your mind telling you that, boss, this is very normal, bad paper for everyone, this paper will mess up with my next paper. If you know this very clearly, then you will know what to do. You have to ignore that first paper and you have to get started. But to answer this one specific question, I'll tell you one thing to do, sir. That is something that I did. I used to leave my question paper in the exam hall itself. Why? Because the moment I used to carry it home, sometimes the paper goes good. So I'm like, yaar, ek baar check kar leta hu, yaar, kya pata 70 plus aa raha ho. And the moment I open my book, 40, भगवान प्लीज 40 दे देना भगवान, अगले वाले में ये ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं रहेगा मेरा. So I realized you were happy, you had a confidence of 70 marks, but when you come back home, you see the answers, you're like 40, 50 आ जाए बड़ी बात है. So the best way is, if you have the paper, you will do the checking. The best way is leave your paper in the classroom. In the classroom itself, where you will have one seat, leave your paper, and whenever one paper is bad, always remember what I'm going to say. Each paper is a battle. Each paper is a battle. But CA exam together is a war. Losing one battle will not make you lose the war. Are you getting my point? Each paper is a battle. So even if you lose one battle, let go. Okay? Second last question and then we will end the session. Yes, please. Anyone? Too many hands now. Very difficult to pick. I will give me the discretion to select the question. Yes, ma'am, your question. वहां पे नहीं भागा तू, वो है अभी तक पता भी नहीं चला. हाँ बोलो मैडम.
Hi sir, myself Khwahish. I'm a huge fan of you.
Thank you so much.
So cut to my question.
तुम लोग बहुत बुरे हो यार. मैं देख रहा हूँ तुम मेरे को छेड़ रहे हो. शर्म आती है तुमको? हाँ बोलो.
Sir, I cleared my CA inter in first attempt, but the thing is I didn't want to take. No.
Sorry, बोलो. Sorry. Just kidding. Please tell me.
नहीं, ये context जरूरी था.
हाँ sir. Okay.
Because I didn't want to do audit or tax, so I took my articleship in valuation and transaction advisory. I'm like, no. Sorry. I am damn serious about it. But there's this conception that if you don't do audit or you don't start with tax, you're in a wrong direction or something like that. So there's always a second doubt. I don't know what to do. I want to go in finance. I'm very sure about that.
आपका मन किस में लग रहा है? Valuation में लग रहा है?
हाँ.
End of discussion. There is no second thought to it. I'll tell you why. A friend of mine, his name is Harsh. Sit down. You can sit down. Thank you so much. A friend of mine, Harsh Kabra, उसका नाम Harsh Kabra है. He got articleship at Deloitte. Dream for many people. In the first month of articleship, he got one clarity in life that I don't want to do this particular work. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but he knew that I don't want to do this work. Sir, he quit Deloitte. He was not worried about transfer. He was not worried about where do I go, what do I do. He just quit Deloitte. He was sitting at home for 3 months. Everyone was looking down at him. Ki, boss, you cannot do anything. Why? You made a wrong decision. 3 months later, he joined a firm for free where he used to learn equities. How to trade in equities. Sir, he spent 2 years of his articleship doing equity trading there and he got 0 stipend. He cleared his CA in first attempt. He got a job of 38 lakh rupees per annum, first job offer. I'll tell you the name of the company also. It was O3 Capital, which offered him 38 lakhs and let me, if I'm not wrong, 38 lakhs was fixed. He did not care about the traditional method. What he asked himself was, do I love this work that I'm doing? If yes, don't worry about everyone else. Because later on, the audit people are thinking, boss, audit and tax doesn't have scope. Should I go to valuation? I think there was this girl behind the stage. She was asking to Shivam Palan, sir, how do I get into venture capital in inter-articleship? So you are probably sitting where thousands people dream to be of, right? So don't, usko aise hakal mat do ki yaar ye to bahut normal hai, mere ko audit tax karna hai. Don't do that. Okay, last question, ma'am, and then we will have to end the session or we will wait for the chit to come. Ziddi to hai hum.
सर मेरा नमस्ते सर, मेरा नाम राधिका
नमस्कार
है. सर मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि 1 साल आर्टिकलशिप का हो गया है, बट मैंने मेरे पढ़ाई को सीरियसली नहीं लिया है. बट आप बोल रहे हो कि अब सेकेंड ईयर आर्टिकलशिप से पढ़ाई पे फोकस करना होगा. बट सर अब मेरे को सीरियसनेस आया कि मुझे आर्टिकलशिप को सीरियसली लेना था. तो अब मैं इस डायलेमा में मैं अब पढ़ाई करूँ आर्टिकलशिप.
अब आपने गलती करी,
करी.
अब एक और गलती आप क्या करोगे? आज से 1 साल बाद आपको रियलाइजेशन होगा कि मुझे पढ़ाई को सीरियसली लेना था सेकेंड ईयर में. तो अब ये गलती तो हो गई, अब उस गलती को रोकते हैं कि सेकेंड ईयर में अपने को क्या करना है, पढ़ाई को प्रायोरिटी देनी पड़ेगी. तो यू मेक श्योर यू डोंट बिल्ड अ रिग्रेट फॉर 1 ईयर लेटर. पर ये बहुत अच्छा था मालिक, वेरी गुड. सिट डाउन प्लीज. यस मैम, आपने माइक ही ले लिया पहले, वाह. बोलो मैम.
हाँ, तो मेरा क्वेश्चन इधर बहुत सारे लोगों से रिलेटेबल हो सकता है या नहीं भी हो सकता है.
ऐसा बोलते हैं तो नहीं ही होता है यूजुअली.
नहीं, ये होगा.
अच्छा फिर बोलो. हाँ
हाँ, तो अभी हम लोग सुबह से लेके रात तक आर्टिकलशिप करते हैं एंड देन व्हेन वी कम मॉर्निंग वील डिसाइड कि हाँ घर पे जाके 3 घंटे के लेक्चर ख़त्म करेंगे एंड सब. एंड आर्टिकलशिप से निकलते टाइम ही 7-8 बज जाता है एंड घर पे जाके ज़ीरो मोटिवेशन बचता है कोई भी लेक्चर देखने का एंड वी गेट सो टायर्ड. सो हाउ डू वी कम डू दैट?
I think this will be a good answer for everyone, guys. Hello, guys. Stop. आप लोग अपने आप को, I'm assuming the minimum age here is 18 years. Anyone less than 18? No, I'm not asking for, it's a different reason altogether. The intention is, I mean, to understand that you are in foundation cleared, so majorly 18 plus students, so basically, आप अपने आप को 18 साल से जान रहे हो. You know yourself for the last 18 years. Start understanding yourself. Do you think you are capable of being a person who starts his day at 8 a.m. in the morning, goes to office, gives his 100%, or at least tries to give his 100%, gets tired, can come back home at 7:38 in the night and sit down to watch one full lecture or to study for 3 hours? Guys, you cannot study for 3 hours in a free day. When you have nothing to do the whole day, you struggle to reach 3 hours. And what target are you taking? Target to study for 3 hours after the day has almost finished. What happens because of that? For the first year of your articleship, every night you go to sleep being disappointed. Or I had to finish this thing I didn't finish. I had to do self-study of this thing I didn't do. Don't you take targets every day that you fail to achieve? Why do you decide that on a Sunday I will watch 3 lectures? Why? On a Sunday, what changes on a Sunday? Do you not realize that when Monday to Saturday you are working hard, your body is getting tired, you also need rest on Sunday? What mistake you do is at planning level, you do not include that break. So try to make smart targets, as in from now onwards, don't think that I'll come back and study for 3 hours. Ask yourself, can I study for just 1 hour? Doable? Do it, sleep happily. So at least what will happen? Now anyway 3 days you are wasting, doing nothing. What will happen? One hour, in 3 days you will finish 1 lecture. So my point is, reduce your target to an extent where you can achieve it, and then try your best effort to achieve it. And at the end, even if you're not able to achieve it, ask yourself why. Is the factor uncontrollable or controllable? What are controllables? I came home, I started watching YouTube. I started with a lecture on YouTube. I was watching a lecture, then I saw a recommendation of some controversy. Then I saw some other recommendation. Then all of a sudden I'm listening to some Kannada song, when I don't even know Kannada, right? So this is YouTube recommendation. And you know yourself. Tell me something, has any one of you ever uninstalled Instagram?
Yes.
फिर तुम्हारे साथ भी हुआ ना कि YouTube शॉर्ट्स पे अच्छे वीडियो आने लग गए? अगर आप अपने बारे में ये नहीं समझोगे कि जब मैं Instagram डिलीट करता हूं, YouTube शॉर्ट्स परेशान करते हैं, मैंने YouTube शॉर्ट्स छोड़ दिया, मैं Chrome पे Instagram चलाने लग गया. Chrome मेरे को बोलता है नहीं चलाने दूंगा, मैं बोलता हूं कैसे नहीं देगा, मैं बंद करके फिर से चालू करूंगा. होता है ना? तो जब तुम अपने आप को यहां तक समझ जाओगे तो तुमको समझ आएगा what is the realistic target. For you, it cannot be deleting Instagram. For you, it will be to turn off that phone and get a keypad phone. When you understand what I just said, no, it was not a joke. I cleared my CA inter completely with a keypad phone by choice, not by lack of money or lack of phones. इतना पुराना नहीं हूं मैं. It is by choice that I decided to have a keypad phone. I decided that the first time I clear my CA enter, I'll buy a phone up to 10 to 12,000. And then after I clear my CA, I'll see which phone I want to buy. So you have to, because I knew myself that I am one of you. I cannot shut my Instagram just by deleting the app. It is not possible, sir. We always find loopholes to our promises. Wherever we make promises, we always find loopholes. So let's not make fake promises to ourselves and everything will be sorted. Okay, guys? Thank you so much. Listen to me. Sir, last thing. Chit nahi dega na? Chit to do. Before I want to, no, I'll just end the session. Before I go, I had very less time with you. But I promise and I swear on, officially on record, you have been a lovely audience. What I will pray for you, for those who have to write their CA foundation or their inter or their final examination, listen to me very clearly, a day will come very soon that you are going to open your results to check your group 1 results and your group 2 results. Work so hard that वहाँ पे ग्रुप 1 जब आप खोलोगे वहाँ पे आपको बड़े-बड़े शब्दों में सक्सेसफुल दिखेगा. जब आप ग्रुप 2 खोलोगे आपको बड़े-बड़े सक्सेसफुल में वर्ड्स में सक्सेसफुल दिखेगा. And that day you will cry a lot and those will be happy tears because that day you will be a chartered accountant and I promise you everything will be worth it that day. So give your 100% and guys, thank you so much. You have been a lovely audience. I'll see you in the next session. Until then, this is your CA buddy Shubham Singhal signing off. Bye-bye.
Now, I request
you, sir.
CA Kavita Parmesh ma'am, chairperson of Bengaluru branch of SIRC, to come to the dais and give a memento to CA Shubham Singhal sir. Sir, I request you to come forward for a memento.
I would request CA Shubham Singhal sir to present mementos to our paper presenters.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, presenters, for the wonderful session. A huge round of applause once again.
I would request Nitisha to present the word of thanks.
Good afternoon to everyone. As we conclude the Knowledge Session 3, Transfer Pricing Consulting, on behalf of Bengaluru branch SIRC, SICASA, and the organizing committee of Vidhruthi, Yes We Can, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to CA Shubham Singhal sir for your valuable guidance, insightful feedback, and encouragement throughout the session. I would like to thank CA Karthik Shastri sir for supporting us in the mentoring of the presenters. My sincere appreciation also goes to the paper presenters, Ms. Bhavini S. and Ms. Soumya R. for the excellent presentation and putting in all the efforts to share their knowledge and ideas. I also thank Mr. Suman Desai, our managing committee member, for accompanying us in this session to the dais. And a very special thank you to all of you present over here for your energetic appearance and interaction. Thank you everyone. Enjoy the evening.
ಏನ್ರಿ ಊಟ ಆಗಿಲ್ವಾ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಜೋಶ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿವನ್ the situation is serious. It's been 2 hours since lunch and my co-host was last seen heading towards the dessert counter pulling an entire Dil Wale Dulhaniya Le Jayenge scene. Instead of saying Ja Simran Ja, जी ले अपनी जिंदगी, brother is doing "Aa rasmalai, aa mera pet bhar le." Someone, please drag him onto the stage.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಕೌಂಟರ್ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ ಅಣ್ಣ, ರಸ್ಮಲೈ ಬೇಕು ನನಗೆ. ಒಂದರಿಂದ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತಣ್ಣ, 3 ದಿವಸದಿಂದ ಅಮ್ಮ ಬೇರೆ ಊಟ ಹಾಕಿಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ಗಂತಾನೆ ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. 5-6 ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಅಣ್ಣ, ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಫುಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಬ್ ಲೋಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಫುಲ್ ಸುಂಟರಗಾಳಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಬೇಕು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಗ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಣ್ಣ, ವಲ್ಲರಿ ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. वाह बिडू वाह, मजा आ गया.
Champ, the audience is waiting for us. Could you just drop the ball and can we get on with our show?
Just give me 2 seconds. Guys, just 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
My deepest apologies, Valerie, and a huge sorry to you, Bengaluru. But trust me, this Rasmalai is a masterpiece.
Namaste, Sat Sri Akal.
Assalamu alaikum, Bengaluru.
Now that we are both finally here, it's high time we introduce ourselves. Champ, show me what you've got.
An elegant dancer with a powerhouse stride, a total vibe who leaves nowhere to hide. She'll picture your smiles with a memory so clear. Bengaluru, give it up for Valerie, she's here.
Oh, damn, poetic and all, bro. I'm impressed. A chef since the age of 6. A laugh that fills up the room. This SSF president makes every connection in the room bloom. From a cozy cafe to Italy's culinary scene, Bengaluru, give it up for Champ, our future Michelin. All right, Bengaluru. The energy, it's electric. The stage, it's set, and it's time to kickstart our next masterclass. Champ, let's get this rolling.
Hold on, Valerie. Where do you think you're heading? Stop right here.
Now what happened, bro?
Narayan, Valerie, there is an absolute chaos in the Devlok. The heavens are trembling because Yamraj has threatened a total lockdown.
What? Why?
Because Chitragupt threw his pen down and said a CA student's ledger is a pure torture. He looked at the earth and screamed, "Forget hell! The real punishment is trying to survive a post-law lecture at Vidhruthi."
Okay, he's not wrong, Champ. Since Devlok is in crisis and our students, they need an immediate rescue. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are joined with a true national inspiration, a role model for every aspiring professional in this room. A brilliant mind who achieved the dream of becoming a chartered accountant at an exceptionally young age of 21. Which proves that dedication knows no limits.
For over 13 years, she has dedicated her life to empowering thousands of students across the country, transforming the way they think, learn, and grow. Featured on Josh Talks, she is a phenomenal mentor who doesn't just teach, she truly inspires. Bengaluru, let's stand up, make some noise, and welcome CA Ankita Patni.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite CA Sri Raksha, co-opted member of Sikasa Bengaluru, to escort our esteemed session chairman and present her with a book bouquet.
It is now my absolute pleasure to invite our esteemed session chairman, CA Ankita Patni, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon to every one of you all. Good afternoon, boys and girls. क्या बात है, आप लोगों ने lunch नहीं किया क्या? You all did not have your lunch? Where's the energy? Where's the josh? Come on, we'll try one more time. Very good afternoon to every one of you all. क्या बात है, wonderful, wonderful, very good. So today I have come here in Bangalore for this wonderful session. और ये जो session है, in this session, I'm going to tell you something that nobody else tells you. And this something that I'm going to tell you is going to be a big lie. A lie, in fact, that you have heard every time in every reel that you scroll, in every YouTube video that you see, or maybe every teacher, every speaker, everybody tells you something. But this thing that everybody tells you is a big, big lie. And this lie is that everybody sitting over here is special. You are not special, let me tell you. And why is this sentence that you are special a lie? I will tell you today. And the reason and the answer to this lie, maybe you will get after the session comes to an end. So what are we going to talk about in this particular session? Okay. Firstly, you know, you might have seen me maybe on Instagram, on YouTube, or in my classes, or I don't know, on social media. And everybody who has watched me, आपको ऐसा लगा होगा कि मैं एक bold, confident, happy-go-lucky, एक always smiling person लड़की हूँ. But is this the truth? The answer to this question is no. क्या मैं हमेशा से ऐसी थी? इस सवाल का भी जवाब है no. In fact, when I was your age, when I was in school, I was just the opposite of what you are looking at me right now. I was shy, I was underconfident, I was always in doubt. So what happened that eventually was a turning point in my life? Because I want to tell you something. Today, when I get this opportunity to speak in front of you all, I feel this session is for every one of you all. हर एक बच्चे के लिए ये आज का सेशन है जिसको कहीं ना कहीं अपने आत्मविश्वास को उसने खत्म कर दिया, अपने सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस को उसको खत्म कर दिया है और उसके लिए उसका डर जो है वो ज्यादा हो गया है. So today's session is really very important. I would request every one of you all to please be seated. आने वाले 30 minutes are going to have a huge impact, a positive impact in your life. And you are going to take away many things after the session gets over. I don't want anything else, just 30 minutes of your life. Are you ready for it? See, firstly, just check this. There are lakhs of students who are doing CA course, lakhs. But then it's just thousands of you all who are sitting in this auditorium right now. There are so many who started with the CA course, but eventually they gave up. They just thought that ये कोर्स तो मेरे लिए बना ही नहीं है. उन्होंने कंप्लीट किया ही नहीं. कितने बच्चे आज सो रहे हैं, मूवी के लिए गए हैं, पार्टी कर रहे हैं, बट आपने वो सब ना चूज करते हुए you thought that you want to come here today. You thought that I'll gain some knowledge. I'll feel motivated. There'll be so many sessions which will give so many new insights to me. You chose yourself over all the other pleasures in your life. So firstly, you and all others sitting in this particular auditorium. So before I start with the session, I would like that you should appreciate yourself and everyone else sitting in this auditorium. A big round of applause for everyone who is here. Come on, and for yourself. Because you chose yourself over all these things. So you should feel really proud of yourself. Okay. So let's continue. Let's start with the session now. So this journey is about me more than me. It is about you. And how was this journey from this seat to here on the stage? What happened? What was my turning point? And how things changed for me and how I started to gain confidence and how I started to believe in myself, believe in my dreams, how I started to develop that attitude to never give up. And how did every negative step eventually got converted into some positive thing. I'll tell you something. As a child, as a kid, I was a very average student. Means, can I talk in Hindi and English both? Is it okay? You all understand Hindi? How many of you all understand Hindi? Okay, thank you. Great, wonderful. Okay, I'll tell you, बचपन में मतलब when I was in my school, I was a very average student. In fact, I never was able to score more than 75%. But ऐसा नहीं था कि मैं मेहनत नहीं करती थी. Every day in, day out, I used to work hard. I was working hard consistently, but still, I used to never get good marks. मेरा जो मेहनत था, वो कभी अच्छे मार्क्स की तरह रंग लाया ही नहीं. हर बार जब कभी भी रिजल्ट डे रहता था, आई यूज टू बी डिसअपॉइंटेड एंड आई यूज टू टेल माई मॉम कि मम्मी मैं इतनी मेहनत करती हूँ, मैं इतने सिंसियरली पढ़ाई करती हूँ, मैं लेक्चर्स बंक नहीं करती हूँ, मैं होमवर्क रेगुलरली करती हूँ, बट फिर भी मुझे कम मार्क्स क्यों मिलते हैं. मेरे जो फ्रेंड्स है जो मुझसे कम पढ़ते हैं, बिल्कुल सिंसियर नहीं है, टाइम पास करते रहते हैं, बट फिर भी उनको ज्यादा मार्क्स मिलते हैं एज कंपेयर टू मी. व्हाई इज दिस हैपनिंग टू मी मॉम? पता नहीं क्यों. मैं बार बार ये बोलती रहती थी, ठीक है मम्मी समझाती रहती थी, मैं पढ़ती रहती थी, और ऐसे ही फर्स्ट से सेकंड, सेकंड से थर्ड, थर्ड से फोर्थ. बट फिफ्थ स्टैंडर्ड में क्या हुआ, मुझे बहुत कम मार्क्स मिले. कम मतलब इतने कम, 70s से आई डायरेक्टली केम टू 50s. एंड मतलब 50s सीए की एग्जामिनेशन में इज गुड, बट 50% in 5th standard, you know it's not at all good. So when the midterms, we had terminal exams and then the final exams. In the midterms, when I got around 50% marks, I was very sad. And I started to cry as soon as I saw the result. And then this time, at a very serious note, I told my mom that I don't want to study in this school. No matter what, I'm not getting good numbers. I know that my friends who are from different schools, they didn't study a bit and still they are getting good percentage. I give up. But then my mom came close to me and she told me कि बेटा 3 बातें हैं, 3 things. Please remember these 3 things in your life. And today in this session are these 3 things that I want to pass on to you. First thing she told me is, आपके लाइफ के जर्नी में you should never ever compare yourself with somebody else. हर एक की जर्नी अपनी खुद की जर्नी होती है. तेरे लाइफ की जर्नी में तू तेरी मेन कैरेक्टर है, तो अपने आप को किसी और से नहीं, कंपेयर योरसेल्फ with yourself only and try to be a better version every time. Second thing she told me is, you should work hard no matter what. जब समय आएगा आपको उसका फल मिलेगा. और तीसरी चीज उन्होंने बोला, ये जो हार्ड वर्क आप कर रहे हो, इट शुड नॉट बी फॉर अ डे और 2, इट शुड बी डन कंसिस्टेंटली. सो कंसिस्टेंसी इज मैजिकल, व्हाट शी टोल्ड मी. ये 3 बातें बहुत सिंपल, बहुत रॉ, आपने हजारों बार सुनी होगी, बट इमेजिन करो, आई वॉज इन 5th स्टैंडर्ड, आई वॉज 10 years old. 10 साल की बच्ची में पता नहीं क्यों और कैसे वो तीनों चीजें एकदम दिमाग में फिट हो गई, एकदम कॉन्क्रीट वो फिट हो गया दिमाग में. मैंने बोला कि ठीक है, आई विल नॉट गिव अप, आई विल ट्राई मोर हार्डर. मैं और मेहनत करूंगी, तरीके को बदलूंगी और मैं कोशिश करूंगी, बट आई विल नॉट गिव अप. मम्मी ने भी मेरी बात सुनी, मेरे को समझाया, मेरे को मोटिवेट किया, बट हर माँ जो करती है, मेरी माँ ने भी वही किया. बोला घर पे तो पढ़ नहीं रही है, एक काम करते इसका ट्यूशन लगा देते. तो मम्मी को भी जो करना था मम्मी ने कर दिया. और क्या किया मम्मी ने, मेरा 5th स्टैंडर्ड मिड टर्म्स, दिवाली के ब्रेक के बाद शी स्टार्टेड माई ट्यूशन क्लासेस. अब जो टीचर मुझे मिली, होता है ना कभी कभार ऐसे ऐसे कुछ टीचर्स मिलते हैं, या समटाइम्स योर पेरेंट्स आर दैट स्ट्रिक्ट दैट यू फील, अरे ये टीचर क्या है, मतलब सुबह दोपहर शाम रात क्या कड़वे करेले ही खाती है क्या, अच्छा बोलती नहीं, सिर्फ चिढ़ती रहती है, मतलब कुछ अच्छे शब्द निकलते ही नहीं है मैम के मुंह से, सिर्फ चिड़चिड़ चिड़चिड़ चिड़चिड़, इतना गुस्सा कि पूछो ही मत. इतनी स्ट्रिक्ट टीचर थी. माय पेरेंट्स आर वेरी लवली, मतलब बहुत प्यारे, लविंग, एंड आई नेवर गॉट दोज स्ट्रिक्ट पेरेंट्स. किसी के पेरेंट्स हैं यहाँ पे जो काफी स्ट्रिक्ट है? कैसे स्ट्रिक्ट आप बता सकते हो मुझे, मैं उधर आती हूँ. स्ट्रिक्ट मतलब आपके हिसाब से व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय स्ट्रिक्ट? देन आई विल टेल यू हाउ स्ट्रिक्ट माय टीचर वाज. बचपन में आपने कभी MTV पे रोडीज देखा है? रोडीज, कितने लोगों ने रोडीज देखा? हाथ ऊपर कीजिए. रोडीज में मैं आपको बताती हूँ 2 जजेस थे, रघु और राजीव. आपने देखा है कभी रघु राजीव? रघु राजीव मतलब टीचर और मुझ में यही डिफरेंस था कि रघु राजीव मेरी टीचर थी और कंटेस्टेंट में थी. मतलब इतना रोस्टिंग, अच्छे शब्द निकलते नहीं है, सीधी बात भी नहीं कर पाती. कुछ थोड़ा सा भी बोल दिया तो बस खत्म, यहां पे खत्म, ऐसा टाइप का. कौन यहां पे, किसने हैंड रेज किया था? स्ट्रिक्ट. आपके पेरेंट्स स्ट्रिक्ट है? हाउ स्ट्रिक्ट? Why do you feel that they are strict?
I mean, it's nothing like very not Indian. It's just like they don't like me wearing certain type of clothes, or they don't like any of my friends. They don't like, especially if they're guys. And God forbid they're of some other religion. Oh my God, my mom's like, you know, you're blasphemous just because you hang out with them. And then she's like, no, don't watch that. Don't do this. Just, yeah.
More than strict, I think her parents are more controlling, but that's not strict. Okay, anyone else who would like to tell me, okay, let's see. All the parents are strict only with the girls? Nobody from the boys?
Hi, ma'am. My mother is very strict, even today. So if I go home, she wants me to study for at least 5 hours. She doesn't want me to she doesn't like me waking up at like 7, 8, 5 o'clock. You have to wake up. that's a. She will not let. She'll take water, put on my face. Yeah, she don't let me. But now because I'm studying for my finals and all, she'll be like, since I don't listen to them because my efficiency is very good in the night. So I study in the night and sleep late. So yeah. So that's why my mother now she has become little, okay, she's like, okay, fine, you're studying, fine.
Anybody from the boys? Okay, एक लड़के को पूछती, फिर मैं आपको बताती हूँ मेरी टीचर कैसे स्ट्रिक्ट थी. I'll just come there. Let me see how strict. Boys के साथ तो काफी strict हो सकते हैं. क्या बात है?
My mother is very strict, ma'am. She won't allow to go outside also.
Okay, he feels that his mom is strict because she doesn't allow him to go out. But you will. अच्छा. मैं आपको बताती हूँ स्ट्रिक्टनेस मतलब क्या. इसको स्ट्रिक्टनेस नहीं बोलते, ये स्ट्रिक्ट नहीं होता है. मैं आपको बताती हूँ मेरी टीचर स्ट्रिक्ट कैसी स्ट्रिक्ट थी. और देखो, आपने कभी नॉर्मल अपना किचन का गैस देखा है? किचन का गैस, किचन में गैस होता है, गैस अपना कुकिंग जिस पे करते हैं. गैस को जलाने के लिए एक चीज की जरूरत होती है, लाइटर. उस टीचर के लिए लाइटर के 2 रीजंस थे, 2 पर्पसेस थे, 2 यूजेस थे. और दूसरा वाला जो रीजन था वो गैस जलाने के लिए था. मतलब आपको समझ में आया? मैम क्या करती थी? लाइटर से चटके देती थी और हमको पढ़ाया करती थी. उसको कहते हैं स्ट्रिक्ट. बाहर नहीं जाना, बात नहीं करना, कपड़े ये पहन, कपड़े वो पहन, उसको स्ट्रिक्टनेस नहीं बोलते. लिटरली मैंने 10 साल की बच्ची ने इतने चटके खाए हो गए लाइटर के. लाइटर और एक दूसरा रहता था मैम के हाथ में, केन भी ऐसे यहाँ पे काफ पे मारती थी और यहाँ पे नकल्स पे मारती थी. वैसी टाइप की स्ट्रिक्ट टीचर. और पता है आयरनी की क्या बात है? सब कुछ हुआ, इतनी स्ट्रिक्ट, इतनी कड़वी, इतनी चिड़चिड़ी, मतलब सिर्फ गालियां निकलती है. यू सिली गर्ल, गेट आउट ऑफ द क्लास, बेवकूफ, समझ नहीं आता तुझे, ऐसी उसकी बातें थी. और नाम उनका था प्रेमा मिस. प्रेमा, ना प्रेम और ना माँ, प्रेमा. और जो बैंड बजाई वो टीचर ने, जो बैंड बजाई. बट ठीक है, आज आई थैंक हर कि वो स्ट्रिक्ट थी. उसकी वजह से आई रियलाइज कि भाई इतनी स्ट्रिक्ट टीचर के पास जाने के बदले अच्छा है इज्जत से घर पे बैठ के पढ़ाई करो. उसकी क्लास होती थी सुबह 5:45, क्योंकि वो क्लास करने के बाद फिर स्कूल होता था. तो स्कूल की तो जो वैन है वो 8 बजे आती थी. 5:45, so I used to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go for her class. But then ठीक है, eventually that time passed, वो हुआ. फिर मैंने रियलाइज किया कि नहीं, खुद से ही पढ़ाई कर लेते हैं, सब कुछ है, सब हो गया. 10th में फॉर्चुनेटली आई वॉज एबल टू स्कोर गुड मार्क्स एंड आई स्कोर लाइक 82.33%. फिर मैंने डिसाइड किया कि मुझे CA करना है. अब जैसे डिसाइड, वैसे मैंने सीए करना बाद में डिसाइड किया, जब 10th हुआ तो माय पेरेंट्स आस्क्ड मी व्हाट डू यू वांट टू बी. आई सेड आई वांट टू बिकम अ टीचर. तो इवन माय पेरेंट्स फेल्ट, अरे 10 लोगों के सामने ये लड़की बोल नहीं सकती है, ये टीचर क्या बनेगी. बट पता नहीं वो बचपन से एक सपना था दैट आई वांटेड टू बिकम अ टीचर. तो फिर मैंने बोला नहीं मैं तो टीचर बनूंगी. आपको जो, पापा को ऐसा लगा ठीक है यार लाइटली लिया. हर बच्चे को 3 में से एक प्रोफेशन चूज करना रहता है, या तो बच्चे को एक्टर बनना रहता है, या तो डॉक्टर बनना रहता है, या तो टीचर बनना रहता है. तो पापा को भी लगा अरे बच्ची है, समझदार नहीं है, बोल दिया मस्ती मस्ती में टीचर बनना है, कोई बात नहीं उसको बोल देता हूँ तू सीए कर ले और उसके बाद तेरे को जो करना है तू कर ले. सीए करते करते अपने आप टीचर का भूत उतर जाएगा और समझ ले कि इतनी मेहनत की है अब टीचर क्यों बने. तो उनकी वो सोच थी और ऐसे करके उन्होंने ही पुश्ड मी टुवर्ड्स बिकमिंग अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट. सब कुछ चालू हो गया. सीए की क्लासेस मैंने करी. फाउंडेशन मेरा कुछ प्रीपोन हो गया बाय 2.5 months बिकॉज तब इंस्टीट्यूट ने अपना कोर्स बदला था. तो पहले 4 अटेम्प्ट्स होते थे फाउंडेशन के, तब सीपीटी हुआ करता था, कॉमन प्रोफेशंसी टेस्ट. वो 4 से इंस्टीट्यूट स्विच टू ओनली 2 अटेम्प्ट्स, जून एंड दिसंबर. तो मेरे लिए या तो इट वाज जून या तो फिर दिसंबर, एंड आई थॉट कि चलो लेट्स गो फॉर द जून अटेम्प्ट. आई वाज एबल टू क्लियर सीए फाउंडेशन विद गुड मार्क्स. बट देन जैसे ही सीपीटी कंप्लीट हुआ आई स्टार्टेड विद माय आर्टिकलशिप. और आर्टिकलशिप मेरी चालू हो गई बिकॉज आई स्विच फ्रॉम द ओल्ड कोर्स टू द न्यू कोर्स. Even my CA inter attempt got preponed by 6 months. So within 1 year, I had to do articleship also, plus all subject classes also, and plus I had to prepare and give my attempt also. Literally, there were days that I didn't see my family members. हर रोज मैं सोच रही थी why me, why me, why me. मतलब इतना क्यों, यहाँ से टीचर्स बजा रही है, यहाँ पे बॉस जो है वो परेशान कर रहा है, यहाँ पे क्लासेस में आपको होमवर्क दिया जा रहा है, फिर मतलब इट इज टू मच. आप सोचो बिकॉज यू ऑल गिव योर फाउंडेशन एंड देन यू हैव 1 year फॉर सीए इंटर विदाउट आर्टिकलशिप. द सेम सिचुएशन बट विथ माई आर्टिकलशिप. मॉर्निंग 10 to evening 6 o'clock articleship is going on, classes in the morning, classes in the evening. Sundays teachers are taking extra classes because there is no other day when they can take extra because kids are going for their articleship. But then फिर ये करती गई. कुछ दिनों बाद I started to self doubt कि मेरी जिंदगी है या क्या है. मम्मी ने बचपन में बोला था अपने आप को किसी से कंपेयर मत करना, बट फिर वो फेज वापस आ गया क्योंकि एवरीडे, जैसे आपको अभी इंस्टाग्राम है ना, दैट टाइम वी हैड फेसबुक. सुबह उठते हैं सबसे पहले जैसा आप करते हैं मैं भी वैसे ही, सबसे पहले फोन देखो. और जैसे ही सबसे पहले यूज टू ओपन आवर फोन, वी आर स्क्रोलिंग द रील्स, वी आर लुकिंग एट द फोटोज. हम कर क्या रहे हैं, कॉन्शियसली सबकॉन्शियसली वी आर कंपेयरिंग आवरसेल्व्स विद अदर्स. अरे ये तो उधर घूमने गया, ये तो इधर मस्ती कर रहा है, ये तो ये पार्टी कर रहा है, ये तो यहाँ पे ट्रैवल करके आया, ट्रिप पे जाके आया, और मैं इधर क्या कर रहा हूँ. इट्स द सेम क्वेश्चन, व्हाट आर वी डूइंग. वी आर डूइंग नथिंग बट वी आर कंपेयरिंग आवरसेल्व्स विद अदर्स. और वही से सेल्फ डाउट चालू हो जाता है कि हम जो कर भी रहे हैं क्या उसका आउटकम मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा. बाकी सब लोग मजे कर रहे हैं और हम क्या कर रहे हैं. बट देखो लाइफ ऐसे वर्क नहीं करती है. रियल लाइफ इज वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द रियल लाइफ दैट यू सी ऑन सोशल मीडिया. मैंने क्या कहा, आपने सुना? रियल लाइफ इज वेरी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम द रियल लाइफ. रील्स में जो आप देखते हो या फोटोज में जो आप देखते हो, ये सेलिब्रिटी ने ये फोटो डाला, उस प्रेसिडेंट ने, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ये फोटो डाला, इट इज आउट ऑफ ऑल 100 क्लिक्स द बेस्ट फोटो दैट इज बीइंग अपलोडेड. वो 99 फोटोज आप नहीं देखते हो. आप लोगों ने 3 Idiots वो मूवी देखी है? 3 Idiots कितने लोगों ने देखी? हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू ऑल हैव वॉच्ड 3 Idiots? आमिर खान की. आमिर खान की 3 Idiots की मूवी में एक बहुत फेमस डायलॉग है. नो ऑल इज वेल तो है वो, ऑल इज वेल. एक डायलॉग है जहां पे आमिर खान बोलता है काबिल बनो, हाँ कामयाबी झक मार के तेरे पीछे आएगी. क्या बोला? काबिल बनो. काबिल मतलब उस लायक बनो, कामयाबी झक मार के आपके पीछे आएगी. बट फिर इवेंचुअली वो भी तो एक रील ही है ना, एक मूवी तो है. ये मूवी में भी उन्होंने सबसे सैडेस्ट पार्ट को कट कर दिया. अरे काबिल बनने का ये जो प्रोसेस है ना, जो इतना बोरिंग है, आपको इच्छा नहीं हो रही है फिर भी पढ़ो. एक बार नहीं, 2 बार, 3 बार, 4 बार रिवाइज करो. वही किताबें अगर रिजल्ट एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं आया, उसी में से वापस से पढ़ो, मॉक टेस्ट दो, लेक्चर्स देखो, आर्टिकलशिप के लिए जाओ. ये सारा बोरिंग पार्ट है और ये बोरिंग पार्ट को कट कर दिया. और फिर इवेंचुअली हमको बताया वो इमेज उस साइंटिस्ट का जो आमिर खान इवेंचुअली एंड में बना है. बॉलीवुड भी सारे बोरिंग पार्ट को कट कर देता है, बट ये बोरिंग पार्ट इवेंचुअली आपको काबिल बनाता है, जो कोई किताब भी आपको नहीं बना सकती है. कैन यू ऑल प्लीज नॉट टॉक अमंगस्ट योरसेल्व्स? गरम हो रहा है क्या आप लोगों को? एसी बंद है क्या? अच्छा, मैं बोलती हूँ एसी चालू करने के लिए. तो बेसिकली व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज, चाहे इच्छा हो रही है या नहीं हो रही है, आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा. चाहे आपको इमीडिएटली आज रिजल्ट दिख रहा है या नहीं दिख रहा है, आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा. आपके घर में प्रोग्राम्स है, फंक्शंस है, फिर भी आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा. आपके दोस्त पार्टी कर रहे हैं, मूवीज के लिए जा रहे हैं, फिर भी आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा. आपको लगता है कि ये पढ़ने के चक्कर में आप कितना कुछ खो रहे हो, बट मैं एक बहुत काम की चीज आपको बताना चाहती हूं. एकदम ध्यान से सुनना मैं क्या बोल रही हूं. इट इज नॉट समथिंग दैट यू आर गिविंग अप. कुछ छोड़ने में ऑब्वियसली दर्द होता है. कोई भी चीज जब आप छोड़ते हो आपको दर्द होता है, बट यहां पे आप पार्टीज, प्रोग्राम्स, मूवीज छोड़ नहीं रहे हो, आप कोई चीज को चूज कर रहे हो. एंड व्हेन यू चूज समथिंग, देयर इज अ पर्पस बिहाइंड दिस चॉइस. एंड व्हेन यू नो अबाउट योर पर्पस, and when you know about the purpose, you know why you chose something, eventually you know what the result is going to be, and then you don't feel that you are giving up on something. You feel happy कि आज, जैसे इनकम टैक्स की भाषा में, शॉर्ट टर्म लॉस होगा चलेगा, मेरे को लॉन्ग टर्म में गेन चाहिए. बट ये शॉर्ट टर्म का जो लॉस है, उसमें आपको बहुत कुछ खोना पड़ेगा. देखो, वो शाहरुख खान भी ओम शांति ओम में बोलता है. क्या बोलता है? किसी चीज को अगर आप दिल से चाहते हो, किसी चीज को अगर आप दिल से, शिद्दत से चाहते हो, तो पूरी कायनात भी क्या करती है? उसको आपको मिलाने में जुड़ जाती है. आपने सुना है ये डायलॉग? किसी चीज को शिद्दत से, दिल से. बट अब देखो, कायनात जो है, कायनात, उसके लिए तो ये सारे हजारों, लाखों, करोड़ों, बिलियंस, अरबों लोग हैं. कायनात आपके लिए क्यों काम करेगी बताओ? क्योंकि दिल से तो सब लोग चाहते हैं हम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन जाए. कोई है यहां पे जो चाह रहा है वो सीए ना बने? कितने लोग चाहते हैं कि वो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन जाए? आप चाहते हो ना? कि चाहत भी नहीं है? आपकी चाहत है चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बनने की, तो कायनात आपके ड्रीम्स के लिए क्यों काम करेगा? कायनात के लिए तो इतने सारे लोग हैं, वो बाकी लोगों के लिए काम करेगा, आपके लिए क्यों काम करे कायनात? देखो, इस डायलॉग में कायनात मेन चीज नहीं है. मेन चीज है उसका पहला एस्पेक्ट. किसी चीज को अगर आप दिल से चाहो, तो फिर कायनात उसको आपके पास लेने में जुड़ जाती है. ये दिल से, एक्चुअली दिल से मतलब ये रोमांस नहीं है. ओके, दिस इज नॉट लव विथ लॉ एंड रोमांस विथ टैक्सेशन. वैसी वो बात नहीं है. दिल से चाहने का मतलब है सुबह, दोपहर, शाम क्यों ना हो, हमको पढ़ना है. सुबह 4 बजे उठने का मन नहीं हो रहा है, फिर भी उठना है. रात को सम सॉल्व करने की इच्छा नहीं हो रही है, फिर भी सम सॉल्व करने. जब आप इतनी सैक्रिफाइसेस करोगे, इवेंचुअली आपको वो चीज मिलेगी जिस बारे में आपने सोचा है. एक्चुअली यहां पे ना ये मोटिवेशन की बात नहीं है. देखो, मोटिवेशन मैं आपको दूंगी, कुछ गाइडलाइंस दूंगी, कल आप मोटिवेटेड फील रहोगे, मंडे यू विल बी बैक टू स्क्वायर वन. मोटिवेशन इज टेम्पररी. व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज आपका डिसीजन. डिसीजन इन व्हाट सेंस? आप डिसाइड कर लो कि नो मैटर व्हाट, मैं रुकूंगा नहीं. नो मैटर व्हाट, आपको क्या डिसाइड करना है, मैं रुकूंगा नहीं. बोलो तो जरा, मैं रुकूंगा नहीं, मैं अनस्टॉपेबल बनूंगा. आई विल नॉट स्टॉप नो मैटर व्हाट. रिजल्ट लेट आएगा बट रिजल्ट आएगा, शुड बी योर एटीट्यूड. एक बस लास्ट छोटा एपिसोड मैं आपको बताती हूँ. सीए फाइनल का जब मेरा अटेम्प्ट था, आई हैड 5 months of preparatory leave, and at that time I had 8 subjects, 4 group 1, 4 group 2. First 2 months I studied rigorously, day in day out I studied. Program है, नहीं गई. Function है, नहीं गई. Birthday है, नहीं गई. Movie आई है अच्छी, नहीं गई. मैंने 2 महीना दिन रात एक करके I studied. Then I thought, before starting with the next revision, what I should do is, I should give a mock test. So I downloaded one ICI ka past paper and I thought, I'll study for that. And I took the first paper. और जैसे 2 to 5 अपना paper होता है, what I did is, I started to solve the paper. You will not believe, I was able to write only for the first 20 to 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, 2:30, I was blank. I had no idea what is to be written next. I felt blank. And suddenly I started to feel, इतने टाइम से जो मैं मेहनत कर रही हूँ, it's all a waste. जो 2 महीने मैंने पढ़ाई की है, मैं आधा घंटा भी पेपर नहीं लिख पाई. तो क्या मतलब हुआ फिर इसका? And I started to cry. I told my mom कि मम्मी ये सब ज्ञान की बातें है, सच में ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. मैंने इतनी मेहनत की, मैंने कुछ भी गलत नहीं किया, कंसिस्टेंट भी थी, सिंसियर भी थी, बट फिर भी अगर मैं आधा घंटा लिख पा रही हूँ, how will I even be able to manage 40 marks in the examination? Forget about an exemption. I will not be even able to score 40 marks. How am I going to study? I was shattered. And I thought, भाई 2 ग्रुप से अब एक ग्रुप पे आ जाते हैं, 3 महीने हैं, शिद्दत से एक ग्रुप के लिए पढ़ाई करते हैं और फिर पेपर देते हैं. फिर मेरी मम्मी ने एक बात बताई कि बेटा कभी तलवार बनती है, वो कभी आपने देखा है लोहे की तलवार? कैसे बनते हैं लोहे की कोई तलवार? मेरी मॉम ने ये बात बताई थी कि लोहे की तलवार, पहले लोहे को बहुत गर्म किया जाता है, बहुत गर्म, फिर उसको मार मार के उसको वो शेप दिया जाता है, फिर और गर्म करेंगे और मारेंगे और गर्म करेंगे और मारेंगे, फुल बजाएंगे लोहे की. मतलब आप सोचो, अगर लोहा ये बोल सकता थी, अगर ये तलवार बोल सकती थी, वो बोलती भाई सारे प्रॉब्लम्स मेरी जिंदगी में आ गए, लोग कितनी बजा रहे हैं मेरे. बट वो बोल नहीं सकती है. इवेंचुअली उसके वजह से उसने सहा, और सहने के बाद वो एक स्वॉर्ड, वो एक तलवार बनी. तो मेरी मॉम ने बोला, दिस इज दैट स्टेज इन योर लाइफ, नो मैटर व्हाट, डोंट गिव अप. ये जो स्टेज है, सीए आप बाद में बनोगे. ये जो सैक्रिफाइस है, ये कंसिस्टेंसी जो है, ये डिसिप्लिन जो है, ये आपको इवेंचुअली एक बेटर इंडिविजुअल बनाएगा, जो ये सिलेबस भी आपको नहीं सिखा सकता है. तो तू कर्म कर, कर्म की आशा ना कर. फिर मैंने थोड़ा सा अपना मेथोडोलॉजी पढ़ाई का चेंज किया. मेरे पास 90 डेज थे, 8 सब्जेक्ट्स थे, और 8 सब्जेक्ट्स के मैंने 10 पेपर्स निकाले, मतलब इन ऑल 80 पेपर्स, एंड एवरी डे आई वाज जस्ट सॉल्विंग पेपर्स. लोग भी बोलने लग गए, तू क्यों इतना सैक्रिफाइस कर रही है, छोड़ दे. 30 मार्क खानी होते हैं जो पहले स्टेज में तीनों अटेम्प्ट्स क्लियर करते हैं. क्या ही करना है, वैसे भी तू क्राउड को देख, 2-5% ही बच्चे होते हैं जो पहले अटेम्प्ट में तीनों स्टेजेस सीए बनते हैं. क्या ही फर्क पड़ेगा, एक अटेम्प्ट भी लग गया, सबको ही लगता है, कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, ऐसा मैंने सोचा. बट फिर मुझे लगा अगर मैं कर सकती हूँ क्यों नहीं. एंड आई नेवर गेव अप, एंड डे इन डे आउट आई स्टडीड, एंड आई वॉज एबल टू क्लियर ऑल द 3 स्टेजेस इन द फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट. और फिर इवेंचुअली ये सोचने वाली बात भी हो जाती है कि एक एवरेज सी बच्ची जो 50%, 60% ला रही है स्कूल में, हाउ वाज शी एबल टू क्लियर ऑल द 3 स्टेजेस इन द फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट? व्हाट वाज दैट मैजिक? तो जब मैं अपनी जर्नी देखती हूँ, इवेंचुअली मैंने रियलाइज किया, एवरीबडी हैज दैट मैजिक, एंड दैट मैजिक इज consistency. And consistency is actually magical. तो स्टार्टिंग में मैंने आप लोगों को बोला था कि आप लोग खास हो, ऐसा सब लोग बोलते हैं और सब लोग झूठ बोल रहे हैं. तो क्या सच में ये झूठ है? जी हाँ, ये झूठ है, क्योंकि खास आप हो, ये मेरे बोलने से आप खास नहीं हो जाते हो. खास आपको अपने आप को बनाना पड़ेगा. जब आप अपने आप को उस हिसाब से ढालोगे, चोट खाओगे फिर भी उठोगे, गिरोगे फिर भी गिर के बैठोगे नहीं, एक बच्चे की तरह वापस से उठोगे और वापस कोशिश करोगे टू फाइट बैक इवन स्ट्रॉन्गर. फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में रिजल्ट नहीं आए तो क्या आएगा रिजल्ट. इस एटीट्यूड से अगर आप मेहनत करते रहोगे तो सच में पूरी कायनात भी आपको आपकी जो चाहत है उससे मिलाने के लिए जुड़ जाएगी. So that would be all for today. Thank you so much. Stay inspired, stay blessed, and all the best. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you once again, Ankita ma'am.
I would like to invite CA Vinod Garg, the chairman of Sikasa Bengaluru, to present our session chairman with a memento.
To formally conclude the session, I would like to now invite Gautam onto the stage for the vote of thanks.
क्या बात है. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Next knowledge session is titled AI and Technology, Robo Advisory and Automated Tax Filing. To head this crucial session, we now invite CA Narasimhan Elin Govind sir onto the stage.
To escort our esteemed session, chairman onto the stage, I would like to invite Sikasa chairman CA Vinod Garg along with our dedicated student committee to welcome him with a book bouquet.
Technology and a risk enthusiast, cybersecurity auditor, and a keynote speaker. His areas of practice include cybersecurity audits, privacy audits, SOC 2 and IT attestations, auditing emerging technologies such as AI, big data, and IoT. He was a speaker at the latest AI Impact Summit at Bharat Mandapam 2026 along with global leaders including Sundar Pichai, Mukesh Ambani, and Bill Gates, and so on. He is a faculty member for DISA, CISA, and blockchain technology courses. He has authored many books for ICAI, KSCAA, etc. on technology. He is a regular speaker on technology at various national and international conferences of ICSI, ICMAI, ICAI, ICACA, CII, FICCI, etc. He is often addressed the ISACA international conferences at Asia CACS, Europe CACS, Africa CACS, and North America CACS, and was usually amongst the top rated and youngest speakers. In December 2023, he received his Cloud Risk Champion Award at India's latest Cloud Security Conference hosted by Cloud Security Alliance Bengaluru for his contribution and achievements in the field of cloud security and audit.
We are truly privileged to have you, sir, with us today. Moving forward, it is now time to welcome our brilliant paper presenters for this session.
We invite Harsh Kumar Agarwal, Vansh Bhatia, and Satvik S. Bhatt to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause.
To escort them, we have Kavya, Vice Chairperson of Sikasa Bengaluru, and Suman, Secretary of Sikasa Bengaluru. Thank you, everyone. Presenters, please take your respective seats.
We have our first paper presenter. Our first paper presenter is a graduate of St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. He is deeply passionate about tech, taxation, and future of compliance. Please welcome Harsh Kumar Agarwal with a round of applause.
Kumar Agarwal. I'm coming all the way from Kolkata, and today I'm presenting on a topic that I'm really passionate about. That is the automation of compliance management in 3 very relevant and actually difficult terms: GST, TDS, and ITR. But before we go into what is the solution, let us understand the scale of the problem. What are the news headlines saying? That all the big firms across the world, especially India, are automating and are taking their compliances to the next level by involving robotic process automation in it. That raises 3 very pertinent questions in the minds of all of us future professionals. What are they? Number 1, what exactly is automation doing in a CA firm's practice? What is the use of automation? Number 2, the question is, where does automation help? And where does it create overconfidence and give us errors? And the third question is, if automation is really that helpful, is the future of our profession in danger, or what will the future look out to be? So I'll break this very technical topic without the use of technical jargon in 4 points. Number 1, what is the India's compliance load? If you see, I've presented 4 numbers on the screen and I have not presented the captions behind them because the statistics were mind-boggling when I was researching for this topic. The statistics say that 73% of the CA firms use manual or semi-manual processes in their compliance management. Rupees 1.4 crore GST registered taxpayers are there. There are 40 distinct compliance dates across GST, TDS, ITR. And if you install an automation system in your firm, you can get the payback period in just 9 months. Now that raises a particular question that why are CA firms not using it? Of course, there's a lot of benefits. Today, if you're taking 3 to 4 hours to file 1 GST, 1 TDS return, you multiply it by the number of clients that you have, you understand this is not just a compliance or a resource allocation problem. This is a problem of where are you applying your resources? Because if computers and automation can do it cheap, fast, efficient, and better, it is always making sense to do it. Now, where does automation fit in India's tax compliance system? There are 5 stages in tax compliance presently in India. It is data collection, it is reporting, reconciliation, filing, management, and then most importantly, the reporting part of it. Now, the common commotion is that automation is the best when it comes to data collection and filing, because that is where the judgment is not required. But reconciliation, reporting, places where you need to take tax positions, that is where something judgment is required, and where firms get overconfident, and where automation gets failures. Now, where does India's tax software landscape look like? The problem is, India has 3 distinct softwares: GST, TDS, and ITR. And I've repeated this a lot of times. They 3 have their own different portals. They 3 have their own different universes. The UI is different. The software is different. Everything is different. And that is where RPA helps us, because from migrating to one data format to another, the time which would have been wasted is where it can be easily utilized in the form of RPA. So India's fragmented tax portal ecosystem, as you can see on the screen, GST, TDS, and ITR, it is very different, and RPA is where it bridges the gap between what you can do with your time versus what is actually your time being spent at. Now, there are some instances where automation genuinely delivers. There are 8 workflows which I want to walk you through in the screen. Number 1 is the GSTR1, where you have to collect your outward supplies. The GSTR2B Reco, as I explained in my opening example. There is TDS Challan generation, where you have to show the deductees, PAN records, correctly extract whether it has been correctly filled on the portal or not. Then there is Form 26AS or AIS download when there is the ITR filing season. There is the due date alert automation. As I told you, in India, across all the 3 tax laws, 40 distinct compliance due dates exist. That means a person, a CA firm, a proprietor, a partnership has to remember 40 due dates. Now that can be easily automated with the help of RPA. Next, there is e-invoice, IRN generation. There is interest and late fee computation, which can happen at scale. And most importantly, MIS, compliance can be easily viewed on a per client basis in the form of dashboard. A very true story exists that where we think that compliance is okay, when we create dashboards on a per client basis, we understand that there are a lot of gaps and GST health checkups that can be conducted. Now, robotic process automation is basically you writing a set of commands and then it executing it. You put good data, it will give you good output. You put messy data, it will give you error outputs. Hence, robotic process automation is much like a robot. It will do what you ask it to do. But Harsh, we already have something as advanced as artificial intelligence and machine learning in today's day and age. Then what is the use of something as boring as RPA? The thing is, artificial intelligence and machine learning runs on feedback loops. It can hallucinate. It can present data which you do not intend to do. It can change the formats, even if it is unintentional, but it can do so. But the robotic process automation sits exactly where it needs to be. That is why, apart from AI, RPA is something which makes more sense for a CA firm's practice. Now, I have described the few points over here that how RPA and artificial intelligence are different from one another. Now, this is an example of a very futuristic, forward-looking dashboard that can exist and that already exists in the firms of a large CA tax-paying firms or large global firms, how they can see that on a per client basis, where are they lacking, where the due date is approaching, where they need to close the progress on a day-by-day basis, what is the task status, where is the GST exposure, do they need to conduct an audit, a review, have they missed out on replying on any SCN, TDS? Now, the thing is, since I've spoken a lot about the goods of automation, it is very easy to think that tomorrow or day after tomorrow on Monday, we might suggest and implement in our firm the RPA structure. All of our work will be done very easily. And then it is very easy to expect that it is going to be very easy for us. We don't have to spend time on compliance anymore. However, the caveat lies in the fact that in RPA, all the rules and regulations, all the exceptions have to be deployed before you start with the automation process. Hence, it can get confusing. And once you miss a due date or a deadline, it is very possible that Nirmala Sitharaman is very happy because of the late fees and the interest that can be collected if you miss a due date. Now coming to AI and the future, how it can be reimagined. Now the compliance function of the future is dependent on 4 pillars. Number 1, predictive compliance. Number 2, real-time tax advisory. Number 3, autonomous reconciliation. And most important, the tax and litigation intelligence, which can be deployed in a firm and it can be checked whether each and every client has been correctly following their requirements or not. Now, what is garbage in, garbage out? I mentioned it a few minutes ago. Now, I have tried to show 3 case studies over here. Let us say the GSTR 2B RPA which I set up, it incorrectly claims the ITC on a supplier who has cancelled his registration. Now, what does this create? Now, the supplier who is prospectively cancelling the registration, the audit and the review which will happen months later will cause us to involve in litigation which we never wanted to do. That is a problem. In TDS, let's say the deductee's PAN account is incorrectly quoted. The return is filed perfectly, as I tell you. However, months of scrutiny later, when the deductee's 26 AS will not reflect this credit, that is when the litigation and the confusion will arise. And lastly, in ITR as well, if the Form 16, which your employer gives you, has an error, but you have filed it correctly, then again after some months you will realize that it has created much problem for you. Now finally, what is the human oversight gap that I want to show? It shows that who reviews the exception reports generated by bots. It is very easy to give command and generate reports, but the problem is who is reviewing these reports in the firm. Now the second question is, what is the escalation process? Let's say the bot or the RPA automation which you have set up is not functioning properly. It is malfunctioning. Then how do you stop in it between before it produces your errors? And number 3, the third question is, how are the bot's decisions audited? How do you check whether the bot actually followed the steps that you had intended it to follow, or is it creating its own sense of answers? And finally, if there is an error, then who is the person who is professionally liable? The answer is very simple. The bot is never liable. The liability lies on the person or the CA who signs off. Now, finally, what are the challenges and the takeaway that can be there? You see a 2x2 matrix? If your data is of low volume and low judgment, it does not require judgment and it is low volume, you can technically try to automate or eliminate it. However, if it is low judgment and high volume, so it takes a lot of time, then you should definitely automate it confidently. However, if the decision is of low volume but high judgment, let's say high value tax cases, litigations, then in that case you should stay it human. And if it is in the danger zone where it is high judgment as well as high volume, then you should try to augment it and not replace it completely. Because as I mentioned, there's a lot of requirement of compliance in that side. So yeah, this is what I wanted to say. What the role of CAs leading forward is simple. You have to clean and sanitize the data first, map the exceptions, design checkpoints, review, audit, and maintain the data continuously. Why? Because the 6 points, as I show in the conclusion, the automation transfers the work, but not the liability. On that note, I'd like to say, forgive me if I speak this wrong, but thank you so much, Bengaluru, for the opportunity. You have been a wonderful audience, and once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Harsh. Thank you, Harsh.
Now we move on to the next paper presentation titled AI-powered tax planning for SMEs and startups. Save more, file faster. Our next presenter is Vansh Bhatia, a 21-year-old CA finalist.
Vansh is a talented chef, public speaker, sketch artist. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Vansh Bhatia.
Hi guys, am I audible to you all? Yes, what a great energy guys. Well, ऐसे बड़े-बड़े शहरों में छोटी-छोटी बातें होती रहती हैं. Anyways, I think थोड़ा सा like जो level है वो कम है. Yeah, it's working. Cool. थोड़ा level of energy कम है तो थोड़ा energy भरते हैं पहले. I will say Vidhruthi and you all know what you have to say, right? सबको पता है क्या बोलना है? Vidhruthi. Vidhruthi. Oh God, amazing energy. Although people are less, but still the energy is full, right? So well, today my topic is AI for smart business in SMEs and startup. Well, before beginning, you all know that recently we have covered the AI summit in Bharat Mandapam. I want all of you to take a big lesson from our Honorable ICI President, Mr. C.A. Prasanna Kumar Ji. And what he says that AI is a subject for an engineer. But for a chartered accountant, it's no longer a subject because without it, survival itself becomes difficult. He says that now, as like we all are CA students, I want all of you to take with me on the journey, and we are not going from bus. We are going from a flight, a private jet. So before that, thank you for coming on this flight. I would welcome you all. Hi everyone, my name is Vansh Bhatia, your co-captain, and with my captain AI, we are going to take a flight AI 236. We are going to cover the destination success, and we have on board a team which includes the crew members Claude, ChatGPT, due diligence, and human intelligence. I want all of you to please fasten your seatbelts because we are going to cover a long journey ahead. Cabin crew, please prepare for takeoff. Well, what is this? This is an AI brain. What's behind this, man? This AI brain covers various things. It covers various chatbots, agents. That includes Claude, ChatGPT, Copilot, and Gemini. Well, we all know that these are the helping hands, but most of us interchange them and use it irreplaceable. Well, what is ChatGPT used for? It is majorly used for the long reports, the research, and the review and the due diligence. Well, the second top tool is Claude. Claude is used for the business strategies, automation, coding, and Excel. Third one, we have Gemini, which is a great source for email writing, research, and other things. And at last, we have Copilot. We have Gemini next, which is majorly for Microsoft 365 Excel, PowerPoint, and Outlook. And wait, these are all not just the tools. These are the ways to automate your work and to make your work more efficient and effective. Well, when AI come, you all know, what is this? This is a tea shop, right? This is a factory. This is all we chartered accountants. And at last, we have a delivery guy. What AI did it? Does AI replace it? No. AI doesn't replace small businesses. It enhances them. It gives them superpowers. If I move further, let's do a quick fact check. There are 63 million SMEs worldwide, out of which 47% have adopted AI. That generates 30% of the GDP. But what the fact is, 53% of people are still waiting and saying, "Ki bhai, apna time kab aayega?" Well, ladies and gentlemen, time have already arrived. AI is already here. You just have to find it and to use it in your day-to-day workings. If I talk about some data again, so India versus global index, if I cover both of them, then globally, AI is more adopted than what India is doing. And that's so, which is visible in their growth aspect. That's why I will say the data gap is higher so that the growth is. If I talk about the real examples where AI is helping you out in that startups, right? So we have various other things. We have different factors in which AI is helping us. Let it be a customer experience, which is a HR services, marketing management, tools that are used in day-to-day workings, and various other things, which include shipping and other things, logistics. Well, some real examples that startups really inbuilt AI within is Dukaan. You all have heard about Dukaan AI. It is an AI platform which helps you to do accounting for small SMEs and startups, their invoice tracking, their payment tracking, and that's a very great startup idea where very great AI inbuilt in the startups. Next we have, what is this? Do you know what symbol is this? Zoho Books, exactly. So Zoho Books is a very great thing. It includes AI that helps SMEs in doing accounting in a more efficient manner. Next, we have Razorpay. It includes the AI fraud detection tool that detects fraud even before it's gonna happen. It gives you red signals, it gives you red flags so that you'll be able to identify it before on. Next, we have delivery. AI in logistics is a very great advancement because when the order is to be delivered, how it's to be delivered, what's the cost of delivering, and various other aspects, AI is there to help you cover all the same. Well, now everyone you're saying, sir, this is all the startups that inbuilt a lot of money and in the startup ideas. But how do a simple chartered accountant, a simple co-founder of a business can use AI in their ideas? Well, I have an example of a quick live dashboard in which what I have represented. There is a small business founder who got a lot of invoices, right? So what we have to do is we have to inbuild this dashboard in the system, and what this dashboard will do. It will trigger all the data from the Gmail that includes invoices. It will take it to the system, download it, read it through the OCR, the current template that is being provided to it. Then it will ask for the manager's approval according to the data relevance. After that, it will create a whole system where a manager have to right swipe and left swipe according to the data improvements. At last, it will create a whole dashboard in which there is invoices, what are the approvals pending, what is need to be done, and what is already going great. So this is the dashboard. Now everyone knows that every great advancement comes with greater risk. So as we have one Ravan and one Jeevan. There is help, there is hurt as well. Let's talk about help. How AI is helping us in being digitally advanced. So if I talk about the advantages, cost reduction is one of the major things. Rather than in building various employees and doing the same thing, AI can automate that for you. Next is, say, as we an article, we are asking for the holidays, but AI will never gonna ask you, sir, please ek din chutti do. That is not going to be with AI. Better decision making, because maybe we can leave one aspect, but AI is not going to do so. Competitive edge, of course. Even in today's time, the CAs who are using AI are more better than those who are not using it. So being traditional doesn't mean you are great. Next, we have the improved cash flows. If the data is efficient, it is effective, you are cutting on cost, why will not you be efficient? Let's talk about the hurt, which is the disadvantages. Because as I say, every coin have two sides. If I talk about disadvantages, the high initial cost. Because as we all know, that first setup cost is always high, but it's going you to give a lot of advancements, a lot of help in the future. Next, we have data literacy gap. Secondly, the data privacy risk, and of course, job displacement anxiety that every traditional CA must have. Well, you all might be thinking, itni sari disadvantages. Then what is the balance, Vansh? What is the balance? So ladies and gentlemen, balance is the key to success. mean balancing between AI and human. Not only using AI, but also using our due diligence, our human intelligence. Let's imagine this scene from Three Idiots. Everyone must know this scene, right? Can I show a quick of hands? Everyone has seen this scene, right? So in this, Rancho says, Kabil bano. Kamyabi ke piche mat bhago. Means be capable. Don't run behind success. Because when you receive excellence, when you crave for excellence, कामयाबी तुम्हारे पीछे थक मार के आएगी, and that's something which we resonate with. Now if I talk about that once AI क्या सिर्फ अभी है, is AI is going to be now, it's going to be for today, for tomorrow, and for day after tomorrow as well. So there are various future opportunities that must be inbuilt within us. So that includes the AI assistants that is going to inbuilt in various other languages as well. Risk intelligence, assistants that work with us, make our business efficient and effective throughout. At last, I come to the conclusion, this PPT is presented by me, Vansh Bhatia. I want to mark my words by few lines, that is, startup begins with just one dream. Startup begins with just one dream, and SME grows with a dedicated team. If AI joins the race from the very start, every small business, mark my words, every small business will be truly smart, will be truly smart. And thank you so much for being a wonderful audience, Bengaluru. Thank you so much for having me. It's a great time to be with you.
Thank you, Vansh Bhatia.
Our next technical segment is Global Trends, how USA, UK and Singapore are using AI for tax and investment.
To guide us through the next session, our presenter is a BCom gold medalist. He's a lifelong learner, quiz enthusiast, chess player, and a passionate public speaker who loves exploring emerging technologies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Satvik S. Bhatt with a round of applause.
Mic check, 1, 2. Namaskara, namaskara, namaskara. Eldrigu nanna presentation ge swagata, suswagata. Now, I think it's quite conceivable that humanity is just a passing phase in the evolution of intelligence. This is what Dr. Geoffrey Hinton, the godfather of AI himself, said. Now, listening to this, you might be thinking, "Arey yaar, this is the end. AI is coming for us all." But what if I tell you that is not the case? What if I tell you it's not natural intelligence versus artificial intelligence? Rather, it is artificial intelligence and natural intelligence together that will form the future. On that note, hi, hello and namaskara again to everybody present here. I am Satvik and I will be taking all of you wonderful folks on a journey today. A journey where we explore how the AI revolution is shaping up today's world and how AI is being used in tax and investment. Now, before we get into it, we must first understand, "Arey bhai, what is AI?" To put it simply, AI is a machine that is designed to think and act like a human. To put it in simple words, you give it an input, it processes it based on data, and then it gives you an output. Now, the next question, why does AI matter so much? Why is everybody talking about AI? And the answer, my friends, is simple. AI is fast, AI is efficient, and AI is analytical. In today's world, millions of tax returns are filed every year requiring scrutiny, assessment, and verification. Hundreds of factors on a day-to-day basis across demographics, politics, economics, finance shake up our financial markets. All of this happens on such a fast and quick pace. All of this requires efficiency. All of this happens on such a complex level. That is why AI matters, because AI is the most efficient and effective solution for this. Now, I talked about how AI matters. Let us see how AI is used in investment. AI in investment is primarily used as a robo-advisory. Now, what is a robo-advisory? Robo-advisor, you might ask. And the answer is simple. A robo-advisor is a digital platform that uses a predefined set of rules to allocate, recommend, and refine client portfolios based on investment targets and risk tiers. Now, all of you might be asking, "Arey, what is this? This is quite complex." Let me simplify it for you. A robo-advisor is like a personalized investment friend telling you when to invest, where to invest, and how much to invest. Not only that, if you have a robo-advisor, it means that you will no longer have to stay up to date with the latest investment news. You will no longer have to call your investment or CA friend for investment advice. You will no longer have to follow any social media for the latest tips and tricks on where to invest. That is what a robo-advisor can do and more. Now, let's see a robo-advisor in action. In UK, in 2021, JP Morgan acquired Nutmeg, which was a robo-advisory platform. It did not simply acquire Nutmeg, but it also redefined and relaunched it as JP Morgan & Co. Personal Investing. Now, what is so special about this, you might ask? The answer, my friends, is simple. It enrolled Nutmeg into the existing Chase UK & Co. banking application. As a result of this, this was made available to existing customers rather than new customers, eliminating client acquisition costs. Not only this, a 3-tier model was rolled out. The first tier being robo-advisory services, which was the existing services which was being offered. The second tier being robo-advisory and restricted human advisory services. And the third tier being premium human relationship management services along with robo-advisory services for clients with more than 250,000 plus pounds in investments. Now, what is the result of all of these monumental changes? The answer is simple. More than 265,000 plus investors and more than 8 billion pounds of assets under management. Now, what is our takeaway from this, you might ask? The answer is simple. Even though AI is efficient, it cannot solve the problem of trust on its own. This is where natural intelligence comes in. This is why hybrid advisory, that is AI and NI, is the future. Now, we saw the case of UK. Let's look at Singapore. In 2017, Stashaway, one of the leading digital wealth platforms, introduced ERAA, or the Economic Regime Asset Allocation Model. Now, before we get into what ERA is, let us look at what a traditional asset allocation model does. It allocates portfolios based on traditional, static, never-changing signals. And it is available only to an exclusive clientele for high fees. But ERA, once it was introduced, changed the game. ERA made sure that it was available and accessible to everybody for a reasonable fee. ERA also used macroeconomic data rather than static signals to allocate portfolios. Let us look at a few examples of ERA in action. The 2020 pandemic crash, the 2022 inflation crisis, ERA already saw what was in action. ERA saw the economic cycle and decided to allocate portfolios to safe havens like gold, protecting clients from risk and volatility. As a result of this, Stashaway expanded across Asia and the Middle East, and in 2022, it also rolled out Stashaway Reserve. Now, what is our takeaway from this? It is simple. If AI has to succeed in investment, it has to be made accessible to the common man. Now, time for a little intermission. How many of you guys here have used ChatGPT for any assignment, project, homework, etc.? Deepak, is it? Okay, let's see. Okay, so this meme, my friends, this is for all of you and for Deepak in particular. Now, let's see AI in taxation. Back to the topic. Like I told you previously, millions of tax returns are filed every year, requiring scrutiny, assessment, and verification. And it happens on a big scale. And the answer to this, like I told you previously, it's AI. But we must also ask ourselves the question, if an AI model is used, can it be relied upon? Can it be trusted? That is what we will explore. Let us first look at the USA. The Internal Revenue Service, which is the US tax authority, used AI quite extensively in 2025. In fact, according to the Government Accountability Act Office report, in 2025, AI use cases was in 126 different areas, up from 10 in August 2022. This meant that AI was being used in 126 different ways across fraud detection, risk analysis, etc. Not only this, according to the US Department of Treasury report, more than $4 billion worth of frauds and identity theft payments was stopped because of the usage of AI. This is where the good part ends, my friends, for USA. This is because due to the massive usage of AI on a big scale, it was difficult to quantify the impact of each AI use case. Not only this, the layoff of more than 63 highly technically qualified staff in just one division crippled the adoption of AI. Why, you might ask? AI, in its initial stages, requires a lot of human insight, involvement, and governance. And that is our takeaway from this case. Now, let's look at Singapore. Singapore adopted a different approach in its taxation strategy. It embedded and incorporated AI into the existing system by using various models such as machine learning, natural language processing, etc. Not only this, what did this actually mean, this adoption? Pretty simple. All notices and communications, digital. Tax computation, transaction mapping, digital. Internal hiring functions within IRAs was also digital. All of this meant that tax compliance was actually made easier, resulting in more than 88% of all people using AI in taxation in Singapore. Now, we looked at how AI is used, right? But it also has a lot of risks and limitations. The first one being bias. AI trained on historical data makes mistakes and hallucinations. Also, once AI model is used, like I said, it is difficult to rely and control it. Not only this, AI components also require scarce natural resources. AI usage across a global front, right? What about India? What can India take away from this? It's pretty simple. From USA, it can learn how to experiment with AI on a big scale, but with human insight. From UK, it can learn how to use hybrid advisory services, that is artificial intelligence and natural intelligence. From Singapore, it can borrow how to make tax compliance easier. Now, after all of this, you might think, what is the point of this presentation? Let me put it to you simply. I told you in the beginning, you might be thinking, AI is coming for us. AI is coming for our jobs. But I told you I would prove that notion wrong, because AI is here to augment human intelligence. AI is here to enhance your knowledge, skills, and capabilities. And especially my future chartered accountant friends, if there was one thing I was to tell you, it is that AI cannot take away your ability to sign on the financial statements. AI cannot take away your ability to express an audit opinion. Sure, it can enhance it, but it cannot take away that ability. And that is where the future lies. That is why we can. Thank you. Thanks a lot for being on this journey with me. This is Satvik S. Bhatt signing off. But as Barney Stinson would say, this is not goodbye. This is not goodbye. This is just a farewell. Thank you. Thanks a lot, everybody.
To address the audience.
Thank you so much. Very warm evening to all of you. I will not take too much time, considering a couple of things more lined up. First of all, I want all of you to give a good round of applause for this entire team. Just to give you some context, today each and every person knows AI by the name of ChatGPT or maybe Claude or maybe some people through Gemini, etc. But if I told you that the concept of AI was existing even since 1951, it will be a shocker. The concept of AI has evolved over a point in time, but just like you have seen some of these IPL matches, especially 2026, you would have seen on an average, every IPL match is at least 200 plus, right? The run rate at which things are happening in the AI world has significantly changed. Ever since models like ChatGPT became, just to bring you to the context, ChatGPT was existent since probably 2010 or 15 onwards. But the popularity became when one of their models became so much so publicly usable. Now, in our profession, let me tell you a hard truth, and this is a global trend as well. Trend number one is, by the time you all become qualified, chartered accountant, some of you have given up on CA, you might probably become a finance head, whatever, right? You will have an acute challenge and a crisis. The crisis number one is loads of work to do and not much of resources available. Gone are the days, if I could just have a silence, please. Thank you. Gone are the days where I said I will hire 100 people in my organization and therefore I will get my work done. No, that is not the trend anymore. The trend is every finance department in a corporate organization is allocating budget for automation and AI. Therefore, the first principle which I want to explain to you is, any sort of an activity which is rule-based and it is multi-application oriented, RPA will come into picture. A classical example, some of you while filing an income tax return, you would go to a software, click on 26AS, automatically it gets downloaded. You go click on GST or ITC, automatically it's downloaded. For us, it is automatic. The manual way is it has to go to the website, enter the username, enter the password, click 3-4 buttons, and then you get the report. This, my dear friends, is classical example of RPA. This does not require intelligence. It only requires a standard rule. The second thing is where intelligence is required. And this intelligence could be interpretation oriented. A classical example, many of you are doing journal entry passing. While passing a journal entry, you look at the narration and you see as the word Swiggy. You will probably write it as food and beverage or entertainment. You see the word as Netflix, you will probably write it as drawings. Right? So depending on the category, you are taking a judgment. Today machines are doing it. That is a classical use case of machine learning. Right? And third, where this is getting into deep learning is using your bank statements for last 6 months. Today, Bajaj Finance comes up and says, hey, you know, this is the loan which I can offer for you. That, my dear friends, is actually where deep learning is coming into picture. And that is the way in which the finance will evolve. So to me, if you ask me specifically, you might be the best tax practitioner. You might be the best person to know the entire GST litigation as well as the laws and the rules. You might be a very good person who can interpret accounting standards, IFRS, Ind AS, but none of these alone would be sufficient if you do not have the skill of how to use AI. And AI is not just writing prompts, it is writing contextual prompts. It is writing contextualization. And a simple example of a contextualization is, if you were invited to your friend's house, and let us say there were 2 people who were actually cooking some food and giving it to you, one who knows your background and one who does not know your background, don't you think the person who knows your background will make a better food for you? The answer is yes. And that, my dear friends, is called contextualization. The ability of an AI or a machine learning model to understand context. And that is why today most of the AI models are asking access to your Gmail, are asking access to your calendar, it is asking access to your OneDrive and whatnot, because they want to have more and more contextualization. And that is where the results become more personalized. I'll give another example of contextualization before we wrap up. Some of you might have had an experience of booking a flight ticket or a train ticket which is in your Gmail. The Gmail Google Maps app reads the time in your Gmail, what time your train or flight is or what time your appointment is, and it alerts you few minutes before saying that you are at this location. To reach that location, it is going to take that much time. It is better you start now. This, my dear friends, is a classical example of contextualization. And that is going to come into finance. For instance, the CFO's dashboard is going to look like, hey, you have a Diwali sale coming in. You are an e-commerce player. And you know that Big Billion Day sales or whatever Amazon Great Indian Festival or whatever Mishu sales are going to take place. This is the demand which you have, whereas your production is not up to the mark and you are at March or you are at August, your demand is in July or it is in September, you should start producing now. That is the sort of insights which AI agents are going to develop. But also bear in mind, while AI is doing a lot of work, there is a possibility of it giving incorrect answers with a lot of confidence. And that, my dear friends, is called hallucination. Right? It is like you writing an examination answer with 100% belief that that is your answer. And unfortunately, suddenly you realize, hey, you know, actually that is not the answer. Right? It often happens with us. So that if a machine does, we call it as a hallucination. Hallucination happens when you have too much of data. So if you see, there is a very nice website, if those of you who are interested could probably go and look. It's called huggingface.co. In that website, they say there are close to about 3 million foundational AI models. 3 million, that's 30 lakh. Last year, January 2025, this number was 7 lakh. So you can see in a span of 1.5 years or nearing 2 years, almost 2.3 million models have got added, and you can only see the complexity of these models increasing. There is a model from Google called Gemma that can run on your mobile phone. You don't even require an internet. Today we are talking about models which are deployed in CA offices using a GPU server which can do analysis without connecting it to the internet of the world, because your client data is highly confidential. And in the next few days, from May 13th to 2027, India is going to have a digital personal data protection law. If you as article staff, if you as a CA office, if I as a consulting or whatever service provider fail to protect the client data, there is a penalty of 250 crores. Right? And that, my dear friends, you will have to ensure that you have reasonable security practices, including proper usage of AI and not sharing any of the random information to chat GPTs of the world. So the era for me in the future, for you as professionals, is T-shaped. And what is T-shaped? You need to, as each and every professional, develop one skill where you go into the depth. It could be taxation, it could be audit, it could be IFRS, it could be IGAP, whatever it is. You need to have a depth of that. And second is a very, very important skill called cross-functional, or the horizontal line, where you start looking into how to use AI, how to write prompts better, how do I do management of people, how do I manage people in the age of AI, and how do I keep myself relevant. And only that, my dear friends, will actually push you to the road ahead. So here is wishing you, each of you, to be more and more curious, use more and more of your brain. Do not surrender the cognitive power to a machine, because whether you like it or not, we have slowly started forgetting math ever since UPI came into picture. Earlier I gave a 100 rupee note, and if 35 rupees I had spent, I mentally calculated I need to get a change of this. Today, the ability of you to use your brain for a very simple mathematical computation has reduced, and this is what is the biggest fear. The biggest fear is you surrendering your cognitive ability to a machine. The biggest fear or the threat is that you losing your time onto a mobile phone for an Instagram, to a YouTube short, to a Netflix. And let me tell you some interesting statistics. On an average, India consumes 300 GB of data per month. 70 to 80% of this is consumed on YouTube shorts or on Instagram. And that is massive. And for those of you who want to really scale up, there's a very beautiful concept called attention economics and digital minimalism. Please read these books. This will give you a good impetus. But yes, the world of future will be for those who not only know the foundational knowledge, but who also know how to adapt the wave of AI and decide when not to use AI, because AI alone cannot rule the world. It is a combination of a human who is using the power of AI to address the world's largest challenges. Thank you so much for being a patient audience.
I request CA Narasimhan Ellen Govan to present mementos to our paper presenters.
Good evening, everyone. As we conclude the knowledge session 4, AI and technology, robo-advisors and automated tax filing, on behalf of Bengaluru branch SIRC and Sikasa Bengaluru and the organizing committee of Vidhruthi, Yes We Can, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to CA Narasimhan Ellen Govan sir for his valuable guidance, insightful feedbacks and encouragement throughout the sessions.
I have some exciting news for you guys. Up next, we have cultural segment, where a lot of artists from across India will be performing on this stage. And we have singers like Naveen Sajju and comedian Jagappa. Our next segment is safeguard before investing, analysis of financial statements, and how to detect window dressing.
To guide us through this forensic art, we have a true academic titan and a powerhouse mentor. He's a qualified chartered accountant, company secretary, and a law graduate.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for CA Swapnil Patni, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite CA Shri Raksha ma'am, the chairman of the co-opted.
Let's welcome CA Swapnil Patni, sir.
I'll say this, and then you'll say thank you. We will present with the book. Wait.
So very good evening, everybody. See, this is going to be like one of the most memorable session might be of your life. I want some energy, everybody. I think this corner is more energetic than this corner, right? What about this place? मुझे लगता है यहाँ के बॉयज में ज्यादा एनर्जी है. एक बार सिर्फ मैं लड़कियों को सुनना चाहता हूं. देखो इसको कहते हैं एनर्जी. एंड व्हाट अबाउट यू बॉयज? So guys, I'm so happy, so excited. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, ICI, for inviting me here. It's been like a long time I have been visiting all the places across India, but for the first time I have been invited here in Bangalore. I'm so happy about it. Thank you so much, ICI. Thank you so much, all the committee members. Thank you so much. और आप सभी का दिल से धन्यवाद. Thank you so much, everybody. Okay, now. So दोस्तों, मैं आपको कुछ आज खास, वैसे तो generally people do call me कि लोग कहते हैं, भाई देखो, मेरा जब तक यहाँ पे सेशन खत्म नहीं होगा, nobody will walk, nobody will talk. I want absolute silence, guys. I don't know क्या बोला है, but अच्छा ही बोला होगा शायद. ठीक है. हौला क्या था ये? Aura. Thank you so much. देखो, myself, Angita ma'am, my daughter Gianna, we were so excited since last 1 month that we are going to come here. Like for the first time we have been invited. We have invited over here. तो इतना excitement था कि हम लोग कल से ही बैंगलोर में आ गए थे. And we love this place so much कि हम लोग कल तक वापस नहीं जाएंगे. And I'm very big fan of RCB. मजा आ गया यार. मुझे इतनी बात आप लोग की समझ में आती है कि जब आपको जो चीज बहुत पसंद आती है ना, वो आपको बहुत दिल से पसंद आती है. You guys are so wonderful. मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा, अब जो भी मैं बोलूंगा इसके बाद में I'll try to motivate you all. लोग कहते हैं मैं दिल से बात करता हूं और मैं दिल की बात आपके दिल तक पहुंचाने की पूरी कोशिश करूंगा. I think when मैम came here, मैम ने बोला था कि थोड़ा हिंदी चलेगा, तो आई एम श्योर कि आपको थोड़ा हिंदी चलेगा. थोड़ा कौनचम थोड़ा चलेगा. यस. चलो लेट्स बिगिन गाइस. तो एक मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूं, आई डोंट नो आपने कभी, यू मस्ट हैव सीन मी ऑन इंस्टाग्राम और यूट्यूब. आई एम इन इंस्टा. ओके बेटा. यस. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू डूइंग सीए ओवर हियर? ऑल. ओह वाओ. मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूं, अभी सुनना ध्यान से और आई विल मेक श्योर कि यू गाइस आर गेटिंग मोटिवेटेड इन नेक्स्ट फ्यू मिनट्स. और मुझे 40 मिनट्स तक रोकना मत यार, वो चिट्ठी उट्ठी मत लेके आना यार. थप्पड़ से डर नहीं लगता साहब. भाई मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ एक भी चिट्ठी मत भेजना. और आपसे रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ आपको जब भी अच्छा लगा तालियां जरूर ठोक देना. एक बार पहले ठोक दो डाले यार. आप जितनी ताली बजाओगे मैं आपको उतना मोटिवेट करूंगा. लोग मुझे कहते हैं कि मैं बहुत बड़ा मोटिवेटर हूं. मुझे नहीं लगता पर लोगों को लगता है. लोग लगता है जब मैं कहता हूं लोगों के दिल तक पहुंचता है. आज मैं ट्राई करूंगा शायद से जो अच्छी बात है मैं आपको सिखा सकूं यहां पे. वंस अगेन आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट नॉट टू टॉक, डोंट गेट अप. मुझे आई जस्ट गॉट फ्यू मिनट्स. आप कुछ बात नहीं करेंगे मैं पूरा बताने की कोशिश करूंगा. ओके दोस्तों, एक छोटी सी जगह यू मस्ट हैव, मैं महाराष्ट्र से बिलोंग करता हूं. महाराष्ट्र में एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जिसका नाम है संभाजी नगर. उसका एक तालुका है, यानी कि उसका तहसील जो है उसको कहते हैं सिल्लोड. और उस तहसील के अंदर एक छोटी सी जगह है जिस गांव की पॉपुलेशन ओनली 10,000 है. ऐसी जगह जहां पे आज तक कोई चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बना ही नहीं है. ऐसी जगह जहां पे हिंदी और इंग्लिश मीडियम है ही नहीं. ऐसी जगह जहां पे इंग्लिश को इंट्रोड्यूस करते हैं 5th स्टैंडर्ड से. ऐसी जगह जहां पे स्कूल में बैठने को बेंचेस ही नहीं है. ऐसी जगह जहां पे आपको फर्श पे बैठना पड़ता है. मैं उसी जगह से बिलोंग करता हूं. आई हैव डन माई कंप्लीट एजुकेशन फ्रॉम वेरी स्मॉल स्कूल. My village population is not even more than 10,000. बहुत छोटी सी जगह से बिलोंग करता हूं. आज आप लोग देखते होंगे यू ऑल हैव कम हियर राइट. मैंने जिंदगी में एक चीज बिलीव करी है. डू नॉट थिंक अबाउट वेर यू आर, थिंक अबाउट वेर यू वांट टू बी. अच्छा लगा सुन के? थैंक यू सो मच. आई विल रिपीट what I said just now. Do not think about where you are. Think about where you want to be. ये मत सोचो कि आज आप कहां हो, सोचो कि आपको कहां. वैसे तो अगर यहां पे मैं देखता हूं हर किसी इंसान में कुछ ना कुछ तो वीकनेस जरूर होगी. मुझ में भी बहुत कमियां थी. कमी होना प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. आपके अंदर कोई वीकनेस है वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. वीकनेस को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करना वो प्रॉब्लम है. ये आज जो मैं आपको दिख रहा हूं, I've cleared my CA in year 2008. I started the journey of CA in 2002. It's been 24 years. I am into this profession, guys. I've taught more than lakhs of students. पूरे इंडिया में हर जगह पे लोग मुझे फॉलो करते हैं. इंस्टाग्राम पे 5.5 लाख लोग मुझे फॉलो करते हैं. यूट्यूब पे 8.5 लाख लोग मुझे फॉलो करते हैं. ये आज का फाइनल आउटपुट है आफ्टर स्पेंडिंग 24 इयर्स. आज जो भी दिख रहा हो ये फाइनल आउटपुट आपको दिख रहा है. बट डू यू नो हाउ डिड आई स्टार्ट? जब मैंने सीए की शुरुआत की कुछ नहीं आता था. मैं आज आपको ये कहना चाह रहा हूं, डू नॉट थिंक अबाउट वेयर यू आर. जिसके सपने बड़े होते हैं उसकी कामयाबी भी बड़ी होती है. आप लोग तालियां नहीं बजाते हो? ऐसा लग रहा मांग मांग के दे दे बैठाली, दे दे बैठाली. गाइस अच्छा लगा तो यू हैव टू बी इन द लेक्चर. अंडरस्टैंड करो. आज में वैसे तो मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं ये बड़ी संजोग की बात है. आप साउथ में रहता हूं, मैं महाराष्ट्र में रहता हूं. आईसीआई की वजह से आज हम लोग मिले हैं. पता नहीं इसके बाद में जीवन में कभी मिलेंगे या नहीं मिलेंगे, बट मेरी थॉट आप तक पहुंचाना बहुत जरूरी करता हूं. मैं समझता हूं जो मैं सोचता हूं, जो मेरी जर्नी रही है उससे आप बहुत कुछ सीखे. दोस्तों व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड सीए ना मुझे इंग्लिश आ रही है, ना ड्रेसिंग सेंस, ना बात करने की अकल, कुछ नहीं आता था भाई. आज आपके सामने देख रहे हो, सर सर कुछ नहीं था. मैं बात करने की अकल नहीं, इंग्लिश बोलने का तरीका नहीं, कॉन्फिडेंस 0 लेवल, कुछ नहीं आ रहा था. विराट कोहली कहता है एक चीज जो मेरे दिमाग में हमेशा रहती है, बोलते फेलियर और सक्सेस के बीच में एक ही चीज होती है जिसका नाम है भूख। और जो इंसान भूखा होता है ना, वो जिंदगी में बहुत तरक्की करता है। अगर आपने मान ही लिया है कि आप बेस्ट हो, तो आपकी तरक्की कैसे होगी? या आज ही आपको घर पे जाना है, सोचना है, देखना है कि मेरे अंदर कौन सी कमियां हैं। गो होम, राइट डाउन, अपने आप से पूछो कौन सी वो चीज है। भाई यार तुम लोग बात कर रहे हो यार, डोंट टॉक गाइस, दिस इज द वे आई स्पीक, क्योंकि मैं नींद से उठाना चाहता हूं। प्लीज गाइस डोंट टॉक, अच्छे बच्चे ना। अब कोई बात नहीं करेगा, मैं सीरियस टॉक कर रहा हूं। दो 2002 से लेकर आज तक भी मैं अपने आप को दी वेस्ट नहीं मानता। आज भी इतनी संख्या में लोग मुझे फॉलो करते हैं। जो भी मैं आज हूं, एक छोटी सी जगह जहां पे कोई सीए नहीं है, आज उस बंदे ने एक एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट चालू की, जिसको ठीक से इंग्लिश नहीं बोलने आ रहा था, वो आज इंडिया के लाखों स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाता है जो बड़े से बड़े इंग्लिश मीडियम में पढ़ते हैं। अरे कमियां हम सब में होती है, कमियां मोदी जी में भी है, कमियां डोनाल्ड ट्रंप में भी है। हमें लगता है जो बड़ा इंसान है उसमें कमियां ही नहीं होती है। बड़े इंसानों की एक खासियत होती है, वो ये देखते हैं अपने पास क्या अच्छा है। अगर आपको लग रहा है कि मैं बेस्ट हूंगा, फिर जाके ऐसा नहीं होता। बेस्ट बनने का एक प्रोसेस होता है। इट टुक 24 years। ये चाहे ड्रेसिंग सेंस हो, चाहे आपके सामने आकर बात करने की अकल हो, ये आज नहीं आया। मेरे स्कूल में मुझे एक बार बोला गया, 2 मिनट के लिए महात्मा गांधी के ऊपर बोलिए। I was in 7th standard. I was called upon. I had to speak on महात्मा गांधी जयंती। मुझे लगा इट्स सो इजी, मैंने पूरा लिख लिया। I went on the stage। जैसे ही स्टेज पे गया, I got scared। मुझे सब लोग बड़ा अजीब सा मेरे पेट में होने लगा। I was so confused, I went blank, I was not able to speak anything out of it। और सब लोग मेरे ऊपर मजाक उड़ाने लगा, मजाक। सब लोगों ने हंसी उड़ाई। और दोस्तों यही होता है, जब लोग आपका मजाक उड़ाते हैं ना, वो तरक्की का पहला स्टेप होता है। मैं तो चाहता हूं लोगों ने आपको ज्यादा से ज्यादा जलील करना चाहिए। जब लोग आपका मजाक उड़ाते हैं, when I was in 12th standard, my height is 6 feet 2 inches। और वेट मैं बता रहा हूं, वेट आज वेट है अलग, उस समय वेट था ओनली 52 kg। मान लो शर्ट कोई हैंगर पे लटका दो ऐसे, भाई अब तू ताली अभी बजा के और बजा मेरी। मैं बोल रहा हूं मेरी वाट लगी थी, तू तालियां बजा रहा, क्या बोलना चाहता भाई? हौला है क्या भाई? मैं मेरी बुराई कर रहा हूं, तू तालियां बजा रहा है। 6 feet 2 inches, सोचो इंसान कैसा वाहियात लगता होगा। कुछ नहीं है। एक दिन मेरा बहुत इंसल्ट हुआ, बहुत इंसल्ट 4 लोगों में जलील किया गया। उन दोस्तों का उस रात तो मुझे बड़ा गुस्सा आया, पर आज तक मैं उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। पता क्यों? वो मेरे जिंदगी का जिम का पहला दिन था। और 2005 से लेके आज 2026 तक, इट्स बीन 20 years, आई एम सो कंसिस्टेंट इन द जिम। ऐसा कोई दिन नहीं जाता जहां पे मैं जिम नहीं करता। आगे बढ़ने के लिए जलील होना पड़ता है। वो अगर स्कूल में मेरा मजाक नहीं उड़ाया होता, I would not have participated in any of the school programs and college functions। उसके बाद में कॉलेज का, उसके बाद में स्कूल का, उसके बाद में कोई भी प्रोग्राम रहा, I was the first one to take the participation because I had to prove myself। उन लोगों ने मेरा मजाक कैसे उड़ाया? दोस्तों, लोगों ने आपका मजाक उड़ाना चाहिए, लोगों ने आपको जलील करना चाहिए, समझ जाना आपकी तरक्की की शुरुआत होना स्टार्ट हो जाती है। बट द प्रॉब्लम इज, आप अपने बारे में बुरा सुनना नहीं चाहते हो। यू गेट स्कैर्ड, यू थिंक लोग क्या बोलेंगे, अरे लोग गए भाड़ में, लेट देम टॉक व्हाट दे वांट। यहां पे बहुत सारे लोग सीए तो बन जाते हैं दोस्तों, बट द प्रॉब्लम इज हर कोई बंदा जो सीए बनता है सबका पैकेज इक्वल नहीं होता। यहां पे वो भी लोग हैं जो सीए बनने के बाद 5 लाख कमाते हैं, and there are some chartered accountants, they are earning 50 crores 500 crores every year in spite of having the same knowledge। हर एक के पास सेम नॉलेज है, हर एक के पास सेम डिग्री है, पैसों में इतना फर्क क्यों है? आप मुझे बता सकते हैं why there's a difference? मैं खुद चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हूं, कई लोग चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट यहां पे होंगे, सबकी इनकम एक जैसे नहीं होती। कुमार मंगलम बिरला जैसे भी लोग होते हैं जो पता नहीं thousands of crores कमाते हैं। It's not about becoming chartered accountant, I'm telling you all. It's about becoming complete package. The way you walk, the way you talk, the way you communicate, the way you wear dress, आपका हेयर स्टाइल, आपकी क्लोथिंग स्टैंडर्ड, आपका लुक, आपका सब कुछ मैटर्स अ लॉट। आपको लगता है कई लोग का मुझे गुस्सा आता है जब बोलते हैं आई एम अ चार्ट, तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मतलब मोटा हो जाओगे आप? चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट मतलब हेयर फॉल हो जाएंगे आपके? चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है इसका एक्सक्यूज देना बंद करो, बिकॉज वी हैव टू फाइट विद लॉट ऑफ इंटरनेशनल कोर्सेस, वी हैव टू फाइट इन द इंडस्ट्री विद लॉट ऑफ एमबीएस। आज मैं आप सभी को कह रहा हूं, आज जो मुझे यहां पे बुलाया जा रहा है, इट्स नॉट बिकॉज आई एम अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट, इट्स बिकॉज आई कैन टॉक। आज जहां भी जाता हूं लोग देखते बात करते, ओनली बिकॉज आई हैव बीन वर्किंग सिंस लास्ट 25 years ऑन माय पर्सनैलिटी। 25 साल का है, लोग कहते हैं स्वप्निल पाटनी, ये नहीं देखा किसने 25 साल से क्या झक मार रहा हूं। रोज जिम जाता है, वो क्या दिखता है? कल रात का लेटेस्ट जिम मेरा रात को 1:30 बजे का है। आप लोग बात कर रहे हो यार, सीए के नाम पे सारे एक्सक्यूज देंगे, सीए कर रहा हूं तो क्या बॉडी, सीए कर रहा हूं तो क्या कम्युनिकेशन, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं। There's a difference between ordinary and extraordinary। यहां पे बहुत लोग हैं जो लेक्चर सुनने तो आए, पर आपके लिए लेक्चर काम का नहीं है अगर आपको आम जिंदगी बिताना है। दोस्तों, दुनिया में 2 टाइप की जिंदगी होती है, एक आम और एक खास। बताओ आपको आम आदमी हिंदी थोड़ी समझ में आती, बहुत डीप में है। क्या आपको आम आदमी बनना है कि खास आदमी बनना है? और यहां पे जो लोग आम आदमी बनने के लिए, उनके लिए लेक्चर चल ही नहीं रहा। आप सीए बन ही जाओगे, 5-10 लाख का नौकरी तो सभी को लगने ही वाला है, उसके लिए लेक्चर नहीं चल रहा बॉस। ये If you really want to be different person, आपको लेक्चर सुनना पड़ेगा, चाहे आप सीए बन जाए, पैसा नहीं मिलेगा बॉस। आज वही इंसान जिसने अपनी पढ़ाई की शुरुआत एक छोटे से गांव से की, आज उनकी क्लासेस का वैल्यूएशन, यानी कि हमारी क्लास का वैल्यूएशन 250 करोड़ रुपए का है, 250 करोड़। रिसेंटली आवर कंपनी गॉट वैल्यूड बाय सुनील सिंघानिया को। क्यों? ये बात बताने की नहीं, ये मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूं। नहीं 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 अभी नहीं। ओके, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट क्रेजी और व्हाट? नहीं नहीं अभी नहीं। मैं आपको बताना चाह रहा हूं, एक बात याद रखिए, मैं अपने कंपनी की वैल्यूएशन के बारे में बात नहीं करना, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं ये जीत मेरी नहीं है, ये जीत हर कोई व्यक्ति की है जो जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं था। ये जीत उसकी है जिसको जिंदगी में इंग्लिश नहीं आते थे। ये उस व्यक्ति की जीत है जिसके पास में जिंदगी में एक समय पे खुद के ऊपर कॉन्फिडेंस भी नहीं था, जिसको स्टेज पे आने। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं एक वक्त आएगा, मैम ने आपको कहा कंसिस्टेंसी, मैं वही बता रहा हूं कि कंसिस्टेंसी इसको कहते हैं। लोग कहते हैं मैं 3 साल से सीए की कंसिस्टेंट, मैं, आप 3 साल पढ़ते हो, मैं 2002 से लेके आज तक कंसिस्टेंटली काम कर रहा हूं। आप कंसिस्टेंसी की बात कर रहे हो। बाय कंसिस्टेंसी का मतलब होता है अनस्टॉपेबल। आपको मतलब 2008 से लेकर 2014 तक, आपको लोग कहते हैं ना, लोग कंसिस्टेंसी का मतलब जानना चाहते हैं। 2008 से लेकर 2014 तक, when I became CA, 6 years, I was working for 12 hours without taking break, on Sundays also। सवेरे पहली बार क्लास होती 7 to 10, second class 10:30 to 1:30, third class 2 to 5, fourth class 6 to 9:30, that was my schedule। आज आपको मैं मालूम चल रहा हूं, पर क्या किसी ने देखा है वो 14 घंटे काम करने के बाद आप मुझे पहचानते हो? मैं आपको वही कह रहा हूं, आपको मेहनत साइलेंस में करना है, आपका डंका सफलता बजाएगी। यही मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं। और दोस्तों, जिंदगी में मैं आपको एक बात कहता हूं, देखो आप बहुत सारे टीवी पे चैनल आते हैं, वहां पे बहुत सारे बाबा आपको प्रवचन देंगे। कई बार मम्मी कहेगी भी बेटा इसका प्रवचन सुनिए, उसका प्रवचन सुनिएगा, बट आपका दिल नहीं मानता। यू नो व्हाई? आपको लगेगा यार इनसे क्या सुनेंगे, ये थोड़े ना चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है। आज आपको मैं ऐसा बाबा मिलाऊं जो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है। लोग कहते हैं सीए करने के साथ में ये सब चीजें मुमकिन नहीं, मैं कहता हूं मुमकिन है। यू कैन डू इट। आपके पास में सिर्फ टाइम मैनेजमेंट होना चाहिए, आपकी लाइफ बैलेंस होना चाहिए। सीए करते समय आप पर्सनालिटी बना सकते हो। यू कैन बी वेरी गुड डांसर। आज शाम में कल्चरल में हम देखेंगे, आज शाम में कल्चरल होने वाला है यहाँ पे। You would be able to see a lot of dancer, lot of singer, lot of music artisans. बहुत लोग आप देखोगे, क्यों? वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने सीए के साथ साथ में लाइफ को बैलेंस बनाया हुआ है। मैं आपको वही कह रहा हूं, लाइफ को बैलेंस बनाना, इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट बिकमिंग सीए। हैव कंप्लीट पर्सनैलिटी, उसका वैल्यूएशन अलग होता है। एक बात बताओ, कितने लोगों को लगता है यहां पे यू आर गिविंग योर 100%? आप सभी से पूछना चाहूंगा, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू फील यू आर गिविंग योर 100%? यहां पे पूरी क्लास के अंदर जितने भी 1000 बच्चे बैठे होंगे, यहां पे 5 लोग कह रहे हैं कि आई एम गिविंग माई 100%। मैं आप सभी को यही कहना चाहता हूं, those people who are able to give 100%, they exactly know why. There's a difference between what and why. अगर आपको जिस दिन ये मालूम चल जाएगा ना कि आप सीए क्यों कर रहे हो, you will give your 200%. मैं आपको वही बताने के लिए आज आया हूं यहां पे। You should know exactly why, and I'm here to talk about why. आखिर के जो few minutes are left, understand what I'm talking about. अब जरा ध्यान से सुनना। मैं आपको यही कह रहा हूं दोस्तों, कि जिस दिन आपको वाई समझेगा, 4 चीजें होने के बाद में कहते हैं कि लाइफ आपकी बहुत अच्छी है। कब कहेंगे आप कामयाब है? एक, आपकी हेल्थ अच्छी। याद रखना, कब आप सक्सेसफुल माने जाते हो, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, अंडरलाइन कर लेना। व्हेन यू विल बी कॉल्ड सक्सेसफुल, नंबर 1 आपकी हेल्थ अच्छी है। दूसरी बात, आपके पास वेल्थ अच्छी है। तीसरी बात, आपके पास करियर अच्छा है। और इतना होने के बावजूद भी अच्छी हेल्थ है, अच्छी वेल्थ है, अच्छा करियर है, पर आपके पास में रिलेशनशिप मैनेजमेंट का स्किल नहीं है। अगर आपने सब कुछ कर दिया, पर आपके रिश्ते आपके माता पिता के साथ अच्छे नहीं, आपके रिश्ते, आपके वाइफ, आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड, आपका हस्बैंड, जो भी whoever there in your life, आपके दोस्त, उनसे आपके रिश्ते अच्छे नहीं। अंडरस्टैंड करो दोस्तों, अगर ये सब कुछ आपके पास में हेल्थ है, वेल्थ है, सब कुछ है, बट अगर आपके पापा से आपके रिश्ते अच्छे नहीं, आपके मम्मी की आप फिक्र नहीं करते हो, तो आप लायक नहीं, इतना सब होकर भी आप नालायक कहलाओ जाओगे। अंडरस्टैंड करो, रिलेशनशिप इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। रिमेंबर वन डे, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर व्हेन आई क्लियर्ड सीए। जब मैं सीए पास हुआ, मैंने कहा मैं सीए बन गया मम्मी। आई वॉज जंपिंग, आई वॉज शाउटिंग। याद करो आपके दिन, व्हेन यू क्लियर्ड सीए फाउंडेशन, व्हेन यू क्लियर्ड इंटरमीडिएट, आपको याद आएगा जो मैं कह रहा हूं। मेरी मम्मी इधर से आती है, मेरे पापा इधर से आते हैं, दोनों मुझे हग करते हैं। दे बोथ स्टार्टेड क्राइंग। दोनों बहुत रोए। मैं उनके पास देखता रहा, वो रो रहे थे, मैं उनके पास देख रहा था। माय मॉम वाज क्राइंग, माय डैड वाज क्राइंग व्हेन आई सेड आई बिकेम चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट। एंड व्हेन आई सॉ देम, तब जाके लगा कि अगर इतने सालों से अगर कुछ मैंने मेहनत की है, अगर मैंने अपनी जवानी बर्बाद की है, अगर मैंने सब कुछ सैक्रिफाइस किया, तो स्टिल इट इज ओके। ये वो दिन है जो मैंने अपने मां बाप को दिखाना चाहिए थे। दोस्तों, आप सभी से कह रहा हूं मैं, आप सभी को यही बात समझना है कि आपको व्हाट से ज्यादा वाई पता होना चाहिए कि आप क्यों कर रहे हो सीए। बिकॉज व्हेन यू आर डूइंग सीए, देयर आर लॉट ऑफ पीपल हु आर सैक्रिफाइसिंग अ लॉट फॉर यू ऑल। ये बात को भूलना नहीं। इस दुनिया के चकाचौंध तरीकों में यू गेट सो इन्वॉल्व, आप भूल जाते हो कि हमारे माँ बाप क्या सैक्रिफाइस करते हैं। आई एम फ्रॉम संभाजी नगर, आई स्टार्टेड स्टेइंग इन पुणे। चाहता था तो मैं भी बहुत कुछ मजे करता था। आई वुड हैव एंजॉयड मच. मैं स्मोक कर सकता था, मैं ड्रिंक कर सकता था, मैं ड्रग्स दे सकता था. बट आई डिड नॉट डू इट. बिकॉज वेन आई अंडरस्टूड कि मेरी मम्मी जो है वो जब मुझे छोड़ने आई थी, वो तब एक ही बात कह रही थी, बेटा अब आने वाले 5-6 साल तो मुझसे दूर रहेगा, कुछ भी करना पर हमेशा याद रखना तो वही काम करना जो तू तेरे मम्मी को बता सकता है. एंड देन आई अंडरस्टूड, आई रियलाइज वन थिंग, कि मुझे कुछ भी करना है मैं वही काम करूंगा जो मेरे मम्मी और पापा के सामने मैं कर सकूं, मैं बोल सकूं. दोस्तों, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, यू शुड बी सो फॉर्चुनेट, यू शुड फील हैप्पी अबाउट दिस कि आपके माता पिता है. द लॉट ऑफ पीपल जिनके मम्मी और पापा नहीं होते. जब मैं ऐसी बात करने आया स्टेज पे, आई वॉज इन उदयपुर, एक बच्चा स्टेज पे आया, बोलने लगा सब बंद करो, ये सब माँ ये होती है, पापा ये होते, सब बंद करो, मत कहो इन सब को, मुझे पूछो, मुझे पूछो माँ क्या होती है, मुझे पूछो पापा क्या होते हैं. सर, जब मैं 4th स्टैंडर्ड में था, I've lost my mom, I've lost my dad. तब से लेकर आज तक हर जगह पे जब भी स्कूल में सेमिनार हुआ, पेरेंट्स मीटिंग हुई, मैं हर बार भगवान से एक ही प्रार्थना करता था, भगवान मुझे सिर्फ एक ऐसा मौका दे कि मैं अपनी मां को देख सकूं. सर, आप बात कर रहे हो इन बच्चों के लिए. सर, इनको क्या पता है कि मां क्या होती है, पापा क्या होते हैं, मुझसे पूछो. मैं आपको भी वही कह रहा हूं, यू गाइस आर सो फॉर्चुनेट, यू हैव मॉम, यू हैव डैड. अरे जितनी जिंदगी उनकी बची है ना, जितनी खुशियां दे सकते हो उतनी दे दो. अभी आप बच्चे नहीं हो, अभी भी मेरी सेल्फी, मेरा मोबाइल, मेरा फैशन, मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड, इनफ इज इनफ नाउ. भाई आपकी उम्र को देखो, अब उस बाप की क्या जान लोगे आप. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, नाउ ही इज ऑल्सो बिकमिंग ओल्ड. वो मां से काम नहीं होता, आपके लिए काम करती है. आप कभी भी अपने पापा से पूछेंगे, पापा आर यू ऑल ओके? बेटा आई एम ऑल फाइन. कभी पापा को कभी देखा है कि वो सैड है आपके सामने? नहीं. कितने लोग हैं यहां से जो बैंगलोर से नहीं है, यू आर नॉट फ्रॉम बैंगलोर? इतने सारे लोगों से पूछो जरा अपने, जब भी आप बैंगलोर आते हो ना, एक बार एक लड़की कहती है मुझे कि सर मेरी मम्मी मुझे प्यार करती है, पापा मुझे प्यार नहीं करते. बोले बेटा ऐसा क्यों? बोले रिजल्ट आया था, आपने मुझे डांटा, पर पापा ने तो डांटा ही नहीं. आप तो डांटती हो बिकॉज आप मुझसे प्यार करती हो, पापा ने डांटा नहीं. मां कहने लगी, अरे पागल, मैं अपने प्यार को एक्सप्रेस कर सकती हूं, तू क्या जानती है बाप क्या होता है? तू क्या जानती है? जैसे तेरा रिजल्ट आया, तेरे पापा ने खाना नहीं खाया, जैसे रिजल्ट आया पूरी रात भर इस करवट से उस करवट तक पापा सोए नहीं है, पूरी रात यही बोलते रहे मेरे बिटिया को वापस पढ़ाई करना पड़े, और तू कहती पापा प्यार नहीं करते. मैं जब भी, जितने लोग यहां पे बैंगलोर से नहीं हो सब जानो, जब भी हम लोग घर से आते हैं, मम्मा रोती है, पापा नहीं रोता है. हमें लगता है पापा को इतनी मोहब्बत नहीं. मैं खुद जानता हूं, मैंने कई बार कहा कि मम्मी आप प्यार करती हो, पापा नहीं कर रहे. बोले बेटा मैं तेरे सामने रोती हूं, पापा मेरे पीठ पीछे रोते हैं. मैं आप सभी को इतना ही कहना चाह रहा हूं, बिफोर इट्स टू लेट, you have to understand why. You have to understand why. Why are you doing CA? क्या बोल रहा है भाई? What? Love you बोल रहा है? Thank you so much यार. I love you too baby. अच्छा लगा भाई मुझे सुन के. भाई मेरे पास 10 मिनट है. 10, I have 10 minutes, 7 minutes, 5 minutes. संदेश आ गया है। ना 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 नहीं। यस 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 बेबी। ओके ओके गाइस, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, आज का मेरा टॉपिक था यहाँ पे कि आई एम हियर, दे वर सेइंग कि टॉपिक का जो आपका था यू आर हियर टू टॉक अबाउट शेयर मार्केट। यस, शेयर मार्केट इज रियली गुड। आई एम हियर टू टॉक अबाउट शेयर मार्केट। मैं आपको 2-3 शेयर मार्केट के बारे में बताता हूँ, बिकॉज आई स्टार्टेड अर्निंग since then, like it's been now 20 years I've been investing in share market. But इतना सब कुछ जितने लोग सुनना चाहते हैं, वो संदेश आया कि आप मम्मी पापा को थोड़ा बाजू में रखो, टॉक अबाउट। मैं मम्मी पापा के टॉपिक के बारे में 2 मिनट बाद फिर भी करना चाहूंगा, बट इन्होंने कहा, मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा, स्टॉक मार्केट इज रियली गुड बट ट्रेडिंग इज नॉट गुड, इन्वेस्टमेंट इज गुड, यू हैव टू बी लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर। मैंने कई लोगों को अपनी जिंदगी या अपना वेल्थ बर्बाद होते हुए देखा है। दिस इज क्रेजी। अगर आप वहां पे सिर्फ कुछ दिन के लिए, कुछ महीनों के लिए आ रहे हो, तो डू नॉट, आपकी कमाई उसमें मत डालिएगा। पिछले 2 साल से मेरा पोर्टफोलियो बढ़ा तो नहीं है, जितने लोग स्टॉक मार्केट में आप सभी जानते हो। लास्ट 2 years इंडिया इज सफरिंग अ लॉट। मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, अगर फ्यूचर ऑप्शंस लिए होते या मैं ट्रेडिंग किया होता, आई वुड हैव लॉस्ट एवरीथिंग। बट आई एम बिकमिंग द लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर। और मैं आपसे इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा, आप लोग भी लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर बने, बिकॉज हम लोग बहुत मेहनत से पैसा कमाते हैं, बहुत ज्यादा। एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट जाता है, उसको कितनी मेहनत करना पड़ती है। अगर आपकी जिंदगी में अगर आपको इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है, मैडम आपका टॉपिक ले रहा हूं, वही टॉपिक पे बात कर रहा हूं। 4 जगहों पे आपने पैसा लगाना चाहिए इफ यू रियली वांट टू क्रिएट वेल्थ। आपका कुछ पैसा डायरेक्ट स्टॉक में मत करना, म्यूचुअल फंड्स लेना, क्योंकि वहां पे बुद्धिजीवी लोग काम करते हैं। दूसरी बात, आपका कुछ पैसा डेट में आना चाहिए, यानी आप डेट समझता है, डेट में लाइक एफडीज और बॉन्ड्स और लाइक दैट। तीसरी बात, आपके पास कुछ पैसा आपका गोल्ड में होना चाहिए। और चौथी बात, कुछ पैसा आपका रियल एस्टेट में होना चाहिए। और जो लोग इसमें बैलेंस करते हैं ना, वो जिंदगी में बहुत वेल्थ बनाते हैं। लोग कहते हैं आपने वेल्थ कैसे बनाई? आई हैव ऑलवेज डिप्लॉयड माय फंड्स एवरीवेयर। सारा स्टॉक मार्केट नहीं, बिकॉज वेरी रिस्की। सारा डेट नहीं, रिटर्न्स बहुत कम। गोल्ड कभी चलता है, कभी नहीं चलता है। रियल एस्टेट डिपेंड्स। आपको वेल्थ बनाना है तो आपको बता रहा हूं, पैसे वाला बनना है। कितने लोगों को पैसे वाला बनना है? अरे बेस्ट है, सबको पैसे वाला बनना है। ऑसम चीज है भाई, बहुत पैसे बनेंगे आपके। एक होती है एक्टिव इनकम, जितने लोगों को पैसा बनना है ध्यान से सुनना, बहुत जल्दी आपकी कमाई चालू होगी। एक होता है एक्टिव इनकम, एक होता है पैसिव इनकम। ध्यान से सुनना। जैसे मैं पढ़ाता हूं तो पढ़ाने से जो पैसा था वो मेरे एक्टिव इनकम है, पर जो मैंने पैसे कमा के इन्वेस्टमेंट किया हुआ है वो मेरी पैसिव इनकम है। तो आप बहुत अच्छा कब बनोगे मालूम है? जब आपकी पैसिव इनकम इज हायर देन द एक्टिव इनकम। वो जिस दिन आएगा, इट मींस यू आर क्रिएटिंग वेल्थ। तो जिन लोगों को वेल्थ बनाना है वो याद रखे, आपका इनिशियल डेज पे जितने भी लोग सीए बनेंगे, अपने पैसों को कंजम्पशन में मत डालिए। मैं देखता हूं जैसे बच्चे सीए बनते, मैं कार ले लूंगा, मैं फॉरेन ट्रिप पे चला जाऊंगा, भारत माता की जय मैं कुछ कर। अरे भाई रुक जा, भारत माता की जय बोलेंगे पर कब? अंडरस्टैंड करो, सारा पैसा अभी नहीं करता, पैसे खर्च करने का टाइम होता है। मेरे लाइफ में हमने जो अच्छा घर है, जो हमें लगता था, वो 2 साल पहले बना है। 18 सालों के बाद मस्ती तो मुझ में भी थी, अंकिता मैम में भी थी कि चलो अपन घर ले लेंगे, पर वी हैव स्टॉप्ड आवरसेल्फ। हमने उन पैसों से घर बनाया जो पैसिव इनकम से था। आपके जो पैसे बचेंगे, जो आप कमाओगे, उसको पहले इन्वेस्टमेंट करके पैसिव इनकम क्रिएट करना पहले है। इंसान को मस्ती होती है, अरे मैं अब तो साला ठोक देगा, इंटरनेशनल ट्रिप पे जाएगा, इंस्टाग्राम पे फोटो डालेगा। मत डाल भाई, रुक जा। वंस यू स्टार्ट अर्निंग, वेट फॉर एटलीस्ट 10 years। पूरा पैसा कमाओ, रियल एस्टेट में डाल, गोल्ड में डाल, म्यूचुअल फंड में डाल। उन पैसों की जो कमाई होंगी उससे ईएमआई भरेंगे। तुरंत ही गाड़ी क्या प्रॉब्लम, क्या है? कार रेंटेड पे चलो यार, नो प्रॉब्लम, यूज ओला। कई बार लोग यही गलती करते हैं, एंड दैट्स व्हाई दे आर नॉट क्रिएटिंग वेल्थ। क्योंकि जिंदगी का पहला पैसा कमाते हैं, कार ले लिया, घर ले लिया, इंटरनेशनल ट्रिप कर लिया और फिर सेविंग बचा ही नहीं है। ऐसा वेल्थ नहीं बनेगा। वेल्थ सबकी बनती नहीं है। देखो, पैसे कमाने में और पैसे इन्वेस्ट करने में फर्क होता है। दुनिया में कमाते सब कुछ है, वेल्थ सब कुछ सबकी नहीं बनती है। याद रखना, जो लोग सीए पैसा बनाना चाहते हैं, पैसे कमाते सब लोग हैं, वेल्थ सबकी नहीं बनती। कमाने के बाद उसको जो लोग सही ढंग से उसका इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं वो पैसे वाले बनते हैं भाई। ऐसे तो फिर हर कोई इंसान पैसे वाला बन जाएगा। और इतने लोग हैं जो पैसा कमाते हैं, क्या आपने हर किसी को वेल्दी देखा है? ऐसा लगता है इसका दुकान कितनी चलती है, इसका ऑफिस कितना चलता है। हर कोई को पैसे कमाने की अक्ल होती है, वेल्थ बनाने की अक्ल बहुत कम लोग होती है। तो दोस्तों, आप कमाना, इनिशियल 10 साल अपने आप को रोकना, उससे सेविंग करना, उससे इन्वेस्टमेंट करना, बहुत जल्दी आपका पैसा चालू होगा। और वो पैसा 2-5 होगा जब बन जाएगा, 5-10 करोड़ आपके पास में जब आ जाएंगे, उसके बाद में लाइफ सॉर्टेड है। आई थिंक आपको समझ आ रहा हूं व्हाट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट। एवरीबॉडी अंडरस्टूड व्हाट आई सेड? अरे कुछ समझ में आया क्या वेल्थ कैसे बनती है? टॉपिक के बारे में बता रहा था। लास्ट कितने मिनट्स आई डोंट नो, चिट्ठी मत भेजना बस। अच्छा, मैं कुछ बात बता रहा था। तो व्हाट आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट, मेरा जो एक बेसिक मुद्दा था वाई का, वो मेरा बाकी मैं बताऊं क्या? और आई शुड स्टॉप? आप बोले तो मैं रुक सकता हूं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। एक बार ताली तो बजा दो मेरे लिए। आपको लग रहा होगा मैंने स्टॉप करना, तो मुझे ऐसा कुछ नहीं, आपको जबरदस्ती नहीं रुकना। शुड आई स्टॉप और व्हाट? आई जस्ट नीड 5 minutes टू गिव यू दैट मोटिवेशन व्हिच आई वांटेड टू टॉक। देखो भाई, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं, जब मैं सीए बना, मेरे पापा को मैंने इतना खुश देखा। मेरे आसपास के लोगों ने मेरे पापा को इतनी, बिकॉज मेरे पापा जो थे वो 10th स्टैंडर्ड फेल है। जब दुनिया ने इतना सराहा उनको, और जब मेरे पापा की जो छाती मैंने चौड़ी होती देखी ना, तब जाके लगा जीवन में मैंने कुछ तो सही काम किया। मैं आपको वही कह रहा हूं, इससे पहले यू आर टू लेट। होश में आ जाओ। इतना पैसा कमाने का साला, इतना पैसा अपने पैसों से। मेरी मम्मी को मैंने सिंगापुर भेजा था अपने पैसे से, पहली कमाई लेके। आई अर्न और सिंगापुर भेजा। दैट वाज फर्स्ट इंटरनेशनल ट्रिप। वहां से मम्मी कॉल करती, बोलते बेटा बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, इतनी बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग है, इतना सुंदर लग रहा है, इतना अच्छा लग रहा है। उस समय लगा कि सच में मैंने सीईओ के कुछ तो उखाड़ा है, वरना आपके सीए बनने का क्या साहब? लानत है आपकी जिंदगी पे, जब आप सिर्फ मैं, मेरी जिंदगी, मेरा सोशल मीडिया, मेरे ड्रेसिंग, मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड, उससे बाहर निकलना होगा। There are some people, they are waiting for you. They have been sacrificing a lot. अपने घर पे किसी को फाइनेंस का प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है, किसी को मेडिकल का प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है, किसी को बीपी, किसी को डायबिटीज, सारे प्रॉब्लम्स को हटाकर पेरेंट्स सिर्फ हमारे लिए काम करते हैं, पर चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट होती है ताकि हम लोग हमेशा मेहनत करें। मैं यही कह रहा हूं आपको, अगर आपको लग रहा है मेरे पेरेंट्स को दुख नहीं बिकॉज वो बोलते नहीं, वो कभी बोलेंगे नहीं। इट्स योर टाइम टू अंडरस्टैंड देम। आज मुझे बहुत अच्छा, जो भी मैं आज पहुंचा हूं, यहां पे जो भी लेक्चर ले रहा हूं, लोग मुझे मानते हैं, लोग मुझे सराहते हैं। ये सिर्फ मैं फ्रंट एंड का हीरो हूं, इसके डायरेक्टर, इसके सपोर्टर मेरी मां, मेरे पापा, शादी के बाद अंकिता मैम। विदाउट देम इट वुड नॉट हैव बीन पॉसिबल। आज आपको लग रहा है कि मैं यहां पे गया, मैं क्यों कर पाया इतना काम? आज मेरे बेटी को सबसे ज्यादा जो संभाला है वो मैंने नहीं संभाला है। अगर 100% होता 80% मैम ने संभाला है। ये हम लोग जो इतना काम करते, याद रखना साहब, जिंदगी में कितना भी आगे चले जाना, उनको मत भूलना जिसकी वजह से आप यहां पे पहुंचे हैं। चाहे वो आपकी मां हो, आपके पिता, आपके वाइफ हो, यहां पे पहुंचता ही नहीं मैं। हमेशा सपोर्ट के, यहां तक कि अभी क्लास में आ रहा हूं, अंकिता मैम ने कही सब ठीक हो जाएगा, ऑल द बेस्ट, एंड आई फील सो हैप्पी अबाउट इट। आज सबसे बड़ी बात, आई एम सो हैप्पी हियर, माय डॉटर इज ऑल्सो देयर। कितनी खुशी हो रही है मुझे, आई एम सो हैप्पी। और जितनी लड़कियां यहां पे बैठी आप सभी जानते हो एक फादर और डॉटर का रिश्ता क्या होता है। ये ऐसा रिश्ता है, मैं जितनी लड़कियां सबको बताना चाहता हूं, मैं किसी का पिता भी हूं और मैं किसका बेटा भी हूं। मेरी माँ मुझे हमेशा पूछती है, मेरे पापा मुझे हमेशा पूछते हैं, मुझे लगता था कितने कॉल करते हैं यार, बस करो यार, इतने कॉल, तू घर पे आ जा, तू सब ठीक तो है, तू खाना तो खाया क्या। तब तक मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा था, जब मेरी डॉटर हुई देन आई अंडरस्टूड ये माया क्या होती है। भाई मैं भी सीए हूं, मैं भी सीएस हूं, मैं भी एलएलबी हूं, सब कुछ हूं, पर ये इंसान कुछ नहीं रहता है जब उसकी बेटी खुश नहीं होती, वो बीमार होती है, पिता को दर्द होता है। अगर आपकी मम्मी आपके पापा आपको बार बार सवाल पूछे तो डू नॉट गेट इरिटेटेड। वो एक प्यार होता है, ममता होती है जो सिर्फ वही कर सकते और कोई नहीं करता। अंडरस्टैंड करो। कभी आपको खाना अच्छा नहीं तो थाली पे उठना नहीं, वो करने का नहीं। There are some things which you all have to understand. जिंदगी में सब करना, बेसिक एथिक्स, बेसिक उसूल को मत भूलना। हम जो भी जहां भी पहुंचेंगे, अगर वो लोग अपने बारे में ही सोचते, अपने कपड़ों के बारे में सोचते, अपने मोबाइल के बारे में सोचते, तो आज हम लोग यहां नहीं पहुंचते। They have never thought about themselves. And because of their sacrifices, we all could reach here. इतना ही मैं कहना चाहूंगा guys. Respect them. If you start understanding, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि अगर जब मैं कहता हूं, आज घर जाके आपने मम्मी और पापा को थैंक यू और सॉरी जरूर बोलना। यू नो व्हाई? लगता है कि हम बोल देंगे कब बोलेंगे भाई? अब वो समय आ चुका है। यू हैव टू गो एंड टेल देम, पापा सॉरी, मम्मा थैंक यू फॉर एवरीथिंग व्हाट यू हैव डन फॉर मी। अपने दिल में मत रखना, बोल देना बिफोर इट्स टू लेट। राइट एवरीबॉडी? Thank you so much everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much everybody. Love you all. Take care. Bye bye. Take care. भाई एक फोटो तो निकाल दो मेरी यार। Thank you आइसिया, thank you committee members. यार एक यहाँ का कोई तो वो डांस मुझे करना था यार, कहाँ गया वो संतोष? What is that?
We have cultural.
भाई कल्चर तक थोड़ी ना मैं रुकूंगा।
Sir, we have cultural.
अरे भाई I am going. I had learnt one Santosh के Thank you so much यार, wonderful everybody. बेटा वहां से एक वीडियो निकाल दोगे आप प्लीज? Yes, I'm coming on the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you so much यार. Thank you so much. And once again, big thank to the entire committee members and the ICI. एक बार जोरदार ताली बजा दो यार, because of them, we all could meet and it would not have been possible without their efforts. Thank you so much. एक बार एक सिर्फ वीडियो लेते, एक बार everybody, are you there? Hello everybody, today I am in Bangalore and look at this. The energy of this crowd. I was so excited, I am so happy. काश मुझे वक्त ज्यादा मिलता है, would have spoken more, but anyways, thank you so much everybody. Take care. Bye bye. Love you all. Take care. See you soon guys. Bye bye.
Tonight
Thank
is
you,
going
thank you
to
so
be
much.
Committee of Vidhruthi, the national conference. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to C.S. Swapnil Patnil sir for your insightful session. Sir, your words were encouraged us to think differently, believe in ourselves, and keep learning and growing. Your positive energy have truly motivated all of us. Thank you for making this session engaging and memorable. Thank you everyone. Vidhruthi, yes we can.
I hope everyone is voting. Please scan the QR. Now we are for the Grand valedictory session.
ಉದಯಿಸಿ ಸೂರ್ಯ ಮುಳುಗಲೇಬೇಕು. Good evening everyone.
As we come to the close of the technical session, skill up sessions and other practical session at the national conference,
of CS students, Vidhruthi, yes, we can. I extend my artful gratitude to all the paper presenters, session chairmen for making this event successful.
It is now my privilege to proceed with the award presentation ceremony before we start with the cultural event. Kavita ma'am, Vinod sir.
We invite our Sikasa Co-op member Sri Raksha ma'am to present the award ceremony. Ma'am, shall I tell? So we'll start with the award ceremony. The first award of Invotex goes to
Invotex Champion Award goes to Team Rahat. I call upon Team Rahat to the dais for the event.
Best Pitch Award. This award goes to Team Earth OS.
Congratulations, Team Earth OS.
I request them to come on dais.
Now, most investable idea goes to Team BreSafe.
I request them to come on dais.
Team BreSafe.
I think they are not here. I'll just let them to collect afterwards. Next, I would like to announce the Alpha Trader of the conference. Next, I would like to announce the Alpha Trader of the conference, Vadesh TD. Good job. Congratulations.
The most awaited thing of the conference, the Best Paper Presentation Award goes to Soumya for the topic of direct tax implementing the global transfer pricing structure.
A big round of applause to her, please, to present the Best Paper Presenter Award to Soumya.
Now I would like to thank.
Now I would like to thank all the people who extended their support to our SIRC members, Sikasa committee, auditorium, AV team, food caterers and the volunteers, and the most importantly, the audience for making this event a grand success. With this, we come to a formal end of Vidhruthi.
Yes, we can.
I, Kavya,
I, Suman.
signing off for today.